whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on logistics. Cello Square.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo, Chocolatier, and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products. Because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line, I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs, and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
My name is Hannah Ulbrich. I own Copper Door Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. As an entrepreneur, I'm always learning. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I always try to put my community first. I've always loved coffee shops. I started working when I was 12 years old and quickly found out that I loved being part of the communities that coffee shops create. When I had a chance to buy Copper Door in 2013, I jumped at it. Local cafe owner or a business built up. When I started, I really wanted to be a part of the community, be a part of everybody's first morning drink of coffee. I didn't have the money to start the company because I was
My
a
name is
stay-at-home
Darren
mom,
Tang.
but I
The
went
name
and
of my
got a bank
business is Life
loan
2.
and gradually started
I am
opening
the
our coffee
sole
shops
owner and
and
sole
expanding
employee.
our wholesale across the United States.
My business is based out of my parents' basement.
As a coffee company that has to purchase coffee from all over the world, we get our coffee from all over the world. So we have coffees coming to us from Africa, Costa Rica, Colombia, Sumatra, Brazil. We currently have some coffee from Mexico, Peru. Really what we're trying to do is find the best specialty coffees possible. 2020 really hit us hard when we had to shut down our coffee shops. We lost about 60% of our revenue. Our customers weren't coming in, they were staying home. And the same thing happened with our wholesale customers. We have wholesale customers in other cafes and restaurants and hotels. And with people staying home and being safe, we just lost so much revenue, and so did they. Our hardest, most difficult thing that we're dealing with is getting inventory into Denver at a rate that our customers and our clients expect. We've slowly been able to rebuild that. So our e-commerce went well above what we were expecting, and that's actually where Alibaba came in, is that we needed boxes with our brand that were lovely, that we were able to send to our customers so that they could stay home and they could still get our coffee. So I started using Alibaba in 2020 during the pandemic when I was having trouble getting supplies here in Denver. And I have a wonderful rep over there. Her name is Sandy. It's been really seamless. She's been able to just answer any questions I have. She's able to get me supplies that I need. She's also been able to send me samples and examples of the things that I want before I order them to make sure they're exactly what I need. No one can be underestimated, whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life 2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life 2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com, like everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance has really helped on that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer. I added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way, you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that is one of the great reasons why I source on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. That way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
He doesn't even know he wants. He's that hungry. He was waiting.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Brandon Cavina. I am the owner of our business. I run it with my wife, Leali, and we own Nodnal Co. and Annie Boop Co. We started running our own business when my wife got pregnant with our first son and noticed a gap in the industry for premium quality baby bedding. So we began sourcing products on Alibaba.com.
He actually designed the first set. He just asked me, does this color look okay? I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect gender neutral color. Let's go with it.
Business is our party supply company. We both run both of the businesses from home, and we're home with our 2 boys every day. On Alibaba.com, we place orders anywhere from 1 to 4 times a month for both businesses. Trade assurance has been very helpful, and when we received an order of balloons that were the wrong size and color, with getting trade assurance involved.
Alibaba.com mediated it for us. They resolved it in our favor.
Trade Assurance is by far the smoothest platform we've used, and it really creates a peace of mind just knowing that both the supplier and ourselves are protected for the whole transaction. To have our kids close to us all day long is something we never imagined we'd be able to do, so we love all the time with each other that we have.
Hello, I'm Dr. Saeed Ibrahim, the founder of Springene. I established Springene back in 2012 in a small lab, and today our products are certified cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, USDA biopreferred, kosher, and halal, and have been granted a seal of acceptance by the American Dental Association. We sell our products worldwide, in the United States, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And since the founding of the company, Alibaba.com has given us many new possibilities. I'm also proud of being one of 50 businesses chosen out of 12,000 applications to receive a $10,000 grant. Of course, we would use that grant to develop and launch new products. We are currently working on developing new oral care products as well as new line of natural and organic deodorants, soap, and skincare products. I have years of experience in oral health and have worked for a Fortune 500 multinational consumer product company. This is one of the main reasons I started Springene. I hope we can make healthy life easier for everyone, starting with daily essentials like toothpaste. We all know that most toothpaste contain animal-based ingredients, but this is a big problem for Muslims and vegans. How can we develop a niche toothpaste like a vegan toothpaste that meets the needs of people with different lifestyle, but is also healthy and safe? That's a question I think about a lot. To get there, I had to travel around the world to find solutions for sourcing high-quality ingredients. Once I discovered Alibaba.com, and was amazed at how many options I had with suppliers from all over the world. We have a strict requirement for ingredients that we use in our toothpaste or our products generally. Therefore, when selecting our suppliers, we prioritize natural and environmentally friendly ingredients and whether the production process is sustainable. Even with such a strict criteria, Alibaba.com has found some perfect suppliers for us. What is exciting is that now Alibaba.com provides a truly immersive digital experience for everyone. I love this live streams of products and factories. It feels like we are really there with the suppliers. And some suppliers, they are the verified suppliers, which means they have been verified by an independent third party, and you don't have to worry about the report or the certification. Knowing I'm working with verified suppliers really puts me at ease. Nowadays, people are paying more attention to their health, and it has always been my mission to make better toothpaste for the world. I will continue to work with Alibaba.com to take care of people's oral health. The world deserves better toothpaste, and it deserves better digital sourcing solutions.
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. My story starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me, as my father would often bring me home presents from his work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent beauty. And that's why I named my brand Paris Fit. After becoming a certified personal trainer, I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit to most businesses. including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing more customized fitness products, especially my premier product, Gym in a Box. My Gym in a Box product has also helped me secure a $10,000 grant through the Alibaba.com grants program. And I am proud to be one of the 50 entrepreneurs chosen out of the 12,000 plus applicants to receive this grant. The Alibaba.com grant helped me make more eco-friendly products to add in my Gym in a Box. It was amazing. I started working with Alibaba.com in 2018 using their RFQ function, and I received fast responses from multiple suppliers. This makes using correct suppliers simple, and ever since then, I've been using the same company for the last 4 years. I am very fortunate, as not only do I have reliable partners, but I was able to develop a close friendship thanks to Alibaba.com. This was beneficial to me as one of my suppliers was able to connect me with others who can help me expand my product line and build a beautiful brand. We source our suppliers using the verified supplier feature on Alibaba.com, and I highly recommend it for all entrepreneurs worldwide. I inspected each factory using the VR showroom function, which allowed me to view their equipment, product environment, and the production process. I would have never thought that my experience with an online purchasing platform would not only match my expectations, but exceed them. In the future, with Alibaba.com supplier diversity, I wish to reach more suppliers and to continue helping the lives of other people as they work towards achieving a healthier lifestyle. Thank you so much, Alibaba.com, for all that you have done with Paris Fit.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processing, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most unique tasks. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on Logistics. Cello Square.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo Chocolatier and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want, as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products. Because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line, I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
My name is Hannah Ulbrich. I own Copper Door Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. As an entrepreneur, I'm always learning. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I always try to put my community first. I've always loved coffee shops. I started working when I was 12 years old and quickly found out that I loved being part of the communities that coffee shops create. When I had a chance to buy Copper Door in 2013, I jumped at it. When I started, I really wanted to be a part of the community, be a part of everybody's first morning drink of coffee. I didn't have the money to start the company because I was a stay-at-home mom, but I went and got a bank loan and gradually started opening our coffee shops and expanding our wholesale across the United States. As a coffee company that has to purchase coffee from all over the world, we get our coffee from all over the world. So we have coffees coming to us from Africa, Costa Rica, Colombia, Sumatra, Brazil. We currently have some coffee from Mexico, Peru. Really what we're trying to do is find the best specialty coffees possible. 2020 really hit us hard when we had to shut down our coffee shops. We lost about 60% of our revenue. Our customers weren't coming in, they were staying home. And the same thing happened with our wholesale customers. We have wholesale customers in other cafes and restaurants and hotels. And with people staying home and being safe, we just lost so much revenue, and so did they. Our hardest, most difficult thing that we're dealing with is getting inventory into Denver at a rate that our customers and our clients expect. We've slowly been able to rebuild that. So our e-commerce went well above what we were expecting, and that's actually where Alibaba came in, is that we needed boxes with our brand that were lovely, that we were able to send to our customers so that they could stay home and they could still get our coffee. So I started using Alibaba in 2020 during the pandemic when I was having trouble getting supplies here in Denver. And I have a wonderful rep over there. Her name is Sandy. It's been really seamless. She's been able to just answer any questions I have. She's able to get me supplies that I need. She's also been able to send me samples and examples of the things that I want before I order them to make sure they're exactly what I need. No one can be underestimated, whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processing, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
we can coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on Logistics. Cello Square.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo Chocolatier and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want, as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the number one thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line. I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability. and satisfy their unique needs, it's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
Can I ask everybody to be seated so that we can get started? We'll take 30 seconds.
Look for protection with trade assurance to see what's covered and negotiate with the supplier on specific terms. Keep in mind, you can only get protection with trade assurance on Alibaba.com when you keep all your communication and transactions with the supplier on the platform. Protect your online business from payment to delivery with trade assurance, trusted by millions of buyers.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services.
You source for your business, and you've put in the effort. Now it's time to find your success on Alibaba.com, a leading B2B e-commerce platform for global trading that connects you with more than 200 million products from over 200,000 suppliers in 5,900 categories across over 200 countries and regions. Alibaba.com comes in handy whether you're on PC or using the app, whether you're searching for products to resell or suppliers to manufacture your own. With third-party verified suppliers, you know what you see is what you get. Send out sourcing requests and get quotations from matching suppliers in as little as 3 hours. Chat with them wherever you are. Check them out, connect with them, discover your next winning product with millions of video tips at your fingertips. Pay for your order with confidence, knowing that Alibaba.com supports multiple payment methods, encrypted and secure, so your data is safe with us. Track your shipment every step of the way, so logistical uncertainties won't get in your way. We know global trade can be unpredictable. Oops. That's why we provide purchase protection services across payment, shipping, and after sales, all powered by Trade Assurance. Alibaba.com is the place to go, whether you are a solo entrepreneur, a 4-person startup, a purchasing manager for a juggernaut, or a franchise owner. Join the other 40 million active buyers on Alibaba.com and source from millions of offerings in an easier, more secure way. Oh, and stay tuned for 2 of our biggest annual promotional events, every March to discover new trends, and every September to stock up for the holiday season.
In 1999, our vision was born. We were determined to make global business accessible to all. Connecting buyers with sellers, a new era of global trade was in motion. For 24 years, Alibaba.com's digital innovation has paved the way. Connections made across thousands of miles, millions of transactions supported, from yellow pages to today's one-stop sourcing platform. Empowering millions of buyers and sellers across the globe, your success stories inspire us every day. Every year, more than 1.2 million American companies visit Alibaba.com, and over 77% are startups. These small and medium enterprises cover more than 30 industries and fields.
Alibaba.com essentially helped us mentally get from, okay, instead of just being a product, we actually want to be a brand.
Working with our vendors through Alibaba.com has been a godsend for our business. Like, I truly don't think we would be able to develop our product without it.
With the tools that I've received from Alibaba.com, I felt empowered.
When we needed someone to produce the product, Alibaba. Now we need something to help us launch forward. What? Alibaba. Again,
I'm selling product in UAE, Saudi Arabia, Great Britain, and a host of others. I wouldn't have reached those customers without Alibaba.com.
From seasoned procurement experts driving their businesses to entrepreneurs building empires from scratch, your power is limitless. Dreamers with explosive creativity shaping trends, and businesses making the world better through their own ingenuity. While you face challenges and rose up triumphant, Alibaba.com has been by your side. Today, we will continue to fuel the global creation chain, simplifying the journey, making it more efficient and more accessible, resulting in our most reliable experience yet. And now, it's time for you to unleash your potential. Create more. Create better. With our upgraded sourcing experience, we provide building blocks for you, the U.S. business owners, to become true creators. Join us in shaping the future, because together, we can turn dreams into realities. Successful entrepreneurs don't wait for the perfect moment. They create it.
I love that film. Every time I watch it, it gets me really, really good. And my favorite part is that it features some of you right here in this room. And you'll notice that as a trend, we co-create a lot of our content with you. And that's the theme of this event. So with that, welcome to Las Vegas. You all have flown from all over the country and in some cases from all over the world. It's pretty cool. And you know, we get to come together and you have joined us for our first ever co-create, an event we're excited about. And we are inspired by all of you, our buyers, our suppliers. So to start things off, we wrote a manifesto about you all. It's how you inspire us to be better. And we call it Will Meets Way. So if you'll bear with me, I'll read it to you. Strength of will gets you far in this world. Farther than luck, farther than charm, farther than smarts even. Far, but only so far, because the fiercest will is still nothing without a way. A jet engine without fuel. Racehorse locked in a paddock. Einstein if he never left that patent office. Powerless potential. At the same time, a transformative system is nothing without equal ambition. Pistons that pump, cylinders that fire, and a chassis that sits up on cinder blocks. A way without any will to make it move. At Alibaba.com, we know entrepreneurs bring an abundance of will. And all we need to do is show them the way. Because it's only together that we put dreams into practice. Together, we transform vision into action. Together, we turn unmatched ambition into limitless creation. When a business needs the right partner and an owner finds Alibaba.com, can't wait meets can't miss, and will meets way. And with that, I would love to debut our brand new brand film. And again, you'll see it features some of you.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur, making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
They worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them, we tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here. It's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
I love that ending. Being an entrepreneur is the greatest job ever. But it comes with struggles, right? As business owners, suppliers, manufacturers, you all have a lot in common. You have grit and drive. You have tools at your disposal to generate ideas. Those tools are equipped to help you bring that vision to life. Our aspiration, though, is to ride alongside you in your business journey. And we want to be that one-stop shop that enables anyone to create breakthrough products where anyone can realize what they've been manifesting. So we felt that it was the perfect time to bring you all together to show you how we have evolved and hear directly from all of you. We want to hear the latest strategies in doing global business. And together, we will show you how anyone can create with Alibaba.com. We've got 2 days packed with incredible panels, speeches, product demos, fitness sessions, and even more. Now, quick lay of the land. This is the main keynote stage where you'll see the majority of the sessions on the agenda. We'll share more links for that, but you can also find the agenda outside here. Now, back behind you through these doors, there's 2 separate rooms on either side. And in those rooms, you'll see our latest products, as well as 16 of our leading suppliers. And on the other side, we've got our learning lab, where you can get hands-on with our products, but also hear about the latest strategies and how to leverage them and take full advantage of them. If you need the restrooms, they're also back out these doors, just on that side. So, without further ado, let's get this show started. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to Co-Create 2023. And now I'd like to welcome Stephen Kuo, the president of Alibaba.com North America, to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Alibaba.com Co-Create 2023. My name is Stephen Guo, president of Alibaba.com North America. It's really amazing to see all of you here. Because of you, so we are here. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for your presence here today. And also would like to, on behalf of Alibaba.com, to thank you, welcome to our show. In this morning, I've seen so many friends, new friends, old friends, and our dearest friends. I think some of you might know Alibaba.com very well. And some of you might be interested in B2B e-commerce. And some of you just want to meet like-minded entrepreneurs. No matter with any reasons and expectations, I think you will get that. Today and tomorrow, we will show you the next generation of digital sourcing tools, and you will learn more about Alibaba.com, a platform full of connections and possibilities. Before starting my presentation, I would like to show you a video about many of our wonderful US customers on Alibaba.com. So please take a look.
Funding the company as female entrepreneurs has been challenging, so it's incredible to see brands like Alibaba.com support small businesses like ours.
I'm selling product in UAE, Saudi Arabia, Great Britain, and a host of others. You wouldn't have reached those customers without Alibaba.com.
You might find one good buyer at every trade show or every other trade show. On Alibaba.com, you might find 2, 3, 4 good buyers a week.
Growing from doing one order to doing 20 or 30 orders in a 1 or 2 month period, the platform speaks for itself.
We also have an opportunity to penetrate certain distributors that we wouldn't otherwise be able to reach through traditional retail sales channels.
We started last year in August, and then the traffic increased 100%. We are growing really fast.
100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. Really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers.
With the tools that I've received from Alibaba.com, I felt empowered. Just the fact that Alibaba.com is saying, we see you, we are going to invest in you, and we're going to give you resources to grow.
Trade assurance is by far the smoothest platform we've used, and it really creates a peace of mind just knowing that both the supplier and ourselves are protected for the whole transaction.
I don't think we could have sourced something without Alibaba.com because there would have been no way. It was the only way for us.
Working with our vendors through Alibaba.com has been a godsend for our business. Like, I truly don't think we would be able to develop our product without it.
We won the grant with Alibaba.com. It was so exciting because we're like, wow, Alibaba.com, this huge company, believes in us and sees our vision and wants to help us continue to grow.
Thank you for your watching. I do really love this video. I think some of our buyers and customers also come to this event, and I think you can meet them later. Okay, and from the video, you can see that customers on Alibaba.com are extremely resilient. They don't give up even things get tough. They are addressing challenges and looking forward to exciting partnerships with Alibaba.com. That's why we are here and listen to your feedback, and let's talk about cooperation and to discover possibilities with you. Alibaba.com is always standing strong with you. That is very, very important. I also would like to let you know our vision. Alibaba.com's vision is make easy to do business anywhere. We started as an online directory platform in 1999. Yes, someone called that as a yellow pages, but that is really, really helpful to help our customers to find trading information easily. And then we became a trading platform, ensuring secure cross-border transactions for our customers. And now, we are a digital trading solution for global sources, for global buyers, for global customers, and the global business. Our mission is very, very clear. We would like to simplify and expedite global trade for you. With Alibaba.com, it's easy for buyers to find products. You can see the video behind me that. Talk to suppliers and do business worry-free. We offer key features like seamless communication with suppliers, virtual reality showrooms, and live product streams, for example. Our online checkout process is just like the one you use for online shopping, with many payment options available. Additionally, you can also monitor orders easily on your phone. Our CTO, Yang Zhou, has something very cool to share with you about this later. The one more important thing is We got this feedback from our customers, including buyers and sellers. When doing business internationally, global trade often faces a trust challenge. Our trade assurance program at Alibaba.com solves this issue, protecting nearly 160 million transactions to date. That is so amazing. Trade assurance offers secure payment methods and escrow services, especially for our SMBs like you. So please just wait for our next generation, next sharing, because we will have a great and excellent presentation presented by Yikun, our Alibaba.com North America supply chain lead. And I think that maybe you can imagine that, wow, why so amazing on Alibaba.com? So I want to show you something new. Every single day, there are more than 1 million users from United States visit our platform. And 70% of them are SMBs, excited about creating their own brands and products. Especially in the last 3 years, number of US buyers on our platform, Alibaba.com, has grown significantly by 116%. Just like that I mentioned, so many buyers like you come to Alibaba.com. Why they are here? Because many of you may know, Alibaba.com is the largest B2B platform in the world, with over 200,000 suppliers from more than 100 countries and regions. Alibaba.com connects our buyers with a vast network of global suppliers. So looking at this data, buyer demand is increasing for global suppliers. US buyers mostly source from China, the USA, our local market, Pakistan, India, and Vietnam. Of course, there are so many other regions and countries our buyers prefer to source from them. US buyers are using their buying influence to team up with the suppliers and create new opportunities, innovations, and partnerships. Speaking of our global supply, we have a great keynote tomorrow from the Vice President of Alibaba.com, Andrew Jen. It is going to be very exciting, so don't miss it. Let's take a look at the survey. From this survey, we can see more interesting and positive results. 75% are satisfied with their business in 2023, and 20% say that launching new products would be a great help for growing their business. 90% are feeling optimistic. 2024. I think that one reason is Alibaba.com is here. In this survey, we also inquired about their difficulties and challenges. 31% had challenges finding the right supplier, and 28% experienced obstacles in product creation, and 27% faced financing issues when placing orders. Additionally, we identified a significant demand for products that include the keywords design, customize, style, and brand. Of course, there are so many using and interesting keywords here. I think that is a great time for creators to show off their styles and enhance the bond with their followers. Alibaba.com, we are very excited to be here today for our co-create conference for this event, because we can see you, you also can see us. Today and tomorrow, we will showcase our next generation technology and explore endless opportunities with B2B experts. Co-create means working together. to create amazing things, building partnerships, and delivering value to our customers with digital solutions. To sum up, Co-Create is not just an event. It's a way of thinking. It's about working together because we can achieve more together than alone. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome our Alibaba.com CTO, Yang Zhou, and he will introduce the next generation of digital sourcing tools from Alibaba.com. Thank you so much.
I'm Yang, CTO of Alibaba.com. Today, I feel so humbled to be standing in front of 1,000 Alibaba.com customers and partners. Welcome to Co-Create 2023. Coco, can we get it rolling? We have some technical issues at the start, so a little bit patience, please. Keep it going. Can we, next page, please? Okay. We're indeed entering a transformative era, an era of co-creation. It's amazing to see more and more entrepreneurs like you turning your ambition into action and your vision into limitless creations. You are the reason we're seeing new brands, new products, and even new business models emerging and shaping the future of e-commerce every day. At Alibaba.com, we are evolving too. And today, I'm thrilled to show you the powerful sourcing tools we offer and unveil some new features that will revolutionize the way you handle sourcing for your businesses. These tools not only reinforce Alibaba.com as the dedicated destination for sourcing, they of course, building your products to life, from idea to holding it in your hands, isn't easy, right? You need to find the right manufacturer, work together to co-create the specific product that you want to sell. You want to negotiate the terms of your contract and settle on the right price. From sampling and purchase orders to shipping and receiving, you have to keep track of this whole process to make sure you get what you want in the limited time you have in your day. Well, that's exactly why Alibaba.com exists. We launched 2.5 decades ago with these challenges in mind. Now we are the largest supplier network in the world and a powerful set of tools that entrepreneurs like you can use to find the products and manufacturers you need, to connect with the suppliers who suit your needs quickly, to communicate with them across borders, time zones, and even languages, and perhaps most importantly, to conduct business with confidence. Trust the platform, trust the suppliers, trust the new partnerships you are forming through Alibaba.com. Let me show you how. Time is crucial for entrepreneurs. There's never enough time in a day to accomplish everything. If only you could get more done more quickly. Turns out the desire to be more productive is shared by over 3/4 of small businesses. And I bet it's 100% of the people in this room today. So how can we help you save time? In a lot of different ways, actually. First, searching for products is fast and easy. With over 200,000 suppliers and over 200 million products, we are a global leader in sourcing platforms. We understand you often want to find original manufacturers for your ideas. So we developed a search function specifically for that. Whether you are looking to create a batch of food delivery robots or something more classic, it's all but guaranteed that you'll find the manufacturers you need. What's great is you can filter your search by verified suppliers. That way, you know immediately the people and products you found through our platform have our trust. So you can trust them too. Sometimes, though, words ain't enough. Not when your best ideas most often come in the form of images. Say you spot someone gliding through the airport with this. It catches your eyes, and you wonder if there's a market for sleek carry-ons right now. You do a bit of research, and it turns out air travel was up 12% in June compared to last year. And the demand for smart luggage is surging. Now you're thinking, I could make a better version of this that would disrupt the market. But what is this specific piece called? The easy way to find it, use image search. Just snap a photo and upload it to our site, then let our technology work its magic. We know you are not just trend followers. You are visionaries forging the path ahead. That's why we're also working on capabilities that allow you to add specific features to your product search that may not already be part of the keyword metadata attached to the product. Like this. This brings a much more precise collection of search results. With Alibaba.com, you could be just one text prompt away from creating the next big sensation. So you've got a novel product idea, and now you need quotes from suppliers. That means you need to write up a request for quotation to find the right supplier to help realize it. But maybe you've never done it before, and you want to make sure you do it right. Or maybe you've done this 1,000 times and would rather just focus your time and energy on something else. Either way, we're launching an RFQ tool next month to handle it for you. All RFQ needs is a text prompt to turn your innovative product idea into a professional sourcing request. Let's say you have an idea for a lightweight winter tent with a novel design. Type that into RFQ, and it will generate a bespoke template for you, tailored to your product category and ready for final tweaks before you send it out. RFQ can even generate highly customized images that bridge the gap between your vision and the products on Alibaba.com to help suppliers better understand what you want. And soon you'll be able to generate an RFQ using only pictures. We hope to launch that feature next year. At the heart of every successful B2B venture is a network of meaningful relationships. A renowned fashion designer, Ms. Robinson from New York, shared with us a heartwarming story. Her supplier's agent, Carmen, traveled across the Guangzhou city, a city with a population of 15 million, and the area of 21 times bigger than Vegas to find the specific fabric she wanted. Ms. Robinson started with a dream, and her supplier worked with her from the start, went to great lengths to help her, stood by her, and became a committed partner to her business. She's launching her fashion line in major retailers and showing in New York, Milan, and Paris Fashion Week now. This is a perfect example of the types of connections we aspire to foster through our platform. But the real challenge is, how do you build these connections and do so in a way that's both powerful and efficient when we are talking about truly global cross-border business? According to Gartner, B2B buyers spend as much as 45% of their time researching and setting up production deals with suppliers. Realizing this, we've optimized our platform to streamline your decision-making and build trust between you and your co-creators across the globe. Because we're not just about transactions, we're about building lasting partnerships between buyers and suppliers. To show how we foster these kinds of strong connections, I want to focus on two innovations today. First, we offer virtual reality showrooms. Go beyond the supplier's Alibaba.com profile page. Experience their products, their factory, and interact with them in real time. The VR showrooms transport you to a supplier's factory to give you a first-hand look at their operations, their productions, and assembly. Seeing is believing, right? Well, here's your chance to see exactly how your suppliers do their business. Now, let's take the VR showroom one step further to live streaming. This is a dynamic feature where suppliers give buyers a detailed look at their latest offerings. Think about how complex jewelry can be as a product. You need to know the luster and cut of a gemstone, or you want to be able to see the intricate design of a necklace. A lot of times, photos just won't do the job. And wouldn't it be great if you could get instant answers to any questions you have about a specific piece? You can do all of this with live streaming. Want to discuss customizations? Just ask the host.
Sure. Today we're looking at a diamond ring made of 18-karat white gold. The diamond is 1.09 carats, and the clarity is VVS2. The color is F, and the size.
If you are worried about the language barrier, don't be. Leveraging cutting-edge voice recognition and AI, our platform instantly converts spoken words into subtitles in your chosen language. This feature is currently being tested and will be ready to use next month. Thank you. When you're in the midst of sourcing, it can feel like you are juggling 1,000 balls at once. You're talking to multiple suppliers, trying to keep track of who said what, and wondering if you're going to drop one of those balls somewhere along the way. We get it. That's why this October, we're rolling out advanced features that will capture important information from your conversation with suppliers and summarize it in a streamlined chart. This will offer you an important look at the state of your sourcing on Alibaba.com, allowing you to make better decisions faster. You can even generate a follow-up plan to stay on track. Trust is, of course, all important here. It's the cornerstone of any successful partnership. especially when your collaborators span continents. Ensuring seamless and secure financial and logistical operations isn't just a convenience, it's an imperative. To show you just how important trust is to us here at Alibaba.com, we created Trade Assurance, a set of protection services that covers every stage of your purchasing journey. We offer secure and easy ways to pay and protect you against unforeseen circumstances such as product quality issues, shipping delays, and more. In the unlikely event an issue arises during the purchase, we'll mediate between you and the supplier to reach a resolution. We also pledge on-time delivery for 54 shipping routes covering over 30 million products. If something isn't delivered on time, you can file a claim and automatically receive compensation for delays without having to negotiate with the supplier. You can easily return defective products to our local warehouse using free shipping service. Plus, we offer real-time tracking and proactive delay alerts. Every part of Trade Assurance has been created to ensure confidence and clarity with every order made through Alibaba.com. And now, before I wrap up, there's just one more thing. Honestly, I've been waiting ages to use this line. Imagine if all the tools I told you about today were combined into one intelligent entity, ever ready to offer tailored insights, answer your questions, and help you navigate your sourcing journey on Alibaba.com. Well, it's my pleasure to unveil our platform's crown jewel, our digital prodigy, the Smart Assistant.
Introducing the next stage in our journey. Meet Smart Assistant. It's your personal guide, backing you up from the start. Smart Assistant will be there for you from day one to help you with everything you need to start sourcing on Alibaba.com. It's an expert advisor designed to tailor insights just for you. Discover all there is to know about the products you want to sell, from rising trends to new niche markets. It's your creative designer bringing your ideas to life, helping you realize the products exactly the way you want them to be, instantly. And for you, we imagine so much more. Stay up to date on your target market and tap into business knowledge that goes beyond just data. It's intuition. Discover products ahead of the curve and find opportunities that effortlessly align with your goals. Create your next breakthrough. From a dream to a design to a product that's ready to go, all in one place. Logistics is never easier. But now you'll be able to seamlessly track and expertly predict the passage of your orders across the globe. Join us on this journey. Together, we'll co-create the future.
With Smart Assistant, every step of your sourcing journey becomes more intuitive. From analyzing the market and providing product recommendations to communicating with suppliers to help you choose the right one for you, even tracking an order status proactively. Smart Assistant helps you to increase your productivity and boost your business growth. The more you use it, the better it knows how to manage your sourcing needs, not just efficiently, but in a truly personalized way. Together, we are transitioning into a new era of sourcing. With the tools we built and your visionary product deal ideas, I'm excited to see the wonders we will co-create together. So please If you are new to Alibaba.com, come to our site to find out more about how these tools can help you bring your dream products to life. And even if you've been a loyal customer for some time, take a fresh look at these tools based on what you heard today and find ways to use them to level up your business. Thank you for being on this exciting journey with us. Next, we'll have a panel of honorable customers to share their stories of achieving success with Alibaba.com. Let's welcome. Thank you. Recollect. Thank you.
I'm a freelance journalist and I'm here with Inc. magazine. And I'm actually really thrilled to kick off this fantastic event with a really great collection of folks on this stage. First up, we've got Abingdon Mullen. She is the CEO and founder of Abingdon, which is a company that makes women's watches. Next, we have Chris Mead. He's the founder of CrossNet, which you may see played in your backyard very soon. He'll be able to tell us more about it. Next up, I have Aaron Spivak. He's the co-founder of Hush Blankets. So if you're familiar with weighted blankets, you probably are familiar with Hush. Finally, next I have Ron Williams. He's the creator of the RW Body Bar, an all-in-one solution for home fitness. And then right down at the end, I have Joseph Livick. He's the CTO of Revert Tech. And his company makes gadgets that make electronic devices more energy efficient. So I'm gonna jump right in actually and start with you, Abingdon. Tell me a little bit about your journey to work with Alibaba.com and why you chose to partner with them.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for having me as well. I was 22 when I started my watch company, and I had zero clue of how to do that. I had never expected to go into the watch world, but I wanted a pilot's watch made for women, and there was nothing in the market. The reason being is because I am a pilot. I fly everything up to the Airbus, and I wanted something that I could fly with, a tool watch. So at 22 years old, with basically a college degree, a lot of student debt, and a pilot's license, I started searching on Google for watch manufacturing. And I figured, oh, I'll go to the US and get it American made, or I'll go to Switzerland because that's where all the good watches are made. And the best website that provided me those answers was Alibaba.com. That's how I discovered it.
And how did you sort of start building your watches with them? Was it just prototyping and then getting those prototypes into the office, or what did that look like?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's very similar to dating, honestly. So if you think about it, you know, you vet everybody, you try and talk to references, you see what other companies they're making a similar product for. And some of the tools that are available now, I wish were available back in 2006. It's only made me use the platform more today because now that we're in Macy's, now that we're with all the military exchanges, I'm having having to find more suppliers and keep up with the demand that the market is having for my products. So it was a long road, but Better Business Bureaus are in almost every country. You can vet the suppliers that you find. And then with some of the avenues that they have on the platform today, it just makes it so much easier.
Chris, how about you? Your product is pretty unique, and I'm not sure that everybody in this audience has heard of it. So tell us a little bit about it, and then explain how you stumbled across Alibaba.com.
Of course. Well, thank you everybody for having us. We appreciate it. So I'm Chris. I created CrossNet, which is the world's first four-way volleyball game. We're played now in over 1 million households and sold in 47 countries and 10,000 retail stores.
Is this like the next pickleball?
Hopefully. Yeah, we've been grinding it out now for 6 years, but we'll see where it goes. It's very exciting. But 6 years ago, I was a broke college kid, had maybe $2,000 to my name, living paycheck to paycheck, and we had this crazy idea one night. We're like, four-way volleyball. Googled it, didn't exist, couldn't find it anywhere. And we made a prototype in our backyard, and we just started searching on the internet. And we grew up in like a very small farm town. There's one chicken tender restaurant, there's one stoplight, the movie theater's an hour away, and we're just, why not us? So we quit our job, we found Alibaba on the internet, we sent over our idea, and a few weeks later we had a prototype. It was just life-changing.
And then from there, did you actually sell that prototype, or did you make tweaks? Or
Yeah, so they sent the first prototype, and it was pretty damn good. We were very happy with it. But we sent back some feedback, and then we moved to Florida. We quit our jobs, moved down to Miami, Florida, and we sold that prototype. We sold 100 of them, bought back, bought 200 more, and it just kept scaling up from there, working with the same supplier.
And has it just been sort of word of mouth?
It was word of mouth in the beginning, but now it's Facebook ads, retail. We sell in Walmart, Dick's Sporting Goods, Sam's Club. So it just keeps scaling every weekend. It's crazy working with the same supplier since day one.
Aaron, I'm curious about your journey, specifically because the weighted blanket space is relatively crowded. When you sort of started Hush Blankets and began innovating around the space, what was it that drew you to the platform to be able to create a product that stood out?
In 2018, when we started, there was only a small 70,000 sellers on the internet. So we were like, well, it's not too crowded. But before we wanted to start, we said, first thing we wanted to do was say, okay, what is the demand? And we saw that there was over 300,000 searches for the term weighted blanket on the internet on a monthly basis. And this is 2018, so it hasn't even peaked yet. And we're like, well, we want to solve this problem for ourselves. I was an anxious sleeper. My co-founder was an anxious sleeper. We just would wake up, would have that tight chest pain. And we're like, okay, you know what? Someone else figured this out. So we spent I think it was $1,000, and we bought all the ones that we could find on the internet. And when they arrived, we realized that they were too small, that the weight distribution, you'd wake up and all the weight would be on your feet and your feet would fall asleep. You would turn and it would sound like a rain stick was in your bed. They were impossible to wash. And then the worst thing is they would overheat. So you'd wake up in a pool of sweat. And we're just like, what if we could make one that solved all those problems? And we've never made a product before. So I'm from Toronto, so we have this street where it's a bunch of fabrics and mills and people sewing custom suits. And we're brought in this sketch I made on essentially a napkin. And we're like, can you make this for us? And I remember this lady looked at us and she's like, impossible. This is impossible to make. Where am I going to get this fabric from? How am I going to get these beads? There's legalities. We don't have the machinery. And I was like, oh my God. This is impossible. And I remember my co-founder actually came to me and he goes, have you heard of Alibaba? He's like, there's got to be someone who can make it. And within 3 weeks, we not only had a working sample that solved all those problems, easy to wash, proper weight distribution, full-size bed, multiple colors, zipper tech technology. We were creating technology with the suppliers. And we launched our website and actually sold out from the first day for 26 consecutive months, just with one sample. In fact, we actually sold that sample because someone wanted it so bad. And that was all made possible because we were able to find a partner, really, who was willing to work with us on this crazy idea that we had that just didn't, a cooling weighted blanket sounds contradictory because it's a thick, heavy, 25, 35 pound blanket. How can it be cooling? Which is what every person in Toronto, where I'm from, said, but our suppliers along with us, were able to figure it out.
So having a really solid partner to work alongside with and innovate with has been really key then, is sort of what you're saying, right?
And being able to talk to a lot of people at the same time. Because sometimes you go to one person, you say like, hey, like right now our best-selling product is our ice sheets, which is a cooling sheet that keeps you cool all night long. The amount of suppliers it took us to find the one to say like, you're not crazy, we can actually make this happen. And like invest into our business with us and send us the samples. And that's only possible in a marketplace environment. If we were only given one person to work with and that one person was like, no, not possible, then our whole business ends right there. But you know, over the years, we've been able, like we work with over 20 different suppliers now. A lot of them actually work together, which is something I never would have thought of on day one, like sending stuff to the other one to work. Like if we're short on bamboo here, they'll send it to the other one. Like it's really such an amazing ecosystem, but it's only made possible in a marketplace environment.
And Ron, I know that you have a really unique proposition with your total body bar. I'm curious about your journey to innovate in the space, because again, the home fitness space is pretty crowded, and you know, we've all been home for the last 3 years, and most of us have started a routine and then been like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen for beyond that. What's been the secret to your success in terms of partnering with Alibaba.com, and what's your experience been with working alongside these folks as partners?
That's an extremely good question. First, I want to say thanks for having me here. I feel really blessed to be here. But my experience with this whole entrepreneurial thing, I believe I was born to be an entrepreneur, first of all. But I was born and raised in the ghetto, and I felt like I was stuck. And I had all of these great ideas, but I didn't believe they could go anywhere. So for years, I would have these ideas, and I would put something together and I would use it myself. And I remember several years back, I had an idea and I told a friend of mine, and he developed the piece of equipment and he sold it all over the world and didn't give me anything for my idea. And so I started thinking, maybe there's something that I could do that that's worthwhile. And so the next step was I developed a piece of equipment that I started using, didn't tell anybody about it. And 2 years later, somebody else developed it. And they took that piece of equipment all over the world. That happened to me about 4 times. But I didn't have anywhere to, a partner or anybody to help me take it from where I could create it and help me develop it and then distribute it. So several years back, I developed a piece of equipment that we went through Alibaba. Somebody introduced me to Alibaba, and Alibaba introduced me to a company in China. We got the patent on the piece of equipment, and it just blew up. And so probably the last 5 to 7 years, I've developed 3 or 4 pieces of equipment that we've patented, and we've sourced it through Alibaba, and they've been a great partner for us. And you know, through COVID, we went through this slump. I mean, so many different things happened. We had, you know, our from the shipping, from the very start to the shipping to all of the metals going up in price, gasoline, everything. So we ran into a really hard situation. And if it wasn't for Alibaba, I don't know if we would still be in business today. They did something for us that was a real blessing, and they partnered with us in such a way that it was so encouraging that it thrust us forward and everything turned around. And I just want to say thank you, Alibaba.
Well, I was going to say, we saw you appear in a bunch of the videos, and I know that you have something coming up later today or tomorrow, right? To talk more about sort of your experience?
Yes.
Well, we're going to look forward to that, and I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm curious, how have you used the Alibaba.com platform to develop or innovate in the space in terms of maybe it's, you know, working with a partner who was like, actually, I have a really good idea for how this could work or how we could manufacture this. Have you had that experience?
Well, actually, one of the things that happened is I tried to source several of the pieces of equipment that we designed in America, in Mexico, and in different places, and it just wasn't marketable. It couldn't be scaled. And when I went through Alibaba, they helped me to find partners in China and in different places so that the cost was low enough that it made sense to actually produce the product.
And that's a crucial portion of the business, especially when you're talking about home fitness.
It's life or death.
Right, right, absolutely. Well, I want to move on to Joseph, actually, because he's got a really interesting, innovative product. Joseph, tell me about Revert Technologies and sort of your path to connecting with Alibaba.com.
For sure, yeah. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to you guys a little bit about Revert. But yeah, we have a product which is a smart AI-enabled power strip and power outlet. And so what we do is we track individual devices' energy usage, and we use an artificial intelligence to essentially tell you when you are wasting energy or when you're inefficiently using your electricity. And so we can help you tailor your energy usage on a device level to meet sustainability goals, to meet cost-saving goals, et cetera. And the thesis kind of our company was, okay, how can we have this really big, awesome software in the smallest hardware, the least kind of heavy intervention possible? And so, Ryan and I my co-founder and I are engineers by trade, but still with that background, finding an efficient hardware design, finding cheap electronics. There's a lot of knowledge that even when you have a background in engineering that you're just not aware of. And so I think staying nimble with our prototyping, pivoting, not getting stuck in one design was really important for us. And so working with Alibaba, it was really easy to prototype and to get things sent to us quickly and to test and to get it in front of customers and see, hey, does this work for you? Does it not? How do we make it better? Can we get new parts in? People, after a while didn't like the fire hazard electronics that I was making out of a shoebox. And there was a point where we needed to be more legit. How do we get certified parts? How do we get reliable parts, safety? And so I think connecting with Alibaba at that point in our journey was extremely helpful because it helped us get in people's homes, but it also helped us pivot and quickly iterate on our designs and ideas.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the safety part of it, right? Because when you're talking about electricity, here in the States, we've got a whole bunch of requirements that all of our devices have to meet. And then on top of that, we're facing a global climate crisis and trying to manage that at the same time. How have the suppliers at Alibaba helped you guys innovate in that space and make strides forward with your device?
Definitely, yeah. So I mean, for those in the electronic space and in any hardware space, you don't realize how many parts and how many pieces are required to make these products. And if you're going for certain certifications, especially in a commercial or consumer electronics field, you need everything to be certified to a certain safety level. And that's good. So, your consumer's house or the business that you're selling into's building doesn't catch on fire. It's very important. But it's really hard to get if you're going to try and custom build or custom make all of your components to get that certification. It's extremely engineering heavy and it can be extremely expensive. And so for us, it's really nice that we can work with suppliers that have parts that are already certified, that we can incorporate and put into our finished product so that we're already essentially, part way or halfway or most of the way there towards certification because we've been working with these suppliers that are already certified and that have safety kind of built into their parts for us.
And that's a huge benefit because then you don't have to get that UL certification or that additional layer, correct?
Yeah, and then we can get products into people's hands faster and help make a dent in their carbon emissions.
Did you have a similar experience with watch parts when you were starting to build out?
In terms of meeting
certain standards, meeting certain requirements, if you will?
I mean, nothing that was government regulated or anything like that, but when I make a dive watch, I need to make sure that it's going to be water resistant. When I make an automatic versus a quartz, so battery operated versus mechanical, it has to have a certain tolerance for accuracy. And my customers do wear these watches in the field. So it's women that are in the military, they're airline pilots, they're scuba divers, they're people that are relying on a tool watch. So we have a 3x quality control that we do with all of our watches before it gets out the door to a customer. And the first one is with our supplier. So they'll QC everything before they send it to us. And then we QC it on receipt, quality control it, and then there'll be a third quality control right before we pack it and ship it to a retailer or to a customer. So we have to incorporate all those checks and balances because we know it's a really hard product that's being used daily. I mean, when you're putting something on your wrist, you're sweating, it's hot, it's cold, it has to deal with all sorts of extremes of just daily wear. So we have to make sure it holds up.
If it's my watch, I'm constantly banging it into things.
I encourage you to test ours. I think you might be surprised in a pleasant way.
Well, and how do you think that working alongside Alibaba.com has helped you reach the level of success you're at? Because now, you can find your watches in places like Macy's, you're sort of direct consumer, but also in major retailers.
Yeah, Alibaba has been partner from day one. There's no way that I would have been able to figure out how to do this without that platform. I had this idea because there's so many watches that are out there that are designed with men in mind. Women and watches don't really always go together. So, and when they do, typically a watch company prescribes to this archaic idea of let's just pink it and shrink it. And that really doesn't play well with a female consumer. So when I went to companies saying I need a 40 millimeter watch, which is about the size of the one I'm wearing right now, which is big for a woman's watch, but then I also need an internal, like a diver's bezel or a rotating chapter ring, and I kind of described these things that I want to make into this watch. I was often, they were saying, so is this like a man's watch? And I said, well, no, we're gonna market it to women. It's gonna be a woman's watch, but we're not gonna reinvent the wheel. We're just gonna redesign it. And because of the amount of suppliers that were there and on the platform and that were not only verified, but they knew what I was talking about and how I was talking about it and why I wanted it. Those were the suppliers I chose. And much like one of the other entrepreneurs were saying, I still use the same suppliers that I used with on day one, 17 years later. And it's a fantastic relationship. I know his family. I've seen his son grow up. He was virtually at my wedding. I mean, it's a friendship. And so without Alibaba and meeting the suppliers that I've met, I wouldn't have a business.
So it's nice to have someone that speaks your language, if you will, right? Being able to understand the subtleties of watch language in and of itself. Absolutely. And translate it into something that your consumers really want.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And Chris, I'm curious about your experience because you've seen tremendous growth in your business. How do you think that the partnership has helped you innovate in terms of being able to meet those needs and change the way you think about this kind of cool game that you've created?
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing for us was innovation over the past 6 years. We don't want to be the company that keeps selling the same product over and over and over. So about once a quarter, we'll actually meet with our supplier and they'll pitch us on a bunch of cool ideas that they're thinking about. So they've actually been really helpful in helping us roll out our pool version, our pickleball version. It's a full-on partnership. And for us, I went to film school. I don't know anything about manufacturing, right? So we found a perfect partner. They took a chance on us. I remember when we were first starting out, we had $20,000 to our name across 3 of us. Most of the manufacturers were asking for $200,000 purchase orders. I'd never even seen $200,000 at that time. We found one lady who was willing to take a chance on us. And we said one day we'll be the biggest company in your factory. And now we are. It's just been a great partnership.
And in terms of, you mentioned that your partner has helped you think about new avenues for your business. How invaluable is that for you, especially as you look to the future, especially as you look to goals that you may have for the company?
Super. I mean, one of like the hardest things about being an entrepreneur is we're so in the day to day, unless your company's massive, right? Like at my scale, I don't really have the benefit to look forward 12 or 24 months, right? It's always like what's going on today or what's going on in the next 4 weeks. These manufacturers are working with hundreds of different companies. So they kind of have the foresight of saying, hey, this product's coming out in a few years. Maybe you want to start looking at it. So now we have a product team that's working around the clock trying to develop new products. We'll then take it to a Dick's Sporting Goods or a Walmart and say, hey guys, in 12 months or 2 years, we'll have this game for you. Do you want it? And we'll build it in partnership with them, which is pretty awesome.
Well, and being able to scale at that speed has given you the ability to be in places like Walmart.
100%.
And how key was that to really launching the business?
Yeah, it's been ridiculously key to like, it's unbelievable the speed that they work at and the lead times that we give them. And it's just every time we're like, hey, here's another 30,000 unit order. And they're like, okay, only 15 days. And it's like, that's crazy. So our support, like Dick's, Walmart, they're very blown away at the speed that we could get them product. And normally they're talking 6 month or 12-month turnaround times. And we're talking 2 to 3 months, which has been great with our partner.
And I'm curious, Aaron, about your experience with Hush. You mentioned initially going to someone and being told, you're crazy, you can't do this. And then coming across Alibaba.com and being like, oh, wow, this is actually an innovative way to do this. When you're working with your partner, how has it helped you create new products or think about sort of your clientele or your consumer differently?
I mean, we're very fortunate. We have like a really good partner in the sense that they're always looking out for our business, and we've been super fortunate to become one of their bigger customers over time. But I remember when we started Hush, I was living in my mom's basement, and like she would complain because every day there'd be boxes from like DHL that arrives. And I'm like, well, what's in the box? It was like Christmas, and it would just be another sample that like my supplier created and thought that would be interesting. And like 99 times out of 100, it would just live in my parents' basement, and it still exists there. And it's just random stuff. But there's certain moments where they might be off, but it sparks another idea.
Right.
And I remember like we launched a Kickstarter out of Canada. I mean, most Kickstarters launch out of the US. So we had a top 10 Canadian Kickstarter of all time. And if anyone's familiar with Kickstarter, you know that at the end of the campaign is when people actually pay. So it's like a pledge, like I'm going to pay, and then at the end they actually put their credit card in. And it's a cool moment for the brand because, as we all know, perfect time to upsell. Like that's where you can make all your money. So we had this brilliant idea of photoshopping the word, like we went on Google, typed in sheets, gray sheet, photoshopped this image with our logo on it, threw it up on Kickstarter at the end and said, we're also going to make cooling sheets. We've never even told our supplier we want to make cooling sheets. Like it was just like
So wait.
shot in the dark.
You went to the market with just an idea with no product?
Well, it's Kickstarter. Like, come on. So, it was in the last moment, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just do it. We had 15,000 backers, 7 countries. Like, worst case, we just like give everyone their money back. We don't do it. So it wasn't that much of a risk. And much to our surprise, we had 65% of all backers buy the sheet.
Wow.
It was like a moment where we celebrated, but it was also like, oh my God.
Now, how am I going to make this?
So we just made a huge promise. But looking back, so many other partners would be like, we don't make that. Why would you say these things? Like, this is impossible. Our supplier took the polar opposite approach and sent us 2 first-class tickets to China and was like, you're going to come here. We're going to make this sheet.
Wow.
And we had like 3 days. So we flew to China. As 3 days, that means like essentially 2 days is gone in travel. We spent 14 hours with our supplier I've never even seen I don't even know how to make a sheet. Like at the time, I didn't even know the sizes of sheets, right? And our supplier sat there and he brought in friends from other factories who make sheets. And we had like a brainstorming session of like 20 people. We ended up making this sheet, and fast forward, 20, 30, almost 36 months since that moment. In Canada, it's the most reviewed sheet in the country. It sells 10 times as much as any other product we sell. And it's won like 7 or 8 awards, all from like that moment of us taking a chance and then our supplier being there to support us. And like looking back, it felt so normal. I'm like, of course you're going to support us. I'm bringing all this money. But like now, like hindsight, I'm not 23. We were not bringing much money. Like that was like $100,000 PO. We were coming in with like Charlie's golden ticket, you know? But for him to take the chance, and now like we take up 75% of their production time. It's like their best performing product. And like it was a big moment for us. So like having that relationship was really key.
So they also had an opportunity to see your vision as well and support it at the same time. You know, you came in with this idea and they were like, okay, we see a path forward for this that's going to be successful. And you guys recently did a branded joint thing, right? Like, I can't remember which company, who you...
Paw Patrol?
That's it, Paw Patrol. I don't have kids, sorry.
Me neither. Yeah, we've done so many like different collabs, and like it's crazy to us like how difficult, maybe not in the US, but I'm from like Toronto, like how difficult it is to even make a custom box. Like it takes a week. And we're at the point now where like I can WhatsApp my supplier and probably get a rendering before we eat lunch, and then most likely get a DHL tracking number before the end of today. And it's so impressive, but there's also like a level of urgency because the relationship has been built. And like I remember early days how expensive it was to ship a sample. We sell 30-pound blankets. Like it was like, oh my God, $120. Like I got a DJ on the weekend to make that. Like it was so stressful. But having a supplier now who's there, just like, yeah, we'll send it to you because we know that there's value in this, is really, really like important to us. But it also shows us that like we can scale confidently now because we know no matter how big and crazy our ideas get, our suppliers will be there and support us. Because like, I mean, you know this really well. Like we got a PO, like early days, it was like a $2 million PO. We celebrate always right away, like instant, like everyone's like high five, chest bombs, like we're going to be rich. And then we are like, holy, how are we going to fulfill this? Yeah. And we've had suppliers in the past be like, no, sorry, can't get it. Like just, and then there's certain suppliers that just stand up and say, you know what? We'll make it work. We'll get it for you the way you want it.
Even like payment terms, like that's been really helpful for us, is like as we've moved from a D2C business to a retail business with net 90 and net 120 terms, the flexibility, them working with us in a true partnership where in the early days it was cash on delivery immediately, we need this, and now we're floating payment terms. It's letting us build the business, and it's just a level of understanding.
Yeah, being able to tweak almost in real time at sort of the speed of innovation. Ron, have you had a similar experience where you've had to sort of quickly innovate and rethink something? I know you mentioned that you had a bunch of ideas that had either been stolen or you know, taken by other folks. When you're working with your partners, have you found that they've helped you innovate just to keep up with the competition in the space?
Well, one thing about the partner that we have in China is that was a big concern of mine. Not only that, you know, because in my past I had products stolen, I was concerned about, you know, we were actually in the process of patenting our product and sending this product out of the country. I was concerned about it being stolen. And so we actually flew over to China, and the partners that we had there, they assured me that they would protect the product. And so that was a great experience for me to be able to sleep at night thinking somebody's going to take my product, they're going to be selling it in all of these other countries, and we won't even know about it. So I'm on the, you know, my wife, she went on the computer and started searching other countries to see if they had our product. But Alibaba has been a great partner in that way, that they connected us with integratable people that we work with.
Well, and when you think about putting a product out in the market, it is a little bit like, you know, putting a child out there. You're like, I hope it does okay. I hope it like takes off and walks and nobody steals it or, you know, makes, you know.
Those are exactly my words. I said, this is my baby, and I don't want to just let anybody babysit it, or, you know, because so many things could happen. So when we put the product out there, you know, we were going through the patenting process, and they said it would take a short period of time, $10,000 to get it done. $80,000 later, and 2 years later, we're promoting this product and I don't have the final patent.
Wow.
So that was a really scary thing for us because my baby is out there. But it was protected by the partners we had through Alibaba.
And tell me about that trust. Tell me about how important that is for you, especially as you look to scale your business.
Well, it's important because the creative side of it, that takes brain power and bandwidth. And so that part of my brain can, because I'm a creator and I have several people working with me that do the logistics, but it takes pressure away from me so I can be creative and think and be able to work more efficient and effectively. So it's, for me, it's a big deal. It keeps me from aging.
Yeah, your kids keep you young, right? That's the idea. Your products keep you young.
That's the whole idea.
Putting it out there, yeah. Joseph, as you think about especially this idea of trust, right? Trusting a supplier to give you product that works for what you need, but also meets, like we talked about before, those stringent requirements. How important has that been as you've sort of shifted your own business model? You mentioned when we spoke before that you were initially going direct to consumer, but now you're sort of rethinking how you're working in the space.
Yeah, we're trying to kind of get into the B2B space, and so the requirements for those are different. And so it's really important for us to kind of be able to pivot quickly and to work with suppliers that we have to make certain that when we're ordering thousands of products for a big business that we're getting reliable and safe parts. And I'll also just touch upon, it seems like people have had a really good experience visiting factories, abroad. And we haven't been able to visit factories a lot because of the pandemic and things like that. But we've still had really, really good experiences even without going directly to factories. I think a lot of the suppliers on Alibaba.com are savvy enough with the website or through messaging apps to send us videos, send us pictures of products. Anytime we have questions, to being very responsive. And I think from our experience, although you always want to go to the factory just to make sure everything is good, the suppliers that we've worked with have been really helpful in that regard and making sure that things are on the line, they're going well, everything is up to code and looks good.
Do you think you'll take a trip to your supplier anytime soon?
I would love to. My co-founder has some family in the China area, so we have some suppliers there. So luckily he can translate for me, even though I'm sure there's not that huge of a language barrier, but would love to be able to get the chance to go over there.
Well, and he was the one who actually first introduced you to Alibaba.com, right?
Yeah, so my co-founder actually worked for Alibaba North America a little while back. And so, even though he left the company to start his entrepreneurial journey, he left with, such a good idea of how this product, Alibaba.com's product works, how it's beneficial for startups. We've only had 2 full-time staff for the past couple of years. And when you're a small company and you have 1,000,001 things to do, the amount of time and effort that's saved from working through Alibaba.com, the amount of knowledge and resources that these suppliers can share with you. We just had a recent experience where our manufacturing time was a lot longer than we wanted it to be, and it was because a part that we were getting supplied through a factory in China wasn't fitting exactly the way we wanted it to. And so, talking to them, and they basically suggested a different way for us to do things that we didn't even know, and it cut our manufacturing time in like half of the time that it took before. And so, yeah, I think, leveraging his experience, leveraging the ease of getting on the platform as somebody who was new to it was really helpful and important for us as a small team, as a team that really needs to work quickly and get products out as fast as we can.
So it's really about collaboration. And Abingdon, I'm going to come back to you with the next question, especially with speaking to a group of entrepreneurs, small business owners. What advice would you have for someone that's out there looking to partner up with Alibaba.com? What learnings did you take away from the collaboration?
So I talk about this a lot on the company YouTube channel. So if you want to learn more about the experience of the last 17 years, the conversations that I was having in 2006 with suppliers is very different than the conversations I'm having today. So my biggest piece of advice or thing that you would want to remember in everything that you're doing when you're researching suppliers, when you're contacting suppliers, is the word negotiate. And as a first time, when I had, for example, the watch box that I needed to also have made, the minimum order quantity of the MOQ of a watch is roughly 300 to 500 pieces with most suppliers. But for a watch box, it's around 3,000 pieces. So imagine having this great idea of starting a watch company, and you're like, great, am I even going to sell 300 to 500? And what am I going to do with the rest of those boxes if I don't? So not knowing that I could negotiate and say, you know what, this is the first time that I'm working with you. I want to ensure that the quality is good. I want to ensure that our relationship is good, that you're timely in communicating back to me. Why don't we start with a first order of 500, and then the second order, we'll talk about an MOQ of 3,000. And if you can be a little bit street smart and do a lot of research online, just with what your product, how you think your product is going to do in the market, and then take that information and have that dialogue, build that relationship. And when it comes to, the brass tacks and putting down money and everything, then maybe have a little bit of negotiation for where you're at in your business. Because had I known to do that at the very beginning, I probably wouldn't have had 3,000 boxes that I went through for the first few years. And now, 3,000 is not a big deal for me, but when it's a brand new supplier that I've never worked with, I still ask for a low minimum on the first order. And I just want to establish that it's going to be a good relationship with a new supplier, so.
Right, that it's going to meet your needs.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Chris, what would your advice be for somebody getting into this space or looking at partnering with Alibaba.com? What learnings did you guys take away?
Yeah, well, that was so well said. A lot of the same mistakes that we've made, but I think one of the biggest things would be, one, to just get started. You're going to be, I talk to so many entrepreneurs that are constantly planning this big vision, this big dream. 5 years later, I find them and they're still dreaming. You just got to get started, and you learn you're never going to be perfect. We're still making mistakes 7 decades later, right? Like, it's crazy. But I think, one, knowing that negotiation, you're not a bad person for negotiating. Sure. I always used to feel bad trying to get them down $1, get them down to $5. Like, math doesn't lie. Right. If the math isn't mathing, then the business isn't going to work. So I think what we did really badly to start the business was we accepted a very high cost of goods, and it forced us to sell this product at a really high retail price, so we were profitable. And now our COGS are 300% less than what we started with. Wow. Just because we had an open dialogue, we started moving units, but also not accepting these massive purchase orders just because you're saving a quarter or you want to save some money on the COGS. Like, start slow, prove that you could actually sell the product, and then you could always make more inventory. The inventory is not going anywhere. So don't try to stock up on all this like it's a hurricane's coming.
We don't need a hurricane to play crossball, right?
Exactly.
Cross net. We don't need that. And I think that's a good point in terms of being, dollar smart, right? Looking at where you are and what you need. Aaron, what about you guys? When you think about advice that you wish you had had when you first started out, what does that look like? What advice would you like to give to these entrepreneurs who are looking at this?
I mean, when we started, I didn't know, I didn't come to conferences like this. I didn't know that there was other people doing it, really. I didn't understand. I was really young. Most of my friends were in university. I dropped out. It was a super lonely environment. So I kind of just had to figure it out on my own. But the biggest tool that we've used in sort of our negotiation was, you can fight on price all day, but then you might lose a little bit in your quality. And there's so many things that happened, is one, really understanding the raw costs of these products, because when we were our early days, our supplier could just be like, hey, this is the price. And we'd be like, awesome, I guess. And then you try to sell it for this crazy price. And like over the years, we started to talk to even some competitors and just starting to understand like, hey, like, our product is genetically made a little bit differently, but what does it cost you? And there were some times where, like, for example, like when we launched our pillow, there were some times where I would speak to my friend who was selling a complete different pillow, but still a pillow, and his cost was 1/10 of our price. Wow. And I was like, I don't have diamonds in my pillow. What is going on? And I just didn't know that. And then I went back to my supplier, and then I got a quote from another supplier, and they made an equivalent sample. And then my supplier just matched it. They're like, oh, sure, you should have just asked us. I was like, I've been asking for 4 years. But, like, it's once I was educated and I started to understand the process, our negotiation was always talk to multiple suppliers, get multiple samples. Because the one thing is if you're not a product, like now I know everything about sheets. Like I'm like a psychopath in the hotel room, like ripping the tag, like looking at it like, this ain't good thread count.
Quality sheets or not, right?
Yeah, but early days, I didn't know. I was just like, okay, this is what they say it is. I need to take it for what it is. And talking to other suppliers, getting samples, and then really conferences like this where everyone in the room is sourcing something, whether it's in your niche or not. And you start to realize that there's opportunity to negotiate, there's savings to be had, learning even like shipping routes. There's so much opportunity. Obviously, like we know it now, but early days, we could have saved millions of dollars if we knew what we know now. And the biggest tool is simply just asking other people who are in the space and then taking a little bit more time to actually build multiple relationships. Like we have relationships with 7 or 8 different suppliers. We have relationships with suppliers in China, Cambodia, Vietnam, India. Like they're all do things a little bit differently, but in some cases you need this type of stitch, this type of fabric, this type of sourcing. And in the beginning we had all eggs in one basket, and we lost a lot of opportunities by not talking to other people, building that opportunity, like building that leverage for us to go and negotiate.
I think that's really wise advice in terms of like learning your market, learning your product, and knowing where those places are that you can negotiate. Ron, I know that your journey has been a little bit different in terms of coming to this point. What advice would you offer to folks getting into this space, specifically from your perspective?
Well, from my perspective, this is probably something that everybody doesn't really know, and that is I'm a 21-time world champion in natural bodybuilding. But with that being said, I started a gym. Oh, thanks. But with that being said, I started a gym facility, and I wanted to be that one-stop shop where you could come to this facility and you could buy products that were healthy, that were going to increase life and longevity. And I wanted to be that one-stop shop where you could come there and trust what was actually being distributed out of my place. And so what Alibaba has created for me is that same type of feel, that if you partner with Alibaba, everything has been vetted, and they know the people that they're connecting you with. They don't just have an acquaintance with them, but they know who they are. They know that you're going to be protected. And so that's one of the reasons that I really trust Alibaba. So that would be my reason to recommend Alibaba to anyone else, because it's like we have the same core, and you want to have somebody that you can really trust. And I would say Alibaba's that.
And have you had a lot of sort of knowledge transfer between other entrepreneurs that you've met, either through events like this or, on the platform, where you can say, I'm in the same space, these are my takeaways, these are the things you should know if you're going to go down this road?
This is my first Alibaba.com event, but I've gone to other venues and they probably didn't like it, but I would recommend Alibaba. When they ask the question, I just honestly answer it. So, yeah.
Joseph, how about you? What in your journey and in Revert Technologies' journey, what would you say the biggest takeaway has been, the biggest learning that you'd like to share with the audience?
For sure. I think one, if you're a 21-time world champion, it's probably a good thing to go into business and what you do. Unfortunately, I'm not, but I think definitely being bold and not being afraid of your competition or what else is out there. You're going to be successful at what you do if you do something different, if you're passionate about it and you have the want to actually succeed. So be bold, go in a direction that you think others might not, even if it's scary, even if there's a reason other people aren't going in that direction, you can be the one that makes that path. And also be okay with not knowing everything. You are not going to know everything at all. And this is coming from somebody who really, really thought that I knew all that there is to know about running a business and doing technology and things like that. Ask for help. If you're on Alibaba.com, the suppliers are extremely knowledgeable and extremely helpful. Just ask questions, even in your own everyday to day. Ask other entrepreneurs who have been there before you. Asking for help, being vulnerable and honest about where you're at can only help you on your journey and help you get to a better place for yourself and for your company. So.
How do you balance being bold with and going out there, going to market with something that you feel very strongly about, but also with wading into territory that you may not be familiar with? As Aaron said, didn't know anything about sheets, and all of a sudden, here we are. How do you kind of square that circle?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why it's really important to surround yourself with people who might maybe not necessarily have been there, but who can support you, and who are willing to tell you to keep going, even when you get a no from a customer or from an investor, from a contract or something like that. Having people in your corner to kind of push you through, and also just having a willingness to learn. I mean, nobody did anything important because it was easy. It was hard and people had to work through it. And so I think, just having the idea that yes, I can do this. And even though I might not know it right now, I will be able to get to that point is really important for entrepreneurs to keep reminding ourselves of.
Well, and share knowledge across the board, right? Because I'm sure just sitting up here, and I'm guessing maybe you guys learned something from each other too.
Definitely. I've been picking up tips all the whole time.
Well, I want to thank everyone for sitting in for this panel. I'm so grateful to my panelists. Thank you so much. And I hope you'll stick around for what's coming up next.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've seen some really good stuff so far. I feel like the new tech that we debuted, there's a lot in there that I'm really excited to take advantage of. Live translations, that's going to help me a lot in my daily work. But hey, exciting morning continues, and I am the guy stuck between you and lunch. But I promise I have something good to share. I want to start by talking about your sourcing behavior and explain a few key ways that we can help you all this September. First, I want to tell you a little story. They say that opposites attract, and they must be right. See, me, in every way, I am an impulse buyer. If I see something cool, I have to have it. Meanwhile, my partner is the opposite. When I see something that I want, she always tells me, oh, just wait until Black Friday. Or I'll just get it for you for Christmas. Even when I try to stock up on basics, What do I hear? There'll be deals on that later in the year. Let's stock up then. So naturally, I went down a rabbit hole doing all kinds of research, and I was wrong. It turns out that her buying habits line up with the rest of American spending habits. Over decades, consumers spend the most in Q4. Naturally, then I thought about all of you, our buyers, our suppliers, the extra stress on the global supply chain, managing your logistics, needing product to show up on time, and most importantly, having enough product to meet the demand that you see at the end of the year. So that's why, when I see questions like this, I get a big smile on my face. So what is Super September? Who here knows already? And don't worry, I won't call on you to say anything, but let's see some hands if you know what Super September is. Not too many, good. All right, so this is a good topic. So Super September is our annual event that is created to help you access the best prices on top products to stock up for that busy holiday season. It's that simple. It's designed for what you need, when you need it. And for the past few years, we've seen smart buyers take advantage of Super September deals to stock up. Let's see what this year is all about.
You are on a mission to save, to stay afloat in a highly competitive and volatile market. As the holiday season approaches, businesses around the world are gearing up for their busiest time yet. Walk with us into Super September 2023, the biggest B2B sales event of the year on Alibaba.com. Save on your costs with guaranteed lowest prices in the past 90 days, and up to $45 off on your first PayPal purchase. So you can stay cost competitive, increase profit margins, and improve your cash flow. Save your worries with fixed delivery dates and extended 60-day money-back protection with trade assurance, so you can manage your inventory and sales plans with certainty. Save your time with enhanced sourcing tools and services from product discoveries through supplier communications to delivery, so you can always have a tailored, efficient, and streamlined sourcing experience on Alibaba.com. Global B2B trading made easy with sure savings, smart sourcing at Super September 2023.
So this year, we've got 3 pretty amazing benefits for you. We've got competitive pricing to help you stock up in time for the busy holiday season. We also offer you peace of mind from extended protection through a variety of purchase protections that we offer on our platform. And last but not least, some of the tools that we previewed earlier today will be made available to make that sourcing journey even more efficient this year. Now, as all of you know, staying competitive, especially in today's environment, is incredibly important, right? And price is a really key factor. And we want to give you more opportunities to save this year. As you come to expect, Super September offered the lowest prices in 90 days across thousands of items. To add to it, this year we're offering some more money off when you pay using PayPal. For new buyers, for every $150 you spend, you'll get $3 off up to $45. It just presents great buying opportunities all around. And when you're sourcing, you also need to know that you're protected. That's something that we do best. One of the key reasons that buyers choose Alibaba.com is because we offer incredible protections for you, especially trade assurance. We know the last thing you have time to deal with is unforeseen issues. You don't have the time or the energy, frankly, to deal with product quality problems, delays, in addition to everything else that you busy entrepreneurs have on your plate. So trade assurance offers you that peace of mind. And this Super September, we're doubling that protection. You'll get 60 days of money-back protection with trade assurance during Super September. Recently, several buyers have actually told me directly the reason they initially felt confident in using our platform and sourcing through Alibaba.com was because of trade assurance. Now, they use it for every transaction, but what is it? Trade Assurance offers you protection from payment all the way through delivery. It starts with payments, where we offer you secure and easy transactions. We have a variety of payment options, including major credit cards and bank-to-bank wire transfers. Plus, we offer incredible payment terms like 30 to 60 days to free up that cash flow for you, which we know is important. By paying through our platform, we can offer you our money-back policy as well. If something goes wrong, say your item has defects or goes missing, we've got your back. We do this by holding your payment in escrow until you confirm receipt. Only then does your supplier get paid. And then there's our on-time delivery. You can track your shipment in real time, and if you don't get your order on time, you'll be compensated. Then lastly is our after-sales protections. We can help up to 1 year after your order is complete with certain issues that you might be having. So it's a robust set of protections. Now, you also just heard from our CTO. All of these groundbreaking innovations are coming soon to our platform. Now, some of it was a preview of the not-so-distant future. But a lot of those features will be available now. Things like image-aided keyword search, smart RFQ to help you more easily write those detailed product requirements, and even incredible auto-translated live interactions. It's a game changer for international communication. Then there's logistics tracking, so you can have a real-time understanding of where your shipments are. And then, of course, there's VR Showroom. You can see your supplier's space in great detail. And this is all designed to make your sourcing experience simpler and more transparent. So how can you take advantage of Sure savings through smarter sourcing this year? Well, let me dive in so I can show you just a little bit. Now, as you're navigating through our app or our website, all you have to do is look for the red super tags or these pink squares, which you can see on the screen behind me. You can find those tags on new and trending products, and you'll even find sections of our app tailored to your search and your buying history, so you can jump right into Super September buying. As you're browsing products, we've made it easier than ever to see the benefits you can take advantage of. You'll see callouts for trade assurance, low prices, on-time delivery, easy returns, and as you click each callout, you get more specifics around those protections and that pricing. Now remember, this Super September, you'll find our lowest prices in 90 days, extended trade assurance protection for 60 days, and even additional savings through PayPal. Now, this fall, there's even more ways for you to benefit too. In addition to these trending products, the smarter sourcing tools, and our low prices, we want to offer you more opportunities to find efficiencies and savings this fall. And that's why we're introducing Alibaba.com Business Plus. It's a new membership that only costs $199 per year, but it entitles you to several perks. Annually, you'll get a $100 platform credit that can be used towards your next purchase on Alibaba.com. You'll also receive a monthly $20 logistics credit to save on shipping costs every single month. You'll have access to a business analytics dashboard that allows you to track your sourcing costs and manage your sales margin. You'll also have free 30 days of origin warehousing to consolidate your shipments and help you save on storage fees. And trade assurance protection for 90 days. Which gives you a maximum peace of mind. So, an incredible offering that easily pays for itself, and you can sign up starting this fall. So that's Super September and our Business Plus membership. I hope you guys can take advantage of all of these amazing offers throughout September and beyond. What do you think? Good? All right, so with that, I said I stand between you and lunch. About 11:30, to the right of the registration desk, you'll see lunch boxes. They're first come, first serve, So grab one if you're hungry, enjoy lunch. And then around 12:50 this afternoon, if you could come back into this auditorium, and we'll start the second half of the day with some really exciting programming. So thank you very much. See you soon.
Lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products. My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo Chocolatier and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the number one thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service
should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on Logistics. Cello Square.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet high-def cosmetic finger sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line. I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process. Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet high-def cosmetic finger sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products. Because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line, I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
My name is Hannah Ulbrich. I own Copper Door Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. As an entrepreneur, I'm always learning. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I always try to put my community first. I've always loved coffee shops. I started working when I was 12 years old and quickly found out that I loved being part of the communities that coffee shops create. When I had a chance to buy Copper Door in 2013, I jumped at it. When I started, I really wanted to be a part of the community, be a part of everybody's first morning drink of coffee. I didn't have the money to start the company because I was a stay-at-home mom, but I went and got a bank loan and gradually started opening our coffee shops and expanding our wholesale across the United States. As a coffee company that has to purchase coffee from all over the world, we get our coffee from all over the world. So we have coffees coming to us from Africa, Costa Rica, Colombia, Sumatra, Brazil. We currently have some coffee from Mexico, Peru. Really what we're trying to do is find the best specialty coffees possible. 2020 really hit us hard when we had to shut down our coffee shops. We lost about 60% of our revenue. Our customers weren't coming in, they were staying home. And the same thing happened with our wholesale customers. We have wholesale customers in other cafes and restaurants and hotels. And with people staying home and being safe, we just lost so much revenue, and so did they. Our hardest, most difficult thing that we're dealing with is getting inventory into Denver at a rate that our customers and our clients expect. We've slowly been able to rebuild that. So our e-commerce went well above what we were expecting, and that's actually where Alibaba came in, is that we needed boxes with our brand that were lovely, that we were able to send to our customers so that they could stay home and they could still get our coffee. So I started using Alibaba in 2020 during the pandemic when I was having trouble getting supplies here in Denver. And I have a wonderful rep over there. Her name is Sandy. It's been really seamless. She's been able to just answer any questions I have. She's able to get me supplies that I need. She's also been able to send me samples and examples of the things that I want before I order them to make sure they're exactly what I need. No one can be underestimated, whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com. Like everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance has really helped on that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer. I added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way, you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that is one of the great reasons why I source on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. That way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
Doesn't even know he wants. He's that hungry. He was waiting.
Oh, sorry.
My name is Brandon Cavino. I am the owner of our business. I run it with my wife, Leali, and we own Nodnal Co. and Annie Boop Co. We started running our own business when my wife got pregnant with our first son and noticed a gap in the industry for premium quality baby bedding. So we began sourcing products on Alibaba.com.
He actually designed the first set. He just asked me, does this color look okay? I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect gender neutral color. Let's go with it.
Our other business is our party supply company. We both run both of the businesses from home, and we're home with our 2 boys every day. On Alibaba.com, we place orders anywhere from 1 to 4 times a month for both businesses. Trade assurance has been very helpful, and when we received an order of balloons that were the wrong size and color, with getting trade assurance involved.
Alibaba.com mediated it for us. They resolved it in our favor.
Trade assurance is by far the smoothest platform. Just knowing that both the supplier and ourselves are protected for the whole transaction. To have our kids close to us all day long is something we never imagined we'd be able to do, so we love all the time with each other that we have. Doesn't even know he wants. He's that hungry.
Hello, I'm Dr. Saeed Ibrahim, the founder of Springene. I established Springene back in 2012 in a small lab. And today our products are certified cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, USDA biopreferred, kosher, and halal, and have been granted a seal of acceptance by the American Dental Association. We sell our products worldwide, in United States, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And since the founding of the company, Alibaba.com has given us many new possibilities. I'm also proud of being one of 50 businesses chosen out of 12,000 applications to receive a $10,000 grant. Of course, we would use that grant to develop and launch new products. We are currently working on developing new oral care products as well as new line of natural and organic deodorants, soap, and skincare products. I have years of experience in oral health and have worked for a Fortune 500 multinational consumer product company. This is one of the main reasons I started Springene. I hope we can make healthy life easier for everyone, starting with daily essentials like toothpaste. We all know that most toothpaste contain animal-based ingredients, but this is a big problem for Muslims and vegans. How can we develop a niche toothpaste like a vegan toothpaste that meets the needs of people with different lifestyle, but is also healthy and safe? That's a question I think about a lot. To get there, I had to travel around the world to find solutions for sourcing high-quality ingredients. Once I discovered Alibaba.com and was amazed at how many options I had with suppliers from all over the world. We have a strict requirement for ingredients that we use in our toothpaste or our products generally. Therefore, when selecting our suppliers, we prioritize natural and environmentally friendly ingredients and whether the production process is sustainable. Even with such a strict criteria, Alibaba.com has found some perfect suppliers for us. What is exciting is that now Alibaba.com provides a truly immersive digital experience for everyone. I love this live streams of products and factories. It feels like we are really there with the suppliers. And some suppliers, they are the verified suppliers, which means they have been verified by an independent third party. And you don't have to worry about the report or the certification. Knowing I'm working with verified suppliers really puts me at ease. Nowadays, people are paying more attention to their health, and it has always been my mission to make better toothpaste for the world. I will continue to work with Alibaba.com to take care of people's oral health. The world deserves better toothpaste, and it deserves better digital sourcing solutions.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
They worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever.
I I was trying everything to reconnect with my own values of respecting nature. It was really tough. I grew up in Los Angeles by the ocean, and I've always had that connection, but along the way, I kind of lost it a little bit. When I was in Peru, we went to Machu Picchu, and before the guide left us, he said, here in Peru, we believe that if we take care of Pachamama, who is Mother Earth, she'll take care of us. And that was the moment. I felt like I was being taken advantage of by my need to be more sustainable. A lot of companies at the time were just greenwashing. And so I just thought to myself, you know what? If no one else is going to do this, then I have to. When I was coming up with a company, I thought, we don't have to sacrifice our health to save the environment. There are over 1 billion plastic toothbrushes that are thrown away in the US every single year. And that's why I wanted to produce bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes. When I first started, I did not know where to begin. How do I create a bamboo toothbrush? One of the top search results was from Alibaba.com, and that's where I started. Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process. The supplier that I did find, they helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish. The factory that we use is woman-owned, family-run. So for me, the relationship is so important. I think now more than ever, people associate themselves with brands that align with their values. The more I started talking about the mission, the values of the company and the product, that's when people started resonating a lot more. We have 6 causes: ocean conservation, save the bees, empowering women, LGBTQ+ equality, mental health, reform. We brought innovation through a sustainability concept. I'm hopeful that we do have a planet for our future generations. That's why we focus on every single detail in the supply chain, because for us, the earth is our focus. People see the vision and they are part of the vision. And I just can't stop. I know that I have to keep Mama P going and growing into the future.
It felt like such a big mountain that I had to climb to see success. There's a lot of risk, especially in the financial position I was in. I was making minimum wage. It was about 10 years ago that I first learned of pickleball. It's a sport that pretty much anyone can play. Nice shot. I consider myself a pretty athletic person. I did professional dancing. There's like these unspoken rules like there are in dance. The more you play, you'll understand there's a rhythm and pace. And if you go against that rhythm, pickleball is actually very difficult. But if you understand the rhythm and go with the flow, it becomes a very fun game that you can be exceptional at. Back then, we thought of an idea. Why don't we create our own paddle, since pickleball is the fastest growing sport right now? Because we were actually pickleball players, we couldn't get by with just, hey, this looks like a nice paddle, but don't play with it, it's really bad. Who could make a paddle that didn't just look good, but actually played well? We got a few dozen prototypes from Alibaba.com. We played with them, we tested them, the manufacturer listened to our feedback and finally came up with a prototype of a great, authentic paddle that we could use every single day. And so that was a full process of idea to testing, to working with the manufacturer and getting a prototype, to sending our feedback, and then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world. There's always a moment and risk when you start something new that no one's going to try. No one's going to buy. And that's it. My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited. He pulled out the product. Look at it. Can you believe it? This is amazing. That to me was a really cool moment, knowing that, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this. We can actually build a pickleball company. And that is where the process really began. Internet business and pickleball, these things make up a lot of my life. It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Adrian Granville here. Today is super exciting day because we're going to be talking about creating an offer that converts emails into sales. Super excited to talk about it. Pickleball really started to become a lifestyle. People are having a blast playing pickleball, making friends, and using our paddles, and we're a small part in their journey.
The first time I got
I know that I have
in Las Vegas for Alibaba.com's first ever in-person conference, Co-Create 2023. Behind me is the product wall. We have a bunch of different products, 28 of them, from different buyers and suppliers all across the world. We have products from weighted pom-poms to sustainable toothbrushes. And I'm going to take you over here to our buyer gallery story. Follow me this way. We have a lot to show you. So this is Will Meets Way. We have 25 different buyers where we are telling their stories, how they created their products using Alibaba.com. They have such amazing stories, such an inspiration. They wanted to create products that they were passionate about, and they were not willing to compromise. We have 25 of them, so inspirational. I'm excited to show you a couple specifically. Follow me this way. So Will Meets Way tells the story of buyers to create products that they need to fulfill their dreams, and Alibaba.com was able to do that for them. So here we have Matt with Crease Beast. He created an insert so that your Jordans don't get creases in them. I never would have thought of that, but how was it participating in this event?
It was great. Alibaba's doing a great job sponsoring, giving us opportunities to showcase our product, and we couldn't be more thankful to be here.
And how is it being at Co-Create? What are you most excited to see?
Just networking opportunities. Looking forward to meeting people who can help us advance our business, grow and scale, and that's what it's all about.
That's awesome. Well, we're really excited to show you more. I'm going to take you to some of our top suppliers next. This way?
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. My story starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me, as my father would often bring me home presents from his work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent beauty. And that's why I named my brand Paris Fit. After becoming a certified personal trainer, I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit to most businesses, including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing more customized fitness products, especially my premier product, Gym in a Box. My Gym in a Box product has also helped me secure a $10,000 grant through the Alibaba.com grants program. And I am proud to be one of the 50 entrepreneurs chosen out of the 12,000 plus applicants to receive this grant. The Alibaba.com grant helped me make more eco-friendly products to add in my Gym in a Box. It was amazing. I started working with Alibaba.com in 2018 using their RFQ function, and I received fast responses from multiple suppliers. This makes using correct suppliers simple, and ever since then, I've been using the same company for the last 4 years. I am very fortunate, as not only do I have reliable partners, but I was able to develop a close friendship thanks to Alibaba.com. This was beneficial to me as one of my suppliers was able to connect me with others who can help me expand my product line and build a beautiful brand. We source our suppliers using the verified supplier feature on Alibaba.com, and I highly recommend it for all entrepreneurs worldwide. I inspected each factory using the VR showroom function, which allowed me to view their equipment, product environment, and the production process. I would have never thought that my experience with an online purchasing platform would not only match my expectations, but exceed them. In the future, with Alibaba.com supplier diversity, I wish to reach more suppliers and to continue helping the lives of other people as they work towards achieving a healthier lifestyle. Thank you so much, Alibaba.com, for all that you have done with Paris Fit.
My name is Hannah Ulbrich. I own Copper Door Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. As an entrepreneur, I'm always learning. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I always try to put my community first. I've always loved coffee shops. I started working when I was 12 years old and quickly found out that I loved being part of the communities that coffee shops create. When I had a chance to buy Copper Door in 2013, I jumped at it. When I started, I really wanted to be a part of the community, be a part of everybody's first morning drink of coffee. I didn't have the money to start the company because I was a stay-at-home mom, but I went and got a bank loan and gradually started opening our coffee shops and expanding our wholesale across the United States. As a coffee company that has to purchase coffee from all over the world, we get our coffee from all over the world. So we have coffees coming to us from Africa, Costa Rica, Colombia, Sumatra, Brazil. We currently have some coffee from Mexico, Peru. Really what we're trying to do is find the best specialty coffees possible. 2020 really hit us hard when we had to shut down our coffee shops. We lost about 60% of our revenue. Our customers weren't coming in, they were staying home. And the same thing happened with our wholesale customers. We have wholesale customers in other cafes and restaurants and hotels. And with people staying home and being safe, we just lost so much revenue, and so did they. Our hardest, most difficult thing that we're dealing with is getting inventory into Denver at a rate that our customers and our clients expect. We've slowly been able to rebuild that. So our e-commerce went well above what we were expecting, and that's actually where Alibaba came in, is that we needed boxes with our brand that were lovely, that we were able to send to our customers so that they could stay home and they could still get our coffee. So I started using pandemic when I was having trouble getting supplies here in Denver. And I have a wonderful rep over there. Her name is Sandy. It's been really seamless. She's been able to just answer any questions I have. She's able to get me supplies that I need. She's also been able to send me samples and examples of the things that I want before I order them to make sure they're exactly what I need. No one can be underestimated, whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services. handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on logistics. Cello Square.
Global trade can be highly unpredictable, especially when sourcing online. You want your purchase to be secure, delivered on time, and in the agreed upon condition. Introducing Trade Assurance on Alibaba.com, a comprehensive purchase protection program that protects you from payment to delivery, so you can source for your business with confidence every step of the way. Trade Assurance covers your order made on and only on Alibaba.com, and you get compensated if the agreed terms are not met. Ready to explore your trade assurance protections? Pay with peace of mind, knowing all payments made through Alibaba.com are encrypted, secure, and can be processed as quickly as 2 hours. Choose from a range of payment options and currencies, whether you're paying directly or later with our flexible payment terms. Your payment will be held in escrow, meaning the funds will be released to the supplier after you confirm the order has been delivered in the expected state. Manage your inventory as planned, knowing your orders are guaranteed to be delivered on time. And in the unlikely event of any inconsistencies in delivery times, product quality, or other agreed upon terms, we will help you reach a satisfactory resolution, including refunds or compensation. Be extra assured if you need additional support. We bring it home with a range of after-sales services. The Shield logo is your cue to identify a trade assurance supplier. On a product page, look for Protection with Trade Assurance to see what's covered and negotiate with the supplier on specific terms. Keep in mind, you can only get protection with trade assurance on Alibaba.com when you keep all your communication and transactions with the supplier on the platform. Protect your online business from payment to delivery with trade assurance, trusted by millions of buyers.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized. Connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly identify suitable suppliers for your sourcing needs, we have grouped the verified suppliers into 3 service-specific types. Custom manufacturers, who provide dedicated production lines and custom design capabilities for high customization and specialization seekers. Multi-specialty suppliers, who offer low MOQ customization, end-to-end logistics solutions, and multi-category procurement for retail trend followers. Brand holders, who offer branded products and overseas distribution for brand dealers. All of them are industry experts with verified credentials and consistent product and service quality. You can find a verified supplier by searching for either products or manufacturers. Know what you want to source? Look for the Verified Suppliers filter when searching under products. Scroll down to find the supplier service type once you land on the product page, and check out the verification details from suppliers' company profiles. Got a product idea to build from scratch? All suppliers displayed under the manufacturer search are verified suppliers with factory inspection videos and reports, so that you can build new partnerships with greater peace of mind. With verified suppliers, sourcing online can be very easy, very certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today.
Now I'm going to introduce you to some of our top suppliers. They are the best of the best, top 100 in the industry. They're part of the Elite Partner event. You can find them on Alibaba.com by searching Elite in the search bar, and you'll see all their best. We have 4 categories: Smart, Trends, Breakthrough, and Sustainability. We're going to start with AirDog on the Smart. So hello, what do we have here?
Welcome.
Thank you for having us.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing amazing. I'm so excited to see your products.
Great. You know, I think like the winter is coming. Do you use air humidifiers?
I don't have one, but I need one.
Yes, definitely. That helps you beautify your skin.
Yes.
You know, so we have our AirDog Moe. This is our latest, newest humidifier. It's mist-free. So you don't really see any of the moisture coming out.
Right.
But actually, it does.
Okay.
You know,
you can feel it.
Yeah,
Feel it.
Wow,
Okay, yeah, I feel the breeze. It feels like clean air.
So you know, now actually the most problem for most humidifier is about the mold growth and also bacteria. So here we already did the experiments here. So you know,
soy sauce. Soy sauce in that. Okay.
Yes, you know,
what's going on?
I put the soya sauce into both of our humidifier.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you see this kind of traditional one. What you got
really
here.
Dirty.
And then you see that's what is coming out from AirDog.
So we have a filter in here.
So basically, actually, for the most traditional humidifier, what inside, and that's what comes out. But for AirDog humidifier, so we have a patented electrolyte module there, which kills bacteria and viruses. At the same time, it filters the air. Come out here. So that's why it gets a very clean and comfort moisture.
So everything you're taking in is clean?
Yes, exactly. Everything like, you know, you take in. It's
amazing.
All clean.
I need one of these in my apartment immediately.
Okay, put it on your shop list.
Okay, that is so cool. What else do we have?
So after that, then I'm going to show you our signature products that you know we have here. It's our AirDog air purifier.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see it's nice. We got the air goes inside.
Looks
from
very
here.
sleek.
Yeah, very sleek, and then goes in there. The clean air goes around the room.
Okay.
Right. And here, if you don't like a side vents, you can close them or you can open them.
Okay.
Yeah. And the nice thing about this one is it really works. That's the most important thing. Do you think the air here is clean?
I don't think so. There's too many people in here for it to be super clean.
Right?
So how does it work?
Yeah. So then let's see what's inside here.
Okay. So what do we have?
So first we have a few layers here. It's a pre-filter.
Okay.
This one removes the hair,
Yep.
and pet dander, the big stuff.
Okay.
And this one is the ionization wire, which ionize the air and then have it charged and then get all the dirty stuff to this part,
Okay.
which is the collecting module. And
that's where the dirt is.
That's where the dirt is.
Let's see it.
Now,
I'm scared.
let's
I'm
see.
scared to see what's in here right now.
Yes. So here you see,
Okay.
we have this one was new. It was just put on yesterday. But you
Okay.
see what we got here.
Oh gosh, that is what's in the air, people.
Yeah. See, I think
we need these in every room.
Alibaba should pay me to clean the
we
air
need these
here, right?
in our offices everywhere.
Yes. So you can see actually, that's all the air. If the air dog is not take them in, actually that will be your lung to take it in.
Oh, okay. So this is something you need in all of your rooms, in your homes. Keep the clean air. That's really crazy. I didn't know about that. Now I know. Now I need one.
That's right. That's right. Especially you live in New York,
in
right?
New York
Big
especially.
cities. Yes.
So how does the insides of it work? Can you show me?
So actually,
technology.
let's see here. So we put this back, and then we have something more extreme that we will show you here.
Okay, I'm excited.
Yeah. Okay, so let me see. Because we can't do a smoke, so originally we have a smoke video that we will challenge. But let's see, we can only, because of the alarm system, smoke alarm system here, so we can only show it on the screen to you. So what they are doing now here is they will light a smoke tablet. Okay.
Okay.
So the smoke tablet will be generate all the smoke.
Okay, it's filling up
inside the box, and they make it fill up the entire box.
Okay.
So after now you can see we almost can't see anything inside the box.
It's completely filled with smoke.
And what's inside this box is actually what we just showed you inside our air purifier. So now we turn on the machine. So you can see after 3 seconds, we start working.
Oh, it takes it all away in 3 seconds. That's crazy.
So
this is magic. Are you performing magic over here?
Right. It's all magic around the air dog.
That's amazing. Amazing technology.
Yes. And then what else is why it's so powerful?
Okay.
Well, maybe we can show you
here?
why it's
What's
so
in here?
powerful. Yeah.
Okay, I see a lot of purple lights, neon. What's going on in there?
Yeah, actually, this is the one that shows internal how our device works.
Okay.
Our air purifier is very different from the traditional passive filter. So this one is actually electrical filtration.
Okay.
So inside there, actually, what you just saw
So this is what I saw inside of there.
On the phone.
All these neon lights.
So inside there, actually, there's lots of plasma. These are the wire on the high voltage. It has a plasma.
Okay.
It helps to inactivate bacterial virus and then charge the pollutants, then make them all collected to our air purifier.
Okay.
So that's
high
why
tech.
Very, very high tech. And that's why it's called smart tech.
Okay.
And also the most beautiful thing is our collecting place is washable. So you don't have to buy the filters anymore.
Comes all together.
It's all sustainable. So we don't throw any wastable filters in the air, in the earth.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing, how it works for AirDog products.
Amazing. And what about these fans over here?
Yeah, I showed you our humidifier, showed you our air purifier. Now let me show you some of our smart fans.
Okay.
So
These are portable?
This summer, is it very hot for you?
Very hot.
You go outside, you do outdoor camping?
Yep.
Yeah, so that's what you need.
This is battery operated.
Yes.
It folds up, compatible, so you can bring it anywhere, which is so convenient. We always are looking for convenience now. This we need. It's actually a really beautiful looking product too. I love the color.
Hold it.
Sweet. Okay.
Hold it.
Oh, it's very light.
Yeah.
I need a little breeze right now because it is warm in here, so this is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, that's beautiful.
So very light and it's suitable for the outdoor camping.
You can bring it anywhere.
Yeah, you can
Don't need a plug-in, it's battery operated.
It's actually also rechargeable.
Okay, so super efficient too. That's amazing.
Very, very efficient.
Thank you for showing me all of these.
Yeah,
this is incredible.
Products,
very high tech, very exciting.
So now let's see our elite page on Alibaba.com.
So you can find AirDog on Alibaba.com. Type in Elite in the search bar and you'll see their page, all the offers that they have through Alibaba.com.
So go to the Elite page. You see this is the air purifier that I just showed you. And then these are also the extreme experiments, that we've been doing. See, just now this one is more. This uses the orange smoke, but you can see from the top, it's all very clean.
Yeah.
Right? So that's actually the, power of AirDog.
Okay.
Yeah, because this simulates the dirty air goes in and then clean air comes out.
So we can go to Alibaba.com to see all of these videos, see how the products work, get their best deals.
Get the best deal. And right now we have a special offer for the elite program, and also at the show you can get up to 30% off. So send an inquiry and then we can start from there.
Sign me up right now. I will be looking. That's
everybody
amazing.
can enjoy the clean and the comfort air.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. Thank you for your time today.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go to our next top supplier. Follow me this way. Let's go. So we've got a lot going on. I see. I love diamonds, everything's sparkly, so we're gonna go this way. Excuse me, everyone. Okay, we got a lot. We're crowded at Co-Create. Everyone's here. Everyone's out here.
We're sorry.
You're all good. No worries. So, hello. How are you?
Hi.
Anna. So we're here with Messy Jewelry. You can find them on Alibaba.com. Also offering all their best deals. How are you doing today? What is your manufacturing process?
Okay, level glow diamonds begin with a tiny diamond seed which is placed in a closed chamber through special method known as chemical vapor deposition. High pressure, high temperature. Even cartons are introduced to the diamond seed layer by layer, allowing it to glow over time. As you can see here, it is CVD and HPHT diamond rough. Yes, and then there will be coating to loose diamond. Loose diamond. This is loose diamond.
Oh wow, beautiful.
Yes. And then we set the diamond on the nice jewelry.
Okay. Oh my God, that's the process.
Yes.
These are beautiful.
Oh yeah.
I love the pink. Wow.
Pink diamond, and this is different shape of library glow diamond.
Okay, this is the diamond I want. So
Oh.
that's beautiful. This crown. Can I try this on?
Yeah, please. Okay, let
Oh my
me
gosh,
help you.
This one.
Oh yes.
All right, ready? I feel like a princess.
Okay, please help me.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, kneeling down.
I think this tiara perfect to you.
I feel
and
like
you
a
will
princess.
look stunning on it.
This is wild. All right, we're getting it secure.
Yeah.
Wow. This is top service right now. So, what are your perspectives on beauty?
I think beauty could never be defined. Just as basic jewelry, we hope to break the confine of concept. We encourage people to express themselves and follow their inner desire.
I love that.
We encourage people to embrace their unique beauty through different jewelry design.
Okay.
For example,
so this is my style, but I know it's probably not everyone's.
Yes.
So what else do you have here?
For example, there have two different styles. One is hip hop, it looks cool, and you will feel you're the superstar.
Right. Okay. Do we have some?
And this is a business style.
Okay.
It's elegant and it's perfect for daily use.
It's beautiful. I think
Yes.
we need to have someone try this on. Can we get a guest to try on?
Oh.
Okay. This is so cool. We're gonna get a little try on.
Please help me.
Is that a shark on there? That's so funny. So we've got the necklace and the matching bracelet. Wow.
And there's a ring.
Pinky ring.
And how about this one?
Okay, you're getting jeweled up. This is awesome. Wow.
And
got the full set. Okay, then we have a tennis bracelet. I'm gonna try this on for myself, I think. Oh, we have a guest. We have another person.
Yes.
You've got some good fashion style. Look at this tennis bracelet.
Oh yes.
Sunny, got a whole set. Okay, everyone's getting jeweled up over here.
Oh yes.
All the different styles. I love it. And the matching necklace. I didn't know you were modeling for the day. We're all modeling for the day.
Oh, and you have it studded out.
I know.
Okay. Let me know.
Okay, should we all stand together so we can show the different styles? Okay. We're all getting a little shot together. So we've got all the different styles. Messi provides all of the different looks for anyone. Here we are. Got the full sets. Okay, thank you guys so much for trying these on. There's one more thing I want to try on. This.
Oh, for sure. My pleasure.
Okay. Ready? Here, maybe take off the crown.
Ellen, 你要过来. Ellen, please help me.
Okay. Maybe take off the crown so she can put on the necklace.
Okay.
We're switching roles here for a sec.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Jeweled up. This green one really stood out to me, so obviously I have to try it on. Right? I love green. Green is my color, I think. I like to say. Okay, so necklace. Yeah, let's try on a ring. Can I try on a ring?
Yeah, you can try the ring too.
Get the matching set.
Yes, you look gorgeous on this emerald necklace.
Okay, this one? Middle's good.
Okay.
Here.
The next one?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a better finger.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Okay. It's a good set. Okay, so can I wear this for the day?
Of course,
is that
my
okay?
pleasure.
Yay!
And also to take this opportunity to invite all jewelry beauty to stay tuned for Missing Jewelry's upcoming Elite Partner event.
Amazing. This is top of the top
Don't
jewelry.
miss our discount.
Yes. Don't forget the deals that they have through Alibaba.com exclusively. Get your jeweled up. I'm going to go take this for the day.
Okay,
Thank you again.
see you
Now my
later.
outfit is complete. So we're going to head over to another top supplier. I feel really special right now. Thank you guys so much. This is crazy. I feel like I need like bodyguards or something wearing this. Got the green, got the matching ring. So right now I'm walking through the supplier center. We have so many different suppliers here. I'm going to be interviewing them tomorrow, but we're going to go over to another EPE partner over here. But yeah, so stay tuned for tomorrow for our other live stream. We've got a lot of talk to. So I'm really excited. Follow me this way. Get a close-up of the necklace. Tune in. Everyone comment what you think about the jewelry, what you've seen so far. We want to know what you guys are into. Okay, so we're here at Healy. They're our breakthrough product. What are you guys talking about over here?
We're just talking about how I believe that basketball uniforms in North America are the biggest thing.
Okay.
He seems to believe that soccer is on the come up and on the rise, and that's going to be the thing that ends up taking over the basketball culture across.
Interesting. Okay, so what are your thoughts on that?
I think because Justin is all the time he's telling me the basketball stuff is quite very big and popular, especially like NBA is
right.
big over here. But I just talked to him that we have something is new is happening, especially in the soccer things, especially when we have like a Leo Messi's coming.
Oh yeah.
So we
Everyone knows Messi.
Getting a lot of attention. So I think like soccer is going to be taking a new places here in the market.
Okay. Do you have any special products here that you can share with us?
Yes, I think like for example, when here we have one of the very special shirt.
Which one?
From from the middle of this mirrors.
Okay.
One of the shirt is actually the jersey that we make for the customer in Saudi Arabia. It's called Al Hilal Club.
Oh wow.
It's where actually like Neymar Jr. is being signed with them. Okay, so
those are the jerseys.
Yeah, that's one of the.
And you have them. You produce over 3,000 jerseys for different sporting clubs. And all customizable all over the road. This is top tier. Okay, so you're the expert. I want to hear a little bit more about your manufacturing process. So can you show me on the screen here?
Yes, okay. Yeah, you can have a look.
So here you can find them on Elite Partner on Alibaba.com. All the different offerings that they have.
Yes, and like for here, we are one of like a strategic partner for all kinds of top sports league, and we've been supplying all kinds of different professional teams around the world, and we have a very big like a capacity. So we are about turn around like 10 million clubs a year, and then already in the business for over 16 years. So also we have the RAF bodies and the BSCI. Yeah. And then, okay, so and from the factory, we are also one of the very innovative a sportswear company. So we're providing all kinds of very innovative 3D waving technologies, which is kind of like a very high breathable and lightweight fabrics. So
incredible.
So it's all kind of new and top in the tier in the business. So this is all kind of like a product range that we are kind of providing like all kinds of soccer wear and retro soccer wear and basketball wear that we do a lot for Justin and all kinds of sporting goods. And this is some of the global partners that we are doing this from Europe, Canada, and also another friend right from Canada.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you've got it all.
Yeah, so here we got all kinds of information, and this is some of our production facilities as well.
Amazing. So don't forget, go to Alibaba.com, type in Elite in the search bar, and you can find Healy on here, find all the deals that they have. I heard you have a special jersey for today to show us, the Co-Create jersey.
Yeah, so for this special event, we know that we're gonna have a special days are coming, so we talked to the team that maybe we can do a special jerseys with the Co-Create things going on. So then here we have this show to show you guys. Then we can the cities. Yeah,
awesome.
And then we're
Co-Create jersey by Healy. That's amazing. Love it. You really tied in the orange. I was scared about the orange. This is amazing. I love it. The design is great. And the material too. This is a real jersey. Like they are not messing around.
Yeah.
Love it. Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay. So we're gonna move to I'm gonna come back and pick that up though.
Yeah, no problem.
I want that jersey.
Yeah, just get here for you. Okay.
Next supplier, we have sustainability. I see some bags over here. And again, I love bags and clothes and jewelry. Everybody knows Rattan is in. This is so chic. So many different styles, sizes. This is amazing. All handcrafted. It looks like she's handcrafting over here right now, so I'm gonna go take a look. What do we have over here? Hello.
This is written products. I'm doing my written products.
Amazing. And you're hand weaving them.
Yeah, I do by hand. All the products we made by hand, handmade.
Okay.
Yeah, inherited from our ancestor. This is.
Wow.
Yeah, from the traditional with the modern design. Yeah, like this. Yes, traditional written products with the new leader, with PP. Yeah, this is a handbag, modern handbag.
Amazing. And what materials?
Yeah. More material. I'm doing my neck. Do you want to try?
Can I try? I'm gonna try it one-handed.
Yeah. This is
Okay.
not that much difficult.
Okay.
I will show you. Like check.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it here.
And then
one ring from here. Lip tight.
She's making it look really easy. I don't think it's as easy to make these bags as you're making it.
You can do it.
Okay, let me try. Let me try one.
So I will show you.
I'm not the professional.
Yeah.
So
Put it here, and take it tight.
Okay.
Take it tight, and then put it here.
And then you wrap it around.
Yeah, turn around. Turn around from this, from here.
Okay.
Yeah, from here.
We might need to leave this to the professionals over here.
You will. After practice, everybody can. This is great. Yeah.
It's really. This is my favorite kind of material. I have chairs made out of rattan like that.
Yeah. Maybe one day I will send you.
Yes, I would love that.
Yes, I do have a little one, and then I will send you.
Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I also heard.
You can take it. And
Yeah,
then
okay,
you
now
can
I got
take it. You got it.
So now we put it through here.
Yeah.
And then you make it really tight.
Yeah. Oh, it's because it's nature.
Because I pull
it's
it too
nature.
hard. I'm not good at this. Leave it to the professionals. I'm already ruining it.
Yeah.
Okay. We have another guest. Hi, Rachel. How are you?
Let me introduce you, Hannah. This is Rachel.
Nice to meet you. Can you please tell us your background?
Hi, yes. My name is Rachel. I'm an e-commerce entrepreneur, coach, and influencer.
Okay.
Yes, I've been working with Wayna to co-create a product, and I'm so excited to see it today.
Here, let me give you a little mic so we can hear you good. Okay.
Yes. Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm an e-commerce entrepreneur, coach, and influencer, and I've been working with Wayna to co-create a product, and I'm so excited to see it today.
We get to see it with you a lot. You've never seen it before.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, so I get to witness.
Unboxing.
Yeah, we talk on
This is there.
Alibaba with
Yes.
the Elite Partner event.
Okay.
They discover us and we cooperate and we discuss about the design of the handbag and he gives some idea and then we discuss a lot and then we make his own products.
Amazing. So we're going to see the reveal of this
It's
bag.
the first time we made on United States. It's really
It's an honor. And we're revealing it at Co-Create 2023. This is like the dream.
Yes.
Making the dreams
Super
reality.
excited to see it.
Okay, let's see. Big reveal.
Handbag we designed it for you.
Gorgeous.
It's so beautiful.
Oh my god.
I love that. It's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh.
Love.
I love the leather. Because we spoke about the different leather colors, and I was able to choose the exact colors that I wanted. And
Pink is having a moment.
Yes, it's
You
a
knew
pink
Pink is
moment.
having a moment. I love that.
Oh, it's so beautiful, and the material is so lovely. Thank you.
You have a good time.
I love that.
And this is the birth of Huantu. And Jenny sent it gift to you. It means this is written is Rachel. Yeah, R for you. It's for a little gift. She want me to send a gift to you and I want to put it on by yourself.
Oh, yes.
And I will take it for you. You may put it on. That's a gift.
Oh, this is so beautiful.
She's got her custom letter for her bag.
Yeah,
R for
for the
Rachel.
bag.
Everything is
that's so
customizable.
sweet.
That's what
Yes.
that shows you.
I love that we were able to co-create this product together.
Yeah, you may cut it. Put it here.
Now I want to order a bag.
Yeah, you may.
I want a bag now. I'm gonna order one.
It's so beautiful.
Okay.
Oh,
Stunning.
you.
Thank you for letting us share this moment together. I feel like I'm on standby over here. I'm like, I'm witnessing this. This is really exciting.
You're too much gorgeous because you are really.
Oh yeah, I know. It's weird. I'm like,
necklace.
Well, thank you so much. I'm gonna keep showing around this booth. But I'm so glad you popped over here with us today.
Thank you, Juana. I love my bag.
Now you get to strut it the rest of Co-Create. Oh,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
no worries. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we've got a couple other products in here. We got Tahu Snow Silk. This is 100% silk. It feels like butter. I want to sleep in it right now. Like, this is so beautiful. They've got slip dresses, robes, pajamas, headbands, scrunchies, anything you can think of out of 100% silk. We also have these silk scarves. So beautiful. So this is the trend, so everyone knows. Let me fold it up proper. Fold it up like a shirt. And then you can wear it like this with like jean shorts. It's really cute. I actually do this all the time with silk scarves, so this is the style. There's so many ways you can do it. Or you can wear it, just regular and even tie it with the bags. because everyone loves the silk scarves on the bags. They've already got some. So this is Tahoe Snow Silk, 100% silk. Great, great stuff. So I'm going to take you over here. Just another reminder, go on to Alibaba.com, type in Elite in the search bar, and you will find all of our top suppliers. They are the best in the industry, so you definitely want to check this out. We've got all of them listed here, all showcasing their best deals, so make sure that you check it out. And we're going to take you to the next section, so follow me, let's go.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processing, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produce bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
I worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever. It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
Global trade can be highly unpredictable, especially when sourcing online. You want your purchase to be secure, delivered on time, and in the agreed upon condition. Introducing Trade Assurance on Alibaba.com, a comprehensive purchase protection program that protects you from payment to delivery, so you can source for your business with confidence every step of the way. Trade Assurance covers your order made on and only on Alibaba.com, and you get compensated if the agreed terms are not met. Ready to explore your trade assurance protections? Pay with peace of mind, knowing all payments made through Alibaba.com are encrypted, secure, and can be processed as quickly as 2 hours. Choose from a range of payment options and currencies, whether you're paying directly or later with our flexible payment terms. Your payment will be held in escrow, meaning the funds will be released to the supplier after you confirm the order has been delivered in the expected state. Manage your inventory as planned, knowing your orders are guaranteed to be delivered on time. And in the unlikely event of any inconsistencies in delivery times, product quality, or other agreed upon terms, we will help you reach a satisfactory resolution, including refunds or compensation. Be extra assured if you need additional support. We bring it home with a range of after-sales services. The Shield logo is your cue to identify a trade assurance supplier. On a product page, look for Protection with Trade Assurance to see what's covered and negotiate with the supplier on specific terms. Keep in mind, you can only get protection with trade assurance on Alibaba.com when you keep all your communication and transactions with the supplier on the platform. Protect your online business from payment to delivery with trade assurance, trusted by millions of buyers.
3. Okay, we're here at the Learning Center. We can't go in right now because there's a session going on, but we have a guest here that's going to tell us a little bit about what's going on in there during Co-Create. So can you tell us what we have going on in the Learning Center?
Sure. So here at the Learning Center, basically this is a stage for our buyers to come in, sit down, and then learn anything about Alibaba.com. So previously, we've already covered trade assurance and also how you place an order and how to use Alibaba.com, for example. And later throughout the day, we're going to talk about some fancy stuff like the AI, the new technology of Alibaba. So buyers can absolutely learn a lot of the new exciting stuff from Alibaba, but also on top of that, we invited some speakers from our partners, and they're going to talk about their services. So our buyers are going to have a great time here learning a lot of the new stuff.
Okay, so for everyone at Co-Create, you can come here and kind of fill your knowledge about what Alibaba.com has to offer. So this is a really important center to visit while you're here. A lot going on, a lot of different speakers that are going to be your go-to people to learn about the tech. So next, we're going to be doing the big reveal. So follow me, you guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go. That was quick, but
okay.
My name is Hannah Ulbrich. I own Copper Door Coffee Roasters in Denver, Colorado. As an entrepreneur, I'm always learning. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, and I always try to put my community first. I've always loved coffee shops. I started working when I was 12 years old and quickly found out that I loved being part of the communities that coffee shops create. When I had a chance to buy Copper Door in 2013, I jumped at it. When I started, I really wanted to be a part of the community, be a part of everybody's first morning drink of coffee. I didn't have the money to start the company because I was a stay-at-home mom, but I went and got a bank loan and gradually started opening our coffee shops and expanding our wholesale across the United States. As a coffee company that has to purchase coffee from all over the world, we get our coffee from all over the world. So we have coffees coming to us from Africa, Costa Rica, Colombia, Sumatra, Brazil. We currently have some coffee from Mexico, Peru. Really what we're trying to do is find the best specialty coffees possible. 2020 really hit us hard when we had to shut down our coffee shops. we lost about 60% of our revenue. Our customers weren't coming in, they were staying home. And the same thing happened with our wholesale customers. We have wholesale customers in other cafes and restaurants and hotels. And with people staying home and being safe, we just lost so much revenue, and so did they. Our hardest, most difficult thing that we're dealing with is getting inventory into Denver at a rate that our customers and our clients expect. We've slowly been able to rebuild that. So our e-commerce went well above what we were expecting, and that's actually where Alibaba came in, is that we needed boxes with our brand that were lovely, that we were able to send to our customers so that they could stay home and that they could still get our coffee. So I started using Alibaba in 2020 during the pandemic when I was having trouble getting supplies here in Denver. And I have a wonderful rep over there. Her name is Sandy. It's been really seamless. She's been able to just answer any questions I have. She's able to get me supplies that I need. She's also been able to send me samples and examples of the things that I want before I order them to make sure they're exactly what I need. No one can be underestimated, whether it's a small local cafe owner or a business built up from nothing.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Paulsboro, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo Chocolatier and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want, as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
Okay, we're here for the big reveal, the Co-Create car. So now, about a month ago, we had you submit ideas for something we could co-create together, and we got so many submissions, it was really hard to decide. So we thought, let's just take all of them and make something big. We decided to make a car, and this is all different products sourced from Alibaba.com. We have a wheel that's a fish tank. There's some jellyfish in there. It's really wild. This is like out of this world ideas that you guys thought of, and we put it together. We made it happen in less than a month. So we got the wheels, fish tanks, and then back here we have a piano in the trunk. This is just something not based in reality. There's so much going on in here. We've got massage chairs for the seats of the car, which is something that I think I want in my car. Every car should have a massage chair. And then we also have a vinyl for the steering wheel, and this is even a pen. So everything was sourced from Alibaba.com. We took all of these crazy ideas and made it a reality. It's so awesome to see it come to life. This was such a cool project, and it was so fun seeing everyone's submissions. So we decided also, come over here. We have a little setup where you can submit more ideas using Alibaba.com. Type it in, gives you an image, and then it prints it out, and you can take it, cute little Polaroid, and put it on your Co-Create wall. We already have a ton of people that did it, so this is awesome. And then there we go. We got Mickey on a little ATV. So thank you guys for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow for our next live stream. We have a lot of cool stuff coming up, so see you then.
Hello, I'm Dr. Saeed Ibrahim, the founder of Springene. I established Springene back in 2012 in a small lab. And today our products are certified cruelty-free, vegan, gluten-free, USDA biopreferred, kosher, and halal, and have been granted a seal of acceptance by the American Dental Association. We sell our products worldwide, in the United States, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia. And since the founding of the company, Alibaba.com has given us many new possibilities. I'm also proud of being one of 50 businesses chosen out of 12,000 applications to receive a $10,000 grant. Of course, we would use that grant to develop and launch new products. We are currently working on developing new oral care products as well as new line of natural and organic deodorants, soap, and skincare products. I have years of experience in oral health and have worked for a Fortune 500 multinational consumer product company. This is one of the main reasons I started Springene. I hope we can make healthy life easier for everyone, starting with daily essentials like toothpaste. We all know that most toothpaste contain animal-based ingredients, but this is a big problem for Muslims and vegans. How can we develop a niche toothpaste like a vegan toothpaste that meets the needs of people with different lifestyle, but is also healthy and safe? That's a question I think about a lot. To get there, I had to travel around the world to find solutions for sourcing high-quality ingredients. Once I discovered Alibaba.com and was amazed at how many options I had with suppliers from all over the world. We have a strict requirement for ingredients that we use in our toothpaste or our products generally. Therefore, when selecting our suppliers, we prioritize natural and environmentally friendly ingredients and whether the production process is sustainable. Even with such a strict criteria, Alibaba.com has found some perfect suppliers for us. What is exciting is that now Alibaba.com provides a truly immersive digital experience for everyone. I love this live streams of products and factories. It feels like we are really there with the suppliers. And some suppliers, they are the verified suppliers, which means they have been verified by an independent third party. And you don't have to worry about the report or the certification. Knowing I'm working with verified suppliers really puts me at ease. Nowadays, people are paying more attention to their health. And it has always been my mission to make better toothpaste for the world. I will continue to work with Alibaba.com to take care of people's oral health. The world deserves better toothpaste, and it deserves better digital sourcing solutions.
It felt like such a big mountain that I had to climb to see success. There's a lot of risk, especially in the financial position I was in. I was making minimum wage. It was about 10 years ago that I first learned of pickleball. It's a sport that pretty much anyone can play.
Nice shot.
I consider myself a pretty athletic person. I did professional dancing. There's like these unspoken rules like there are in dance. The more you play, you'll understand there's a rhythm and pace. And if you go against that rhythm, pickleball is actually very difficult. But if you understand the rhythm and go with the flow, it becomes a very fun game that you can be exceptional at. Back then, we thought of an idea. Why don't we create our own paddle, since pickleball is the fastest growing sport right now? Because we were actually pickleball players, we couldn't get by with just, hey, this looks like a nice paddle, but don't play with it. It's really bad. Who could make a paddle that didn't just look good, but actually played well? We got a few dozen prototypes from Alibaba.com. We played with them, we tested them, the manufacturer listened to our feedback and finally came up with a prototype of a great, authentic paddle that we could use every single day. And so that was a full process of idea to testing, to working with the manufacturer and getting a prototype, to sending our feedback, and then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our now. Start something new that no one's going to try, no one's going to buy, and that's scary. That we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited. He pulled out, "Can you believe it? This is amazing." Really cool moment. We can actually build a pickleball company, and that is where the process really internet business, these life. It's a business that I love so much. What's up, everybody? It's Adrian Brambilla here. About creating an offer that converts email into sales. Super excited to talk. Become a lifestyle. People are having a blast playing pickleball, making friends, using their journey.
You source for your business, and you've put in the effort. Now it's time to find your success on Alibaba.com, a leading B2B e-commerce platform for global trading that connects you with more than 200 million products from over 200,000 suppliers in 5,900 categories across over 200 countries and regions. Alibaba.com comes in handy whether you're on PC or using the app, whether you're searching for products to resell or suppliers to manufacture your own. With third-party verified suppliers, you know what you see is what you get. Send out sourcing requests and get quotations from matching suppliers wherever you are. Check them out, connect with them, discover your next winning product with millions of video tips at your fingertips. Pay for your order with confidence, knowing that Alibaba.com supports multiple payment methods, encrypted and secure, so your data is safe with us. Track your shipment every step of the way, so logistical uncertainties won't get in your way. We know global trade can be unpredictable. Oops. That's why we provide purchase protection services across payment, shipping, and after sales, all powered by Trade Assurance. Alibaba.com is the place to go, whether you are a solo entrepreneur, a 4-person startup, juggernaut, or a franchise owner. Join the other 40 million active buyers on Alibaba.com and source from millions of offerings in an easier, more secure way. Oh, and stay tuned for 2 of our biggest annual promotional events, every March to discover new trends, and every September to stock up for the holiday season.
That is Brandon Casino. I am the owner with Cardinal Co. and Annie Boop Co. There's a gap in the industry for quality baby bedding. So we began sourcing products on Alibaba.com.
He actually designed the first set. He just asked me, does this color look good? Gender? Go with it.
Our other business is our party supply company. We both run both of the businesses from home, and we're home with our 2. On Alibaba.com, we place orders anywhere from 1 to 4 times a month for both businesses. Trade Assurance has been very helpful, and when we received an order of balloons that were the wrong size and involved.
Resolved it in our favor.
Trade Assurance is by far the smoothest platform we've used, and it really creates a piece of just knowing that both the did transaction all day long is something I never imagined we'd be able to do. So
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum
It
wage.
was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know.
And that's where our research, oh my gosh, we could.
No one else.
And that is where
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
actually source the products from Alibaba.
It was like lightning just struck you.
There's so much I would do it for free.
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. It starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me. Work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent a certified personal trainer. I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit to most businesses, including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing more customized fitness products, my premier product, Gym in a Box. My Gym in a Box product has also helped me secure a $10,000 grant through the Alibaba.com grants program. And I am proud to be one of the 50 entrepreneurs chosen out of the 12,000 plus applicants to receive this grant. The Alibaba.com grant helped me make more eco-friendly products to add in my Gym in a Box. It was amazing. I started working with Alibaba.com in 2018 using their RFQ function, and I received fast responses from multiple suppliers. This makes using correct suppliers simple, and ever since then, I've been using the same company for the last 4 years. I am very fortunate, as not only do I have reliable partners, but I was able to develop a close friendship thanks to Alibaba.com. This was beneficial to me as one of my suppliers was able to connect me with others who can help me expand my product line and build a beautiful brand. We source our suppliers using the verified supplier feature on Alibaba.com, and I highly recommend it for all entrepreneurs worldwide. I inspected each factory using the VR showroom function, which allowed me to view the product environment and the production process. I would have never thought that my experience with an online purchasing platform would not only match my expectations, but exceed them. In the future, with Alibaba.com supplier diversity, I wish to reach more suppliers and to continue helping the lives of other people as they work towards achieving a healthier lifestyle. Thank you so much, Alibaba.com, for all that you have done with Paris Fit.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products. Because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line, I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise. And it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends. So sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on logistics. Cello Square.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized. Connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com. Like everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance has really helped on that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer. I added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that is one of the great reasons why I source on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. And that way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
Global trade can be highly unpredictable, especially when sourcing online. You want your purchase to be secure, delivered on time, and in the agreed upon condition. Introducing Trade Assurance on Alibaba.com, a comprehensive purchase protection program that protects you from payment to delivery, so you can source for your business with confidence every step of the way. Trade Assurance covers your order made on and only on Alibaba.com, and you get compensated if the agreed terms are not met. Ready to explore your trade assurance protections? Pay with peace of mind, knowing all payments made through Alibaba.com are encrypted, secure, and can be processed as quickly as 2 hours. Choose from a range of payment options and currencies, whether you're paying directly or later with our flexible payment terms. Your payment will be held in escrow, meaning the funds will be released to the supplier after you confirm the order has been delivered in the expected state. Manage your inventory as planned, knowing your orders are guaranteed to be delivered on time. And in the unlikely event of any inconsistencies in delivery times, product quality, or other agreed upon terms, we will help you reach a satisfactory resolution, including refunds or compensation. Be extra assured if you need additional support. We bring it home with a range of after-sales services. The Shield logo is your cue to identify a trade assurance supplier. On a product page, look for Protection with Trade Assurance to see what's covered and negotiate with the supplier on specific terms. Keep in mind, you can only get protection with trade assurance on Alibaba.com when you keep all your communication and transactions with the supplier on the platform. Protect your online business from payment to delivery with trade assurance, trusted by millions of buyers.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
Prototype bag, it was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real. I made marbles for my kids as a way for them to design and create new characters based off of their imaginations. Each marble is completely compatible with every other marble, and each piece is modular to create new characters, new designs. My background is in industrial design, so I know a little bit of 3D modeling, I know a little bit of engineering. When it came down to it, looking at different websites, at different manufacturers, I discovered Alibaba.com, and that was a very easy transition for me. They were so incredibly supportive, and they worked with the design and the engineering. They were going to start off as a wooden toy that I could easily create in my workshop. That evolved into a vinyl figure based off of the accessibility that I discovered and how easy it was to manufacture these products. I felt confident that this was the right decision to make moving forward. It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur. The biggest hurdle for me has been just not knowing what's next. The risk was always in the back of my head, just trying to keep the sanity of like, I know this is gonna work. I know this is gonna work. I know this is gonna work. Just keep telling myself that over and over. That gets into your brain and just eats at you until you're like, is this really the right decision to make? But you know it is, and you just keep moving forward. There's a certain sense of just complete satisfaction and joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys. There was a patient at the local children's hospital who was blind, and she resonated with the marbles because she didn't need to see it. She could feel it. And that just hit me like, this is something special. Being able to wake up and design toys all day is the greatest job ever.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision, algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
The first time I got a prototype back, it was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real. I made marbles for my kids as a way for them to design and create new characters based off of their imaginations. Each marble is completely compatible with every other marble, and each piece is modular to create new characters, new designs. My background is in industrial design, so I know a little bit of 3D modeling, I know a little bit of engineering. When it came down to it, looking at different websites, different manufacturers, I discovered Alibaba.com, and that was a very easy transition for me. They were so incredibly supportive, and they worked with the design and the engineering. They were going to start off as a wooden toy that I could easily create in my workshop. That evolved into a vinyl figure based off of the accessibility that I discovered and how easy it was to manufacture these products. I felt confident that this was the right decision to make moving forward. It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur. The biggest hurdle for me has been just not knowing what's next. The risk was always in the back of my head, just trying to keep the sanity of like, I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. Just keep telling myself that over and over. That gets into your brain and just eats at you until you're like, is this really the right decision to make? But you know it is, and you just keep moving forward. There's a certain sense of just complete satisfaction and joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys. There was a patient at the local children's hospital who was blind, and she resonated with the marbles because she didn't need to see it. She could feel it. And that just hit me like, this is something special. Being able to wake up and design toys all day is the greatest job ever.
Global trade can be highly unpredictable, especially when sourcing online. You want your purchase to be secure, delivered on time, and in the agreed upon condition. Introducing Trade Assurance on Alibaba.com, a comprehensive purchase protection program that protects you from payment to delivery, so you can source for your business with confidence every step of the way. Trade Assurance covers your order made on and only on Alibaba.com, and you get
The show was kind of good, right? Yes, kind of yes, very yes. All right. So we just had lunch, but you know what happens right after lunch, right? Your eyes start to close a little bit, start to slump down in your chair, your posture gets worse. We're gonna fix that before we get into the second half of the day. So I wanna introduce Ron Williams and Sherry Shamrock, two buyers from Alibaba.com. They're gonna set up the day for you.
You guys ready? Okay, I want you to just stand with us for just a moment. Go ahead and stand with us. What we're gonna do, we're gonna loosen you up a little bit. But before we get started, I just want to tell you a few things. The first thing I want to tell you is this, is the muscle groups act just like rubber bands. If they're warm, they stretch. If they're cold, they actually tear. So what I want to do is I want to just take you through a few stretches, but before we do, I want to warm you up, get the blood flowing a little bit so we can stay awake for this afternoon session. So I just want you to follow me, follow Sherry here. This is pound palms. If you didn't, it's actually where she has uses her pound palms for cheerleaders, but actually with exercise. So what I want you to do with me is just move your body just a little bit, just like this. I didn't change my clothes because I wanted to be just like you guys. I have my workout clothes, but I didn't want to intimidate you guys by saying, man, he's ready for this, and he's going to be sweating. My job is to make half of you pass out and the other half throw up. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, just move those legs. Okay, now stop for a second. Rotate the shoulders forward. Oh yeah, there we go. Rotate forward. Okay, now guys, rotate backwards. There we go. Good job. Okay, now, some of you can't dance very good, right? That's what we're gonna do next. No, I'm just kidding. Keep moving. Keep moving. Okay, it gets easier. Separate your feet. Don't kick the person next to you. Hands on your hips. Rotate. Small circles first. Come on now, don't hurt nobody. A little bigger. There you go. Ah, how'd that feel, Sherry? Okay, here we go. Other direction. Yeah. Some of you, I don't even know how you're doing what you're doing right now. It look like I can't even do that, whatever it is. Okay, stop right there. Bring your feet together. Put your hands on your knees. Here we go, nice and smooth. Rotate it. Oh yeah, baby, that's it. Good, good. I hear some popping out there. Okay, let's take it the other direction. Oh yeah, we almost there. Oh. Okay, here we go. Stand it up again. Shake those legs, arms out. This one is a hard one. I don't know if you guys have enough space to do this one, but pull my pants up. I was doing this one time and my pants split all the way from the bottom all the way around. So embarrassing. Okay, separate your feet a little bit. And reach down. Don't touch the floor. You might embarrass me. Okay, reach down a little further. Come on, a little further. One more time, a little further. I'm sorry, I lied. One more time. Put the palms on the floor if you can. Now slowly walk it back. Okay, stand it up. Okay, now this next one, this is actually the hardest one. We're gonna do the splits, okay? Now I'm just, gotcha. Arms out to the side. Rotate small circles forward. Don't accidentally slap your husband and say it was an accident now. Bigger circles. Okay, rotate to the rear, small circles. There we go. Now we're talking. Big circles. Okay, hands down to the side, legs, shake them out one more time. We're almost there, guys. Now take your head and rotate it all the way around. Other direction. Okay, take your left hand straight up in the air. Now take that left hand, put it behind your head, face towards the ceiling. Then reach over the other hand and stretch that tricep. Good job, good job, good job. Okay, the other side. Okay, now I want you to do one last thing. I want you to go to the person on the other side. Raise your hand in front of them. Give them a high five. Tell them, good job. Thank you so much. Enjoy this afternoon. Come on, Cherry.
don't know about you guys, but I feel like I am ready for the second half of the day. And to kick things off, we have a panel coming up. The title is How AI is Revolutionizing Product Development and Manufacturing. So while we get the stage set up, I'll introduce the three panelists for you. First is Brandon Young. He's the founder of Data Dive and Seller Systems. Then next, we have Amy Wees, the founder of Amazing at Home e-commerce. And last but not least is Brian Williams, an e-commerce mentor, investor, and owner. So in just a moment, we will get started.
Testing. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear Amy?
Testing. Yes.
Howdy. Want to thank everybody for coming out. This was, in many ways, a last-minute effort, and they pulled it off phenomenally. I think Alibaba.com deserves a round of applause from everyone right now. Today, we wanted to talk to you about AI. It is a topic that all of us have been super familiar with and hearing a lot for the last 6, 9, 12 months. And it is changing the way that businesses are going to be run moving forward. And so today we want to walk you through how we can use Alibaba.com in our businesses, AI in our businesses in conjunction with Alibaba.com, and what other aspects we can do. So I'm Brandon Young. I am a seller first. I will do over $30 million just on Amazon this year. Thank you. I started teaching how to do Amazon in 2017, 2018, and now I've taught tens of thousands of people how to sell on Amazon and have personally created hundreds of millionaires. The other part of my business is a software called Data Dive, in which we are embracing AI and launching AI tools to do product research validation and whatnot. I want to give it over to Amy to have her introduce herself, and then to Brian as well.
Hello, everyone. It's so great to be here. Alibaba.com is really just some of the amazing things that they showed that they're doing with their website and capabilities are very impressive. So happy to be here. I founded Amazing at Home e-commerce, but I'm also a brand owner. I invented a pet product. And we've done over 7 figures of that product in the last few years. And it's just been really, really fun developing products and helping others develop products as well. And now with artificial intelligence, taking what used to take me years and doing it in a matter of hours. So I'm excited to share some of that with you today.
Yeah. And Brian?
Hello. Excuse me. I'm also a seller, and I think I'm on Alibaba.com at least every other day. In addition to being an Amazon seller, I recently formed a company called AI Simplified to help business owners integrate artificial intelligence into their lives and businesses. And it's just a real blessing to be here with Brandon and Amy to share a little bit about a bit of that knowledge with everybody here.
Great. So we're going to jump right into it, and we're going to talk about some of the aspects of which AI can help you. And I think a lot of people that aren't embracing AI don't realize that this is not something you can put back in the bottle. So I came up with a little analogy. Imagine blowing up a balloon and then popping that balloon and then trying to reconstruct the balloon from all the little pieces and then putting every single molecule of air that was in that balloon back in that balloon. That's what it would be like to try to get AI out of here again. It's not going away. So what we are talking about is how it is going to impact every aspect of every business, but we're going to talk about e-commerce today. We are going to be able to validate products, use AI to go and analyze all of our competitors and find out what people like, what people don't like, what features they have, and how to do it better. We're going to be able to validate the product by looking at keywords. Thank you. Looking at keywords and understanding what keywords they're doing well on and what they're not doing well on, and how to design the product, of which Amy and Brian are going to share some great strategies on some of these aspects as well. And then you're going to be able to write your listing in a way that not only converts because it sounds really great from a marketing perspective, but also ranks well because it takes into consideration the data from Amazon or keyword research. Then you're going to be able to launch the product, manage your supply chain. You're going to be able to make everything more efficient, from ordering the right amount of units to getting it here landed to making sure that everything is more efficient and saving you money. And then finally, what's coming last is going to be your marketing. Imagine a world in which you hit a button and the AI will rewrite your listing, turn on ads, turn off ads to maximize your keyword ranks and your profits. That's coming in the next 2 years. So today I want to pass it over to Amy and talk a little bit about some of these products and what you see trending.
All right. Well, I'm so excited to talk about this as an inventor myself and a consultant that helps people develop products. When ChatGPT and Midjourney and Adobe Firefly came around, it was so great to start playing with these tools and again, develop things that I'd been thinking about for years in the matter of hours. So I'm going to show you some examples today. These are some tools that I used to create these examples. And many of these products that I'm showing you today are already being launched on the market. In fact, the purse that I'm carrying around today, I don't have it on stage, but the purse that I'm carrying around today was actually developed and created with AI and, of course, the help of our supplier. So I hope I'm hitting the right button here. You can really visually represent your wildest dreams. There's so many things you can do. You can do website mockups, product prototype visualizations, shippers for displaying your products in stores, updates to your catalogs, so many cool things that you can do. So let's show you some examples. So one of my clients had this problem. He really wanted to get into clutch purses, handbags, because this is a trending product, but he wasn't sure about how to design these. So what we did is we researched what was trending in the latest leathers. And there was a lot of information in this article, right? Tons of information in the research. And we thought, how do we actually take this article here and turn it into 5 really great purse designs? Well, with the help of artificial intelligence, you can now feed in tons of information, and it can actually make some great recommendations based on that information. So now you guys have tons of articles and things like that, trends, all that kind of data that you're using. You can now feed that into artificial intelligence, such as ChatGPT, and ask it to design you some products. So that's what we did. We asked ChatGPT, we said, read this article and design 5 purses for us. And we put it into 2 different image programs. One was Adobe Firefly, and the other was Midjourney. And we just simply copied and pasted the Midjourney description, or excuse me, the ChatGPT description into these AI visual representation tools. And again, we just asked ChatGPT, copied and pasted. And on the left, you have Midjourney's result. And on the right, you have Adobe's result. And this was for a distressed leather purse. So some really cool designs. Now, of course, you can work those prompts a little bit more on both programs and get even better results. The next one that we designed was a sea-inspired sleek clutch, because sea-inspired mermaid stuff is really, really trending. And you can see some of the designs that a simple copy and paste created. Next, we did a regenerative exotic clutch. Again, just simple copy and paste into AI image generation tools. Ladies, would you like to own any of these designs? I think they're pretty cool. All right, next we want to talk about packaging, because packaging can really, really change how your product is perceived. Can we all agree on that, right? The increase that was creating chocolates. He owns a chocolate factory in New York City, and he really wanted to try what Godiva was doing. Godiva had this 4-pack of chocolates, and he wanted to do something similar. But how can a big brand compete with something like that? And so we thought, what little boxes are women really excited to get? Tiffany, anyone? So we used AI to take the inspiration of Tiffany, the inspiration of that look and feel, and we designed a chocolate box. Who wouldn't be excited to get a box of chocolates that look like that, right? I see some head nods. Next, I had a client that imported very expensive olives from Spain. These were over, $100 to buy these on Amazon. It was a really experience, but he was shipping them in a plain brown box. So we brainstormed, what type of boxes are people really excited to pay money for? The gift boxes, right? Harry and David, that kind of thing. And we redesigned his boxes. You can see the prompt here, but we redesigned his boxes with inspiration of them coming from Spain with the black and gold colors. And this really elevated his brand. Okay, next, I have a client that works with wallets. He sells over 7 figures in wallets and e-commerce every year. And he said, hey, what can I do that's different? So again, we used the inspiration and we asked AI, hey, can you help us design some wallets that are modeled after these mid-century modern office chairs that men are paying a lot of money for, right? And AI came up with some great designs incorporating wood into the wallets. And you can see we actually had the supplier make samples based on the images that we created with AI. And these wallets are being launched very shortly. And this is another wallet design that we came up with that is also being launched shortly. So you guys can see what you can do in a matter of moments and how you can take inspiration and very quickly visualize and then work with your supplier to make it happen.
I love these examples, and I think it's phenomenal. So the trend today is going to be to embrace the change, to talk about how AI is making everything hundreds of times faster, hundreds of times cheaper, and you're going to be able to move at the speed of light. And if your competition does not, you will crush them. So I want to spend just a second showing this image here. What we used is a service called PickFu, and I wanted to create a wine rack that was different with AI. And so I went through some prompts and I found one that it gave me suggestions on. And it is round, it's different shape, and it has lighting. And I tested, I said, which one would you rather own against the best-selling wine racks on Amazon? And we were the clear winner. So it goes to show you that the old way was to wait for a designer to bring back some potential designs. And it would take weeks to get back some designs that were okay. Now you can spend 10, 20 minutes and get designs that are great. And this is where Alibaba.com comes in. You should be working with Packaging Factory to make elegant packaging like Amy showed. You should be working with factories for the products and talking about customization. And I'll get more into customization later, but I want to toss it to Brian to talk about why this is becoming more and more efficient and how you're using it.
Thanks, Brandon. So who would like to do things the easy way? Raise your hand. First is the hard way. Does anybody want to do anything the hard way? Anybody? I don't see any hands up. Okay, good. I thought so. So one of the coolest things about AI is it allows us to hit the easy button. And so with automation, we can take our e-commerce brands, our e-commerce businesses, and super accelerate a whole lot of different areas of what normally we would toil over with creating listings and developing products, as you just saw several amazing examples from my co-panelists here. And I'd like to show you one way that we have used artificial intelligence to automate a process that those of you that are selling on Alibaba.com or any other platform do day in and day out. And so I'm going to show you a little process that we created for listing products from start to finish and creating products from start to finish and putting them online. How's that?
Yeah, let's do it.
What's the forward button?
It's the big green.
I'm a little technically challenged.
The big green one.
I got it. Okay. I hit it.
Try it again. One more time.
One more time.
Oh, you're hitting the wrong one. There you go.
Hey guys, so Brian wanted me to make this video really quickly.
The audio is a little tight. What you're seeing here is a product that is listed on a Shopify store. Okay, this title, description, images, etc.
As you can see, it's got a description.
This entire product was created with the click of literally one button. Because behind the scenes, what you're going to see a little bit here in a moment of the technology that runs this is all these images, all the product descriptions, all the titles were created using a whole series of prompting and image creation using a variety of different artificial intelligence tools like Midjourney and ChatGPT and Claude AI and Stable Diffusion, just to name a few. And here on the back side, you can see some of the technology using a platform called make.com that we connected all the dots so that we can list not just a new product design, but hundreds, thousands of new product designs literally in minutes and make them live on our Shopify store. And here's where it really gets fun. And I know Amy does a lot of this. This also creates your Instagram posts, your Facebook posts, your Twitter feed, your TikTok shorts, all at once. So we can test new ideas to the tune of hundreds or thousands after developing and using AI technology. Now that's pretty smooth automation, right? So this is where things are going. I wanted to give you a little glimpse as to where things might be headed for your business. And if you're not doing it, someone else might be. Make.com is a tool for connecting different softwares through what's called an API. And we don't have time to talk about what all that is today, but
Another
we're all day.
another alternative to make.com that you might be more familiar with is Zapier.
Zapier, exactly.
So you could use either or, they both connect to the API.
So we're talking a little bit about some of the tools that you're going to be able to implement and then bring them to Alibaba.com suppliers, right? And so the first is to make sure that you're going to get the right product made. So if you're an Amazon seller, you need to make sure that you validate that product with keyword research, you analyze the competition, because you need to know how many you need to order. You need to know how the current sellers are getting their sales and whether you can do a better job. And then the design is the next element. And so these are some of the tools that we're using. And so I want to pass it along to Amy again to talk a little bit about how you're dealing with. Oh, Brian, you're back. Sorry, Brian, you're back.
I'm back. So I believe what we're about to see, yes, we are, is a video.
The legend of Pina Colada Pip. And while I can't share exactly how the finished story is visually presented for proprietary reasons, I can share some of the character creation.
Entirely artificial intelligence technology.
Soundscape. Now, the soundscape is really the essence of how these stories are presented. We've used custom created voice synthesis with 11 labs for many of the characters' voiceovers, and a full symphonic music bed that dramatically accentuates the storyline. As you listen here, I'll let you imagine how the visual elements will be displayed.
There once was a magical kingdom called Xanthia. and it was surrounded by the beautiful lush green Brendlewood forest. Xanthia was a very happy place, where the village people all lived carefree lives under their beloved king and queen, Merlin and Melina Miggleston. The busy cobblestone streets of the village are all lined with small shops and restaurants that all share the rich culture and heritage of Xanthia. There is a pure joy that echoes through the streets, as every turn seems to reveal a new celebration, with people laughing and dancing. One day, a traveler arrived by boat on the shores where the Brendlewood forest meets the ocean.
There's just a few examples of how we're using a million AI tools that are currently available in the market to augment our customer experiences or our concert goer experiences, the visual elements, and all sorts of things like that. I think one of the key things that we always keep in mind is whatever the output is of the AI, you can even further accentuate it and customize it so it's even more appropriate. So it's AI with a human touch, so to speak. Hope you enjoyed this. Thanks for watching.
What you've just seen is a overview of a brand that we developed. We had an idea for several years. When ChatGPT came out in November of last year, we finally had the tool that we needed to write the copy, write the content. That led us to other tools to create the imagery. All these characters are unique. All these characters will be sold in the form of toys, stuffed animals, board games. You saw a board game design on that video as well. So we're taking an entire brand, creating it all from AI, all from just a few of our own ideas. We're not movie producers. We are not artists. We are not screenwriters. We are not even authors professionally. Or maybe we are.
What would the production of that have cost 2 years ago? Tens of thousands?
Well into the tens of thousands, yeah.
Right.
And how much did it cost you to do all that? Would you
About 200 hours of our time. Yeah, but it was me and a partner that did that created that. So
incredible.
We had no other outside help.
So you can create an entire world. Tolkien would have been very jealous of what's happening today.
Yes. If you would like to receive our entire AI automation framework, it's yours as our gift to you. So, and this is an AI-enabled QR code. And if you interact with it, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I'm happy to share that with everybody here as just a free gift. So enjoy.
Thank you for the gift. So, we've gone through a little bit of a journey around validating the product, working on designing it, and finding a partner manufacturer for the packaging and for the product with Alibaba.com. Now we've got to launch the product. And so what sells the product? It's going to be the main imagery, the content, the A+ content, the lifestyle content. That's what's going to be what increases your performance of your listing. And in order to rank on Amazon, it's very simple. It's a formula that includes performance times your relevancy. And your relevancy is established with keyword research and writing your listing properly. But the performance is going to be where the content comes in. And Amy's got some amazing tips on what she's been doing with A+ content.
Yeah. Okay, so how many of you are familiar with the tool Midjourney? How many people are using it? Okay, I can see some hands out there. That's awesome. So Midjourney, just a quick introduction to Midjourney. And you can go to midjourney.com to kind of learn more. They have all their documents there and everything like that. But it is a subscription tool. It works inside of a Discord server, and you chat with a bot to create images. And so you just type in /imagine and you give it a prompt, right? But a lot of people, the barrier to using a tool like Midjourney is that they aren't sure how to prompt. So that, I showed you earlier that you can just copy and paste and look at what we came up with, right? With just a simple copy and paste out of the output of ChatGPT. But If you aren't sure how to prompt, what you can do is you can actually go to midjourney.com and you'll see all the images there that you've ever created. And you can click on the menu item that says Explore. And in there, you can type in anything in the box. Here, I've typed in modern kitchen. And you can see all the images that other people have generated. So, how many of you have bought a ton of stock images in the past for your brand, right? We all have. So, AI is changing that for us. We can now generate any image in any size. So, what we can do to learn how to make these prompts is, I'm not recommending you take these other people's images. I'm recommending you generate your own images. But what you can do is you can actually click on Explore, type in what you're looking for, and if you see something that you like, you can actually click on that image and see what prompt they used. And something unique about Midjourney is that every single AI generation is unique. So it's not like if you type in, kitchen with, white and black colors and knife block on the counter. You could type that same prompt in over and over and over again, and every single time you'd get a different image. So it's important to remember that. So you can come to Explore, you can type in some things, you can get some inspiration, and then you can see what prompt they used, and you can even copy their exact prompt. And you won't be taking their image. It will generate a new image for you. So that's a great way to learn how to prompt image generating tools.
And I'll also say on that front, when I'm trying to design a new product, it's something sometimes where you want to keep feeding the same image. It might take you 20, 30, 40 tries where you're just adding a single word, removing a single word, and you're getting closer and closer to the design that you're looking for. Don't just take the first one and run with it.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Is just keep playing around with it. So you can copy the prompt. Again, you're not stealing anything because it's a new image every time. Okay. So you can copy the prompt. And then something else that's important is, let's say you're building out your listing on Alibaba.com, or you're building out your listing on Amazon, or you're building out your listing on your Shopify store, and you need a banner. Or maybe for your email list, you need a banner, you need something that's wider. You'll notice that a lot of these image generation tools, when you first put the prompt in there, they make a square image. And you go, what am I supposed to do with that? How am I supposed to use that? Right? So you can actually give Midjourney an aspect ratio, and you can create wide images. You can create tall images. So you can play with that same prompt and make images in different sizes.
And what's great now is this newest feature also allows you to zoom out.
Yes, I love the zoom out feature.
So you have a zoom in or zoom out as well. So if you want to actually have it imagine more of that kitchen or more of that room, you can ask it and it'll generate more around it. And the latest feature that just came out in the last week or two was to isolate and have it reimagine just a section that you select of the image it gave you. Because one of the things that happens with Midjourney is that, like, if I want to create a cute cartoon elephant to print on some toys is my biggest brand, and sometimes the trunk will be a little wrong, or the feet will be a little wrong, or the ears or the eyes. Now you can just select that one little section and it'll give you 4 new options.
Yes, and you can also do that with Adobe. So Adobe has a new AI image generation tool called Firefly. Has anyone played with Firefly yet? Awesome. I love both of those, both Midjourney and Adobe. And what you can do is you can now download the beta version of Photoshop. And you can pull in any image. Let's say you have an image from your photographer that's square, and you want to now expand that, or use it for your website or something like that. You can pull that image into Photoshop, and you can simply draw a circle or select a square, and you can tell it that, hey, I want a cat there, or I want a person, and I actually had a video to show you guys here that didn't make it into the slide deck, showing you how to do that. But I would encourage you to play with Adobe Photoshop, because a lot of people ask me, well, Amy, can I take my product image and upload it to Midjourney and edit it, like change it? Very tough to do. Midjourney is an AI image generation tool. It's not a photo editing tool. So now that Adobe Firefly has the capability to generate AI around a photo, you can actually have an image of your product. And let's say, you're selling a cat scratcher and there's a cat on it, but you want to use that angle of that product in your new content. So you need to remove the cat and you need to fill in that spot of where the cat was covering, right? You can now literally do that with Adobe Photoshop, the beta version. You can just select it and it will fill it in, it will remove it, and then you can put a little square over here and say, put a cat there, So what we love to do is actually upscale the image inside of Midjourney, right? So you can upscale this image or whatever image you're using. You simply click on one of the U buttons. And then once you have that upscaled image, so let's say you have a modern living room and you want to put your product in it. Take that upscaled image and now put it into Photoshop, the beta version, and now add your layers with your product, or generate a human to be in that picture, right? It'll generate the human in the exact way that that human needs to be generated in order for it to fit into that image. That's incredible, guys. How much time have we spent buying stock images and trying to take a picture of a product?
Or how much money have you spent on photo shoots, right? Like, we've done lifestyle photo shoots and it's tens of thousands of dollars. That's part of the disruption of AI, is that a lot of these careers around video and editing and design and coding, a lot of them are threatened, and it's going to change. And so we need to embrace that change and figure out how we can take advantage of it in our own businesses.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully this inspires you guys to, kind of play around with imagery. I think this is my last slide. Yes.
Now, our software is Data Dive, and so we talked about how we do product validation with keyword research, and we analyze the competition. But there's a world coming where you hit a button and it finds a product for you, it validates that product, it looks at the competition, it designs it, it orders it. It goes on Alibaba.com and orders it. And it sets up the logistics, it gets sent in, it creates all the content, and it starts running ads for it. That's an incredible thing to think about. And it's probably a few years away, but it's coming fast. So how can you embrace this in your world? And how can you take advantage of AI? Right now, you have products that you're selling. If you're not disrupting yourself, someone's going to disrupt you. So you have a best-selling design of a product. I highly recommend you spend some time creating new variations, creating new designs for that product, and make sure that you create a moat around your product that increases your conversion rate by having more options than your competitors, that has the latest and greatest design, that has more value. And this is where it ties back in. This is where AI is going to change the world, and this is where Alibaba.com can help you in your business. You need to go fast. You need to find suppliers and manufacturers and partners who can take a design and make that reality. And Alibaba.com is one of the greatest places, is the greatest place to do that. They have all of the greatest suppliers and manufacturers on their website ready to work with you. The next step for you guys in the audience is to learn what is the cost associated with customizing a product. Soft goods, tooling, molds, how do you take an idea from an AI and make it into reality? And then that's what you need to figure out right now. How much is it going to cost me to take that purse that Amy showed us earlier and start producing it? Step one would be to validate it with an audience to make sure it's going to convert better than the current bestsellers, but then send it to a manufacturer and say, can you make this? How much does that cost you? A diaper bag, similar, it's a soft good. What about a toy? What about a kitchen product, a garlic press? We have the best-selling garlic press seller on Amazon here, and he's speaking later, Aaron Cordova. And I can tell you that there are opportunities, not necessarily to disrupt garlic presses, but if you just look around your house, there's old, stale designs that AI will reimagine for you that you can send to a factory and with very little cost, start manufacturing something that's better, faster, greater. That's where AI is going. Big round of applause for our panel, for these two right here. Thank you so much. Now, Amy, fantastic. Brian, we do have 13 minutes. I want to maybe send it out to the audience for some questions if we have time for Q&A. And I also want to get one more thought from you, Brian, because you do so much with AI around video games, around board games, around your products that you manufacture. What is next? What are you trying to accomplish, and what do you see happening in the next 6 months, 12 months?
Thanks, Brandon. So, look, everything that we've shown you today was really simply here to impress you. Are you impressed? I'm kidding. No, it was really here to show you like what's possible and what's being done today in our businesses and what can be done today in your businesses using some of the current artificial intelligence tools, technologies, practices, and things like that. What's coming next? We've alluded to some of that, Brandon. We talked about a simple photo shoot that in the past could cost $10,000 or $20,000 to hire the model and the video crew and the photo and the makeup and the hair and the studio and the travel, right? I'm working on a project we're calling, didn't trademark this yet, so should I say what the name is? Okay, I'll say it. We're calling it Simfluencers.
So let me spell that real quick while I type it.
Right. He's registering the domain. So it's called Simfluencers. Imagine having brand ambassadors in the style, age, race, personality, clothing, environment that fits your brand perfectly. For whether you're a product seller, a manufacturer, and being able to create that individual and put that individual in any scene, with any product, with any voice, with some clicks of buttons. That's where we're heading, and fast.
Awesome.
Very fast. The other thing is, would anybody like just one simple tip you can take away right now?
I like tips.
Right now.
What do you guys think? You want a tip?
Everybody in this room can do this, all right? To begin to get yourselves on this AI train if you haven't gotten onto it yet, or if you're just dipping your toe in. Would anybody like a little tip to help improve your efficiencies, increase profits, lower expenses right now? 10 out of like 700 people? Come on. All right.
There we go.
Thank you. All right, that's enough. That's at least half. So here it is. I said it was simple. Everybody in your company should get a ChatGPT $20 a month account tomorrow. And everybody in your company with a $20 a month ChatGPT account should start using it tomorrow. That's it. And every few weeks, get your company together and ask them what they did with it. That's it. I'm literally going into my CPA firm in about 4 weeks and training everybody in their company to use ChatGPT so that they, my vendor, my finances, becomes more efficient. Well, the next step is, once you do that in your company, make sure all your vendors and all your suppliers are doing the same thing. And you will create efficiencies you cannot imagine. That's my tip.
Thank you so much. So, Amy, one last, we don't have too much time here. One last thing. What do you think we're going next 12 months with product development and Alibaba.com and factories?
I think there's going to be a time where your manufacturers, not only are you as brand owners going to develop products as fast as the speed of light, right? And automate some of those processes. But I think manufacturers' catalogs and their ability to also design and ability to show you and work with you on what they can make for you is going to be revolutionized. We are moving into a digital age that is faster than we can imagine. So I really think that not only are we going to change as brand owners, but our suppliers, our manufacturers are also going to change. And the things that they bring to trade shows, the way that they show what they're doing, all of that. And it looks like Alibaba.com is working on some of that too, integrating some of that for you. So everything is going to change about the way we source, about the way we work with our manufacturers, about the way we design and develop products. And for me, that's a really exciting thing to think about. Yeah.
Same. Thank you. We're actually out of time, and I apologize. I thought we would get to some questions, but thank you again for having us, and I hope this motivated you to start disrupting yourself, working with manufacturers at Alibaba.com. Embrace AI. It's here. Don't fall behind. Thank you very much.
Great. I actually learned quite a bit. So now as you guys start to take advantage of all of that advice, don't forget, download the Alibaba.com app so you can start creating today. Now, next up, we have another exciting panel. This one is called The Hard Truth About Product Sourcing. We've got 4 exciting panelists. First is Robert Elis. Second, Ahmad Nouri. Third is Jason Wong. And last but not least, Kareem Kafuri. So welcome to the stage, gentlemen. Thank you, guys. Great stuff. Great stuff. Yeah, good job.
What a great session that was about AI and then technology and how things are continuing to transform and change. As a note, there's an AI Experience Center hosted by Alibaba at the front entrance of this hall. Be sure that you check that out before you leave or sometime over the course of today or tomorrow while you're here at the conference. On that note, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Robert Elis. I'm the CEO of Martini Incentives. And today's panel that I'm joined by other experts in the field of sourcing is all the stuff that goes on with the sourcing, the hard truths of sourcing, and everything that most entrepreneurs may not realize that consume our lives, and how we're solving problems for entrepreneurs, SMBs, and large enterprises all throughout, and how we continue to offer those services. On that note, I would like to turn it over to my esteemed expert over here, Kareem. Kareem, I'm sorry, down here. Go ahead and share something introduce yourself, and please share something about your company.
Thank you so much, Rob. My name is Kareem Kafuri. I'm the president of a company called the Atlas Network. We are a global supply chain solutions company. Our focus is on helping small, mid-size, and larger businesses avoid many of the pitfalls in the mass production and sourcing process. And we've been doing this for almost 20 years. Honored to be here at the Alibaba Co-Create Summit, and excited to have a conversation with these great gentlemen about it and with you all. Thank you.
Great. Jason?
Hey everyone, my name is Jason Wong. I was a merchant. I started off as a merchant 10 years ago, and 6 years ago I started my company, Saucy. We're a sourcing and logistics company based out of China and Hong Kong. And just like everyone else on a panel here, it was really to help people navigate a lot of the challenges overseas, things that they might not know about, because truly it is a black box for even for some of us still. But pleasure to be here and excited to talk about the hard truth and behind the scenes of what goes on in sourcing.
Awesome. Ahmad?
Hi guys, my name is Ahmad Nuri. I'm a partner at the Source Squad. The Source Squad, we empower collaboration between suppliers and Amazon sellers. The company was formed based out of a need for Amazon sellers. We manage a group of about 11,000 Amazon sellers across 4 countries and 17 cities. And there was a major need for collaboration between suppliers and these Amazon sellers. So Source Squad was formed, and very happy to be here and share the stage with these amazing people.
Great, thanks for sharing. I also just wanted to touch on a little bit about what my company, Martini Incentives, does in this space of sourcing. We all are, in a sense, complementary as to the services that we're offering. There is some overlap, but I feel that what you're going to glean out of this conversation amongst the 4 of us today will hopefully help you understand where there could be some challenges, where there's pitfalls, how to navigate logistics. There's so many things that go into launching an idea. You can use AI, as we saw, to kind of come up with ideas. But then how do you negotiate and find the right factory? How do you find the right product, ensure quality? There's a lot of things that go into that. And with Martini Incentives, what we do is we're a bridge between brands that are looking for packaging or unique promotional products or merchandise, and understanding and working with partners like these gentlemen here to be able to navigate quality control assurances, line site visibility, logistics, also addressing the need with Amazon sellers, like how do we help set them up for success? And everything that I feel that we'll be able to discuss here is going to touch on all those things, so that way it becomes like hopefully more lucid to you and how you can approach taking the difficulties of sourcing out of the equation. On that note, we're all unique in that sense, right? I kind of touched on my company's abilities and what we're focused on. Relates back to customer service. Price is always going to be a factor in any conversation during every meeting. But what we've built our company on is around customer service and quality. That consistency has allowed us to be able to scale in terms of how we continue to pick up customers at an aggressive clip. And frankly, if I go back 5 years ago, I could not have envisioned this growth to happen this way. How are you gentlemen handling your uniqueness and how you're helping and where you're seeing opportunities for growth to help entrepreneurs and SMBs throughout the sourcing stage?
For us, a lot of our members within our community are fairly new Amazon sellers. And so there's a big need for education within that realm, with new entrepreneurs looking to launch a brand, looking to launch their products within the Amazon world, but not really understanding what it takes to actually collaborate and find the right suppliers, the process that it takes to actually go from product ideation to finding a supplier to getting the actual samples done, negotiating the prices, and then what happens after your products are done? How do you list it back on Amazon? So we really focus on education. We have virtual meetings bi-weekly with our members, and education has become sort of the big part of trying to help the newer Amazon sellers actually understand how to launch and then grow and scale their businesses through platforms like Alibaba onto marketplaces like Amazon.
The way that I made my company was to create a company that I will want to have as a merchant. So I started off as a merchant 10 years ago, and a lot of challenges that I had were communication issues, quality issues, the standard stuff that sourcing companies help merchants with right now. But another point that I also realized was before the sourcing side, a lot of the marketing research, the competitive analysis, stuff that merchants do know somewhat, but they still need help with, that's what we provide. So we have category experts within our firm. If you want to do beauty products, personal care products, we have consultants that we provide complimentary as a service. to help you through the initial development process, to help you do the research, to figure out what are the functions and marketable angles for your products. And then it's post-sourcing that we also help with too. Growth levers that we can help pull. We also help with sometimes pricing strategies, research on that front. So, I mean, in terms of like sourcing, a lot of stuff are standardized now, right? Like most companies can do the same stuff between all of us. But where we really stand is like I try to sprinkle in the stuff that I would want as a merchant from my own experience to help a lot of my companies, a lot of my clients who are, you know, some of them are just having an idea on a napkin and the other ones are just starting to run, but they still don't know where to head to yet.
Absolutely. Kareem?
Yeah, I mean, just to touch upon what these gentlemen have said, the key is education for sure. We've been in this business for quite a while, almost 2 decades. And what I can tell you is that what has not changed has been to have a very formal approach to ensure that you can do proper risk mitigation. So many things can go wrong in the sourcing business and mass production business, where mass production can become mass disaster very quickly if things are not in form and in place properly. So we have always taken an approach which starts with picking the right suppliers. We then have on the ground resources and then usually third-party attestation to ensure that productions come out the way that they are supposed to be, and that quite honestly, that every production is the first time. Things change all of the time, and with this in mind, you have to have that in consideration, that there are differences that may occur within a supply chain, and you have to be ready for those differences and be ready to accommodate changes. So appropriate oversight and management is quite important to the process.
I agree with pretty much all these points, and these are challenges that we help our clients overcome too. I really find it fascinating with what you're doing, Ahmad, especially in the Amazon marketplace. As entrepreneurs they're seeing what's going on in the market in e-commerce, right? Ideas are launched every day. I can only imagine how many pitfalls there are, right? Is there any sort of example or anecdote that you could share with general or specific that kind of might speak to some of the Amazon sellers in the room?
How much time do we have? Yeah, there are a lot of pitfalls, especially for newer sellers, newer entrepreneurs who have heard about the possibilities of being a brand owner and using marketplaces like Amazon to actually launch their products. One example, we recently have had a client that came to us. They had watched some YouTube videos, understood a little bit about how to find products using Alibaba, and they had went ahead and just purchased the products and they sent over 24 pallets from China to here. They didn't know how to use freight forwarders, so the pallets were stuck in a port in China. They didn't know how to set up their listings on Amazon. So although they had purchased about 5,000 units of a product, they didn't have a listing to send it to Amazon. There's a lot of this type of aggressive need, and people who really want to jump into the business, really want to jump in and start taking a piece of the pie that Amazon or marketplaces like it provide for them, but they don't there's a very little knowledge, and the learning curve is very steep when you're first launching this. When you're first launching a brand, when you're first launching a product, the learning curve is pretty steep. And if you don't know what you're doing and you haven't gone through mentoring or coaching or actually learning the process, you can make some very expensive and very, very time-consuming mistakes. And that's just one of those examples. And since then, we have helped this client create his listings. His product was very generic, so we've now on the second variation of the second version of the same product, where there's a lot of differentiators within those products, and they're catching up to the losses that they had incurred. But it's those type of stories come to us almost weekly.
Sounds like you definitely helped them turn around their product, the process of logistics, how to get their products onto Amazon. So, and it sounds like they're moving on into the right direction now. This is definitely one of the hard truths of sourcing, right? When it comes to all the pitfalls and the ambitions there, right? Entrepreneurs are looking for ways to monetize ideas, be fast to market, but there's definitely, there's a protocol, there's a system that should be followed. And I'd like Kareem to kind of like touch on this a little bit more, because I just feel this gentleman has a wealth of knowledge when it comes to systems and quality control. Tell us more. I know you touched on it, but can you explain more, like maybe tie into Ahmad's example of like how he helped solve a problem, but it was after the fact. How could an Amazon seller that's looking to scale leverage your services to kind of like help them avoid those pitfalls?
Sure. Thank you. Well, what I would say first and foremost is that Alibaba is a great resource to begin the process of at least trying to find the right supplier. Alibaba has taken a lot of efforts to create verified programs and things of that nature to really help potential customers sort through who may be a good supplier. That's the first step, and that can happen either, again, through a system like Alibaba or other ways. But that first step of the right supplier is quite critical. And when you're looking at the right supplier, it's a mixture of quantitative and qualitative factors that are very important to look at. Quantitative factors are going to be such as years in business, number of employees, levels of revenue, exports to the market that you're trying to sell in, and so forth. So do they have a knowledge, do they have an understanding of what you're trying to do as a business? The quantitative factors are going to be things such as professionalism, timeliness, what kind of proposal they're putting in front of you, how is the communication between you and this potential supplier. So that first step is quite critical in the process of being able to have an effective production. Then a next step is meeting your supplier. It's very important that you are able to be there in attendance if you can be, and if you can't be, groups like ours and so forth are in existence that can be your eyes and ears on the ground. Because quite honestly, there is a big divide between the incentives of a customer and those of a factory. And this is globally, right? What does a customer want? They want every single I dotted and every single T crossed. What does a supplier want or a factory want? They want to finish the project and move on to the next project. These are opposing philosophies. So what bridges that gap is going to be a platform such as Alibaba and additional services like some of the ones that we offer to bridge this divide, eyes and ears on the ground, so forth. And then finally, it's always a great idea to have third-party attestation. This is going to be third-party QC firms that can come in and can give you a clean bill of health as well to ensure that what you have decided upon is in line with industry standards, as well as what your own AQL standards that you may have provided and key points to look out for. So again, this is a very methodical process that requires a bit of a regulated approach to really get a great outcome, especially when you're trying to do custom OEM projects, making ideas into reality. And sometimes it doesn't even get solved the first time. Sometimes a production has to happen and you learn a few things, but hopefully you learn them before you ship them, right? So you learn these things, and then you look for areas of improvement. And if you're with a good factory, they're willing to be a good partner to you and to improve those things as well jointly. So that's a little bit about, I would say, the kind of more formal approach to this.
Yeah, definitely. Sounds like definitely communication is key, understanding the actual manufacturer's facilities, but also having a resource like your companies and your teams on the ground overseas can kind of mitigate that for somebody that may not have access to those resources to travel halfway around the world. Jason, I know you're heavily involved with logistics as well. When it comes to hard truths, what can you share that you just know it comes up more often than not, and how you overcome those challenges?
I think the hard truth is that people think it's easier and faster than it actually is. They'll always think that. The number that you see is not always the number that you'll get. Just add a couple more days after that. And if you're planning ahead of time, the hard truth is that most of the time, if you plan ahead and then plan ahead a little bit more, you'll be in an okay place. If you plan ahead a lot, you'll be in a pretty good place. But if you just plan, you're gonna be in a pretty difficult spot because things always go wrong. You just have to prepare for the worst case scenario, especially in logistics. Sometimes there's a chain, a link in the chain for the freight route that gets broken down. For whatever reasons, just expect the worst to happen. Sometimes it may get stuck at customs. Sometimes it may get stuck at a certain point. You just always have to expect that to happen. So sometimes we work with customers who just think that shipments can magically appear through a portal. In their head, they're like, well, everyone gets things done in 22 days. Why does it take 27? I was like, yeah, I mean, you didn't consider the fact that you, one, sometimes pay the invoice late. Two, you didn't consider that all these other stuff before and after that needs to take place. It's not just on the ship immediately after the factory. We need to truck stuff to the port, back here, clear customs, and then ship it to your door. People need to consider that you need to give yourself a lot more cushion than you think.
I can agree with you on that 100%, and how we advise our clients. There's many different ways to get your finished product and your finished good that's in a nicely packaged box waiting at the port to leave China or whatever the country of export, excuse me. But more times than not, if you just personal insights from what my company, and I'm sure you guys can all attest to this too, packaging your product for departure. And if you're using an air carrier, most entrepreneurs are going to be shocked when they see their cartons show up from DHL or FedEx, and it's not the factory's fault. It's questions that, as seasoned veterans in sourcing, we know these challenges. But a new seller on Amazon, unless they're educated, they may not know how to ask these questions to a supplier. So from our perspective, there's a lot of hard truths when it comes to sourcing. We always try to stay ahead of it, and we know how to manage our clients' goals and needs as we meet with them, and then we have our conversations directly with the manufacturer, excuse me. With regards to the platform of Alibaba.com, there's from my perspective, there's a number of benefits. Like, what can a new seller or buyer on the Alibaba platform come to expect, or what are the features that can really do a huge service to them? One of the ones that we rely on is the payment options. When it comes to sourcing, you can find a number of products. And I'm gonna let Kareem also speak to this one, because he's a big believer in making sure you know your supplier, but you also you got the right product. So I'll let him jump into that in a second as I finish. But with regards to making sure you understand like the logistics and the parameters around that, you have to, starting a company online, it's not as easy as it sounds. You can't necessarily do your homework on YouTube. I mean, you can learn a lot, but firsthand experience and working with agencies like ours are going to help you navigate that. With going back to knowing your supplier and knowing your products and using the Alibaba platform, the thing I did want to touch on is payment options. So anytime that you're starting out, you're bootstrapped, you're using your personal funds, your family investment, you're finding ways to kind of bring that product to market. And buying the product is one thing, but you have to factor in logistics. And I touch on logistics a lot because it is one of the biggest challenges with sourcing and bringing products in. So if you don't account for that, you're only getting your product finished and it's not getting to your door. But when it comes to payment options, there's a lot of payment options available on the Alibaba platform that our company leverages to remain liquid. And it allows us to manage that cash flow, because not all of our clients are paying us up front. A lot of them will ask for terms, net 7, net 30, net 60, net 90. So in order for us to kind of like mitigate the cash flow while our revenue is strong, we may get an order for 7 figures come in the door, and we need to be able to account for that. And that's a big shift. but we've been able to navigate that. And with the financing options and the resources available through Alibaba.com, that's one of the biggest features I see a lot of value in, aside from trade assurance and all the other things. Kareem, go ahead and share anything that you feel like what you love about the Alibaba platform as far as sourcing goes.
Sure. I mean, I would basically say the expansive reach. You have a platform that has millions of people coming and going on it, over, I think, close to 500,000 suppliers and factories. You couldn't get a better sort of research and development tool as a new brand trying to do something. Simply going to that platform and typing in words of a product similar to what you're trying to sell or develop or make will very quickly give you an understanding of what currently exists, what you may be looking to do, or possibly give you some innovative ideas. So I think that it's a very good sort of good research and development tool, because, as small to mid-sized businesses, you come up with a great idea and you think you're alone in that. But the reality of it is that for every good idea, there's probably 10 other people who have a similar idea or some kind of a take on it. And it's good for you to understand not necessarily your competition, but what exists out there, to be able to then make your deviations or your changes. And then that also goes into the supplier side, where as you then dig a little deeper into those products and who are the suppliers or manufacturers of those, what do their kind of terms and conditions look like? What are their payment terms? What are their sort of mechanisms on production timeframes and timelines? So when we have customers come to us with different RFQs, we always go to at least 4 to 5, maybe even 6 different suppliers that are verified. Why? Understand the landscape, to understand the differences between this group, this region, this technology, this manufacturing capability, and really you then kind of hone into what's the reality and the truth of what that product looks like, how to produce it, how to facilitate it, and so on. So I do think that the Alibaba platform provides this level of expansive research that people can get access to in a very convenient way, and that can give you some very strong business kind of thoughts and kind of direction as to which way you may want to take your product.
Absolutely. Jason, where do you leverage the Alibaba platform and being able to manage your business?
I heard someone today mention that finding a supplier is like dating. And I do agree to that. I think Alibaba lets you know what you like. Sometimes you think you know what you like and you think you know what you're looking for, but when you have access to so many options all at once in front of you, you find a lot of inspirations for things that you didn't think was possible, right? Like you think I can make a box this way, but turns out it can actually go 6 other ways. You can only find it when you're able to shop around. And at the end of the day, a lot of people start this business not knowing a lot of stuff. And the biggest challenge is like you don't really know what you don't know. But as you see a lot of references, as you go through the profiles and as you understand the capabilities of machines that are used, the stuff that they have done in the past, it gives you a lot of ideas to Frankenstein your own product. So I love to use it as a research tool. I love to use it as a verification tool too.
To touch on that, so as an entrepreneur, somebody that's coming into this with a brand new product, you go to Alibaba.com, you type in the parameters of what the product are. To your point, sometimes it could be overwhelming, the number of responses. How are you vetting out, like, basically who you communicate with, or are you using the RFQ feature more? How do you guys manage this?
Yeah, we'll use RFQ features. At the beginning, I just created a spreadsheet, but now that you could do it in the platform. But back in the day, I had a spreadsheet of all the suppliers. I'll fill in their supplier verified information. I look at the type of machines that they have, how many employees they have, what kind of certifications that their business has. But then I'll also look at their trade history, their export. A lot of stuff that Kareem touched on is the stuff that I also look for. And I'll basically create a list of 10, 15 suppliers and start narrowing it in and start talking. And from like the first few conversations, you generally know who you want to work with based on what you're looking for. There's all sorts of businesses on the platform. There's manufacturers and trading companies, and there's trading companies. They all have their own benefits based on what your goals are. And if you have a certain goal that aligns better with working with a trading company, so be it. If you want to go direct to manufacturers to have a lot more options that you might be looking for, you could do that too. But you generally can figure that out from the first couple conversations with all these people, narrow down to 5, get samples from 5, narrow that down to 3, and then pick your final one.
No, that's a great process. I think we follow similar lines of, like how to get that list of 15 down to like 3 to 4 that we feel are the best fit for our products, and then being able to spend time there, right? Because it'll be counterproductive if you just try to go with every option that's out there. It's not reasonable. Ahmad, how are you leveraging the features on Alibaba.com to build your network with your Amazon sellers and everything that you're doing there?
Coming from a background of selling on Amazon, but specifically from running and managing groups of Amazon sellers who are fairly new, one of the things that we've seen is, when the MOQ is low, 500 or 1,000 units, the seller does not really know what they're looking for, and sometimes the defect rates can be pretty high in the first, second, or third orders. The trade assurance part of Alibaba is it's such an amazing tool to have, that peace of mind for the sellers. So from our perspective, we always make sure that all of our members know that if you're going to be ordering through Alibaba, make sure you order through trade assurance. Make sure you have trade assurance, because especially in the beginning, you want to make sure that you're protected, because you don't know what you don't know. And until you do, you want to have that peace of mind that Alibaba has your back, and they will help you, negotiate and fix any issues that might come up. And the fact that Alibaba is so open to listening and getting feedback from its members, its users, and innovating their platform to meet those needs is absolutely amazing. A few years ago, if you had an issue and you went through trade assurance, you would have to ship, and you came to a resolution, you'd have to ship your products all the way back to your supplier. Now, Alibaba has a warehouse domestically in the US where you can just ship it there. That saves you a ton of money. Shipping costs are not cheap. So the fact that Alibaba can actually and does actually go through and listen to the feedback of its users is an amazing, amazing thing.
Absolutely. In terms of changes, our marketplace continues to evolve and change in the field of sourcing every day. The last 12 months has seen another shift with the way that buyers are sourcing their products. In each one of your eyes, what are you seeing? What are the biggest changes that you've seen in buyer behavior and what they're looking for? And also anything that you have to add, maybe on the seller perspective, from the supplier side, from the factory level. Kareem, what are your thoughts there?
Yes, what I would say is buyers are not chasing dollars as much. What they're really chasing is they're chasing dependability and consistency of their supply chain. And this is a big shift. And I think that this happened in the last few years due to many of the supply chain issues we've had globally. And the reality of it is that it's more outcome driven than sort of short-term focus. And I think that that's a very important and kind of mature philosophy that's kind of permeating the global supply chain landscape right now. Because I remember, 10 years ago or 15 years ago, the first question is what's it going to cost? Or how do we get the cost down? How do you sharpen your pencil? And these other kinds of ideas around getting the lowest cost solution. Whereas now, my conversations more revolve around, are we going to be okay? We're going to be able to produce dependably. We're going to be able to make sure that things are in place and so on and so forth. And I think that that's good, because the focus is now upon a lot of these philosophies that Alibaba has been promoting and pushing for many years, which is the verification of the suppliers and these trade assurance programs and things of that nature, which have always been important, but now even more so have a spotlight upon these things. So I think that, Alibaba is very well positioned, and doing this great seminar with so many industry specialists and things of that nature is only a testament to this philosophy. But that's what I see. I see more these days that it's not so much chasing the dollar. That's what I see.
Great.
I saw the same thing, and that was a change that's been happening for the past few years. I think from a merchant's perspective, we have to chase after outcome because competition increased so much over the past few years with more DTC founders coming in and creating products that it's not just being the cheapest anymore. We have to be differentiated. We have to find new functions to market against all these other people coming in. We need better packaging. We need more buttons for a certain product. We need more marketable angles that it's can the supplier make it rather than can they make it for 20 cents less, right? But so that's for the past few years. I think in the recent year, a noticeable change I've had is that it shifted from a buyer's market, from a brand market during the pandemic when not a lot of businesses were happening from the vendor side because of all the close down and whatnot, that we had a lot more leeway, a lot more flexibility to asking for better terms, more flexibility in all these other stuff. But then in the past year, when everything opened up again, it shifted back into a vendor market in a sense where they're like, well, actually, I'm not gonna take a MOQ of X, I only want you to go here. Whereas a year ago, they would have, rather than letting you to negotiate price and terms around the first bat, they're gonna be like, well, unless we have a history with you, we're not going to be that flexible. So that's the change in the past year, and then the larger change in the past 6-7 years.
Absolutely.
And following COVID, we saw a lot of our larger clients look to start diversifying away from China. There was a big fear out there. And in the last 12 to 18 months, what we have seen being at the forefront of it, helping them sort of find sourcing opportunities near shore or onshore, is that the expectation that we have working with Chinese suppliers, especially verified suppliers through Alibaba, you can't have those same expectations when you're going near shore. If you're going to Latin America, if you're going to Mexico, the landscape is very different. The culture is very different. And we're used to a certain way of working with factories that understand e-commerce, that understand the nuances of what it means to be a smaller brand or a medium-sized brand. And so what we're seeing in the last 12 months or so is the shift back towards saying, all right, so it's not as simple as just we're going to take our manufacturing away from China and into Mexico, because it just won't happen. The manufacturers in China, a factory might be able to make 100, 200 products, whereas in Mexico, they can make 3. They're very specialized. And if you don't know the culture, if you don't know the nuances of how to communicate with them, you're not going to be able to find a factory that can make your widget for you.
Kareem, you were going?
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I agree with that. But at the same time, I think one thing that we all saw that was very intriguing to us was one of the bulletin boards that was outside that showed Alibaba's very diligent attempts to grow the global network. And I think that that's going to be a very strong and sophisticated idea going forward with global suppliers, where this application of the verification processes and so on is going to be widespread. And hopefully, it will basically go to other parts of the world also. I give Alibaba a lot of credit for really looking to focus on the world, being global in this philosophy, which they have always been, but even making some more dedicated efforts to this. And I think that that's going to be the benefit to the globe.
And the platform, when you do go through the platform and find suppliers outside of China, Alibaba, any supplier that comes on Alibaba, they are sort of working under the same umbrella as a Chinese company. So as users, we now know that we can deal with them, we can work with them, and they can satisfy our needs. Whereas if you try to do it on your own, if you try to go out there and try to find factories in different countries, each country has its own nuanced culture and its own nuanced way of doing business. And there's no way we would, unless you have some kind of feet on the ground and some way of understanding that culture, there's no way you would know what to do. the amazing thing with Alibaba's global reach is the fact that now they're going to make everything sort of uniform across all countries, which is, again, an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's a connectedness and having the same standards across different geos that's going to be able to enable the buyers on Alibaba's platform to have access to new markets. While to your point, many of the factories, if you look at Mexico or one of the other countries that are starting to come online, they're very specific on the products that you can get. Whereas with the diversification and the establishment of these sophisticated factories in China, they're producing 100, 200 SKUs out of these equipment lines and these manufacturing facilities. And one thing that we did touch on, and it may not be necessarily available to everybody in the room, but I do encourage forming these relationships directly with the manufacturers and suppliers on Alibaba. The communication goes the distance. I personally can attest that the amount of time and energy that we put into developing the relationships with our suppliers really helps us move through our orders, I feel, faster than any of our competitors. And I hear it back from our clients when they're shocked and they see their 50,000 piece bag order at their warehouse in 3 to 4 weeks. And that's not an easy task to deliver on, coming from, considering the setups and everything that goes into the production side of it with the packaging that we focus on. But relationships are key. I know in our conversation back before we came up here, I think you guys could all agree, they value our business and the work that we do. But I think we all have the same sort of pedigree too when it comes to how we communicate, and we appreciate our suppliers for that hard work. To me, I feel like those relationships, you can't put a price on that.
And I'll take that a step further even. Relationships are the cornerstone of any successful business, but you need to cultivate a relationship. A lot of people believe that business relationships are separate from personal relationships. I am not of that mindset, because I think that if you make it personal, you get to know your representative, your contacts and the factories that are serving you, and you make it personal with them. You get to know them as an individual. If you have the ability to go and visit the factories, take them out to dinner, maybe do a couple of gunbei shots with them, and just build that rapport, build that personal and special relationship. Understand what the cultural nuances as far as or in China specifically. Send them a Chinese New Year gift. Understand when their birthdays are, their kids' birthdays. Thank them when an order is done properly and you receive it. Most of us, we only communicate with our contacts in a very business-like manner. Place the order, everything is good, great. If something goes wrong, we start yelling.
All transactional, right?
Exactly. And you have to make it personal. And if you do make it personal, you then get an advocate within that factory. You get an advocate, and sometimes a lifelong friendship is built just based out of that.
We also, just to that point too, we were talking about it earlier as well, that, specifically in China, this concept of guanxi, right? It's this idea of the relationship, and that this is what matters the most. And it starts with that, and then it grows from that point forward. And I also completely agree that, it's almost the relationship starts first, then the business. Absolutely. And if you take that sort of philosophy, specifically when it comes to this hard truth of product sourcing, one of the hardest truths of product sourcing is getting outside of yourself. It's understanding that the way that you think it has to be done and so on and so forth is not always going to give you the best outcome. And being willing to be a student of the process, learn from the process, to learn from who's on the other side of the equation. And I think that's quite important. So.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on it. My current GM in China is actually my sales agent. I met him on Alibaba.com. We were having a conversation about a new brand I was launching, and 8 years later, he's now my general manager for my company in Hong Kong. So it just goes to show you that like a lot of these stuff that you cultivate early on can really lead to more opportunities down the line from one company to the other. But I think for a lot of the people in the crowd, it's like the question remains like, how do I build a relationship if I'm brand new? You know, like if I go on Alibaba.com right now, first time, how do I build that relationship? And the first step is like, don't overthink it. Like they're a friend. Don't try to like push yourself and force yourself to be someone. Just be yourself, be personable, ask them about their day, ask them about, you know, what's going on in their side, and just build that rapport right there, because having an advocate within a factory can be a difference of lowering your MOQ by a little bit, maybe jumping the line in the queue for the production cycle, maybe having that person that can help you negotiate earlier than what you're supposed to negotiate because your volume's not there yet. But if you sell them on your story, if you sell them on your future potential, you sell them on your vision, they will, and then they buy into it, you basically have a partner within your company that is trying to grow with you, and they will pull a lot of strings just to make it happen.
And most of the people that you're transacting over Alibaba with, they're used to the same communication back and forth. But if you come in and you take responsibility for the energy you bring to that conversation, and you make them feel positive, you bring in laughter and joy, and you joke with them, and you get them to sort of become more at ease with you, I can't tell you how big of a shift in just the communication from them you'll see in a positive way. So always, I always emphasize this with our members, that always take responsibility for the energy that you bring to any communication, to any interaction, because it matters. It really matters on what you're going to get back from the person that you're talking with.
Yeah, definitely. I cannot argue anything that you gentlemen have said. And even to further that, Jason, you kind of touched on this too, is anytime a new buyer is going on to Alibaba, they're going to see the product listing, they're going to see features and details. A lot of times you're going to see those MOQs and they might be a little scary. What I've come to find out is, as you develop these relationships with your suppliers, they're going to be flexible with you because they're going to see that you're eager to do business with them. And I'm big on loyalty. So once I identify the supplier that I know is going to consistently produce products, and we don't have to lose sleep over that product, and knowing that if there's going to be an issue, I stay with them. And even if something does go wrong, nobody's perfect. They are so willing to make things right if there's something that went wrong. So just touching on what everybody said here, these relationships, this is something that's not necessarily taught, but it's something that we've all learned and we all know. So these relationships, you can't put a value on it, but the more human that you are and the more understanding that you are, things are going to happen. There's holidays that are on their calendar that aren't on our calendar. You can't ask them to come into work. That's not how it works. There's storms. There was a typhoon that just swept through southern China last week. DHL, FedEx, everybody stopped. You could not move packages for 3 to 5 days. And you just have to explain that to your customers if you have a relationship in that sense. If you're a brand, you have to be knowing that things are going to happen, weather or logistics, that you have to navigate through. It's not a perfect system, but if you have the right protocols in place, you can be very successful in consistently bringing new products on. And if you're doing the marketing and you're providing a product that the consumers here in the US or Canada or whatever the market is, they're reacting to and it's growing, you can count on your suppliers to grow with you. So really big on that. We have just a few more minutes left. I think the last thing that I would just like to hear from you guys is expectations. We don't have a crystal ball, but if we did, what do you envision in the next 12 months? Kareem, what do you foresee as far as markets go and how we've been able to adjust over the last 12 months?
I would say what we were talking about earlier, because I believe that it's kind of a shift, as I said before, where we've moved away from kind of chasing the dollar to the more kind of outcome-driven dependability process within sort of global sourcing. I expect this to continue, and not only that, but I expect it to kind of continue to grow and thrive. The more resources that Alibaba continues to roll out that's in line with that, I think is the kinds of things that people are going to want to hear. I think they're going to want to hear those words like verified and trade assurance and things of those nature. I think that this is kind of the music to people's ears when it comes to global sourcing. And I expect that to continue. And we've always been doing that, and we continue to support that. So that's sort of what I see these days.
I'd like to expand on the panel before us, AI. I think we're going to see a lot more application of AI for everyone else. You know, new technology usually trickles down. There's usually a small group of people that will use it, and then everyone else does it. I think we're at that point where people are embracing that, using AI to do research, using AI to do mock-ups. You know, mock-ups used to take days, maybe 6 hours. Now I can get it in 5-6 minutes. And it just speeds up the process on our work and then from the client side. So we're going to see a lot more applications there, a lot more usage. And I'm frankly very optimistic about where we're heading there, because it's just, you know, and imagine you get 8 more pairs of hands in that process. For a solopreneur who might not have that resource, you now have that superpower. It's like an Iron Man suit that I'm excited about.
Technology is definitely empowering the entrepreneur. It's democratizing it.
For sure. And I'm going to piggyback on what Kareem said. I think the concept of having verified suppliers and having going to one place and being able to have that peace of mind that you're working with the right suppliers, that you're not going to get scammed, that you're not going to be taken advantage of, is going to become more and more relevant, at least within my world of Amazon, especially newer Amazon sellers, because that had been the norm years ago. So now with all the new innovations and tools and safety guards that Alibaba has put in place, I think it's just going to see more and more robust growth from newer sellers, newer entrepreneurs who are going to be entering the markets.
Great. Well, we want to say thank you. We really appreciate this opportunity to be up here and share how we've been able to solve the hard truths of sourcing. And if you have any questions, feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn or around the conference. We'd be more than glad to understand any challenges you have.
Thank you very much. Truly appreciate it.
Insights, and particularly the fact that building connections with your suppliers is paramount to running a successful business. Now, there's a lot more involved as well. Next up is a keynote introducing you to our supply chain solution. And that will be held by Yikun Xiao, one of my most favorite people at Alibaba.com, the US supply chain leader. Welcome to the stage, Yikun.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yikun Xiao, and I'm a member with the North America supply chain team at Alibaba.com. I'm based in New York. I realize that I am the only one now standing in your way of your coffee break, so I'll try to keep my part brief. But today, I have the pleasure of discussing a topic that is crucial for businesses in today's global marketplace. As you have just heard from our distinguished panel, cross-border sourcing and international trade can create a host of challenges for your businesses. Those include relying on overseas suppliers to help with logistics matters, quality issues in your source products, unpredictable costs, and ever-evolving cross-border regulations. Moreover, unforeseeable events such as the global pandemic recently can create or introduce uncertainties into your supply chain. These operational challenges can be overwhelming for entrepreneurs and business owners like yourselves. They divert your valuable time and resources away from your core competencies and your business growth. So at Alibaba.com, we keep asking ourselves, what can we do to support our customers in managing these complex undertakings in a very efficient manner? After all, as you know, to make it easy to do business everywhere is our group's mission. So towards this goal, our cross-border supply chain team has been diligently developing platform-level intelligent supply chain solutions tailored for business customers, so you can connect, communicate, and trade with confidence. Our solutions cover every stage of your sourcing journey, from contract negotiation, ordering, payment, cross-border logistics, to any other value-added services. But the linchpins of a successful sourcing experience come down to the physical and the financial flow of your transaction. I'm very glad to report that our teams have made great progress in both these areas. So today, I am thrilled to reintroduce to you two of our key offerings. The first is Alibaba.com Trade Assurance Program, and the other is the Alibaba.com Logistics Services. As you will see shortly, we believe these services will effectively address many of the pain points that our panelists just highlighted, and they have also testified to it as well. So let's start with trade assurance. As some of our panelists have already shared their experience with it, and this morning our CTO Yang has also briefly introduced you to it. I realize that still some of you may not be familiar with its full benefits. So today, let me try to highlight some of its key features and benefits so that you can use it to build your business relationships. But the bottom line, to start with, it is fair to state that in order to build a new business relationship and build the trust in between that, especially when it involves an overseas supplier, is a very critical first step of your sourcing journey. And that's where trade assurance steps in to help you with that relationship building. In simple terms, trade assurance is a comprehensive purchase protection program that covers you from order payment to final delivery when you order and pay on Alibaba.com. When your order is covered by trade assurance, you can be assured that it will be secured, delivered on time, and meet the agreed upon terms. If unexpected issues arise, such as breaches in product quality, delivery times, or any other contractual terms, you will get support from the Alibaba.com team, where we will step in and mediate to help you reach a satisfactory resolution, including issuing refunds or compensation. So the numbers speak for themselves, as you can see. To date, trade assurance has already covered 160 million orders. It's used by 200,000 suppliers on Alibaba.com. It spans to over 200 million products and 190 shipping destinations. It also supports 27 different currencies and 20 different payment methods. So as the numbers can say for themselves, trade assurance is a very comprehensive and widely popular program. So how does it work? You first reach an agreement with a supplier that supports trade assurance on Alibaba.com. Then you make a payment online through our platform. Remember, trade assurance does not protect payments made outside of the platform. Next, your payment is held in escrow, meaning the funds will only be released to the supplier after you confirm that your order has been delivered and as expected. If not, you will receive a refund or compensation. Let me give you a real-life example. A jewelry store owner, Jess, recently purchased some gold chains on Alibaba.com to sell in her offline store. Due to some unexpected delays, the products arrived about 2 weeks late. Because this order was placed on our platform and protected by trade assurance, it was under the coverage of on-time delivery. So as a result of this delay, Jess was promptly compensated with a coupon that is instantly usable on Alibaba.com for her future purchases. Similarly, in the unlikely event of any other inconsistencies relating to the order, say about product quality of Jess's order, she can also expect full support from our team to reach a satisfactory resolution. She can also enjoy some additional purchase protections. I believe one of our panelists just mentioned, for instance, under trade assurance, there is an easy return program. If her order is subject to that program, she can return the items domestically within 30 days of receipt of her order and get a full refund. So how does that sound for building confidence? Well, in our experience, this program, since launch, has significantly boosted trust relationships between buyers and suppliers and offer peace of mind in online transactions. So next time you look for a supplier on our platform, be sure to look for this shield logo to identify one that supports trade assurance. And another reminder, when you want to get full protection from trade assurance, please be sure to keep all of your communications and transaction with the supplier within the platform. Next, keeping that example I just gave in mind, now if we compare trade assurance with traditional methods for global commerce, its advantages, we believe, are even more evident. For example, traditional international payments involve complex processes and are prone to delays, non-payments, and security concerns like fraud. With trade assurance, payment security is significantly enhanced, protecting both buyers and suppliers. Next, in terms of certainty, with trade assurance, you have peace of mind knowing that you can track the progress of your order on our platform and are protected against any fraud or any issues related to quality and shipping. Again, think of the old way where none of these is easy to achieve, as your international order in the past would involve multiple intermediaries and processes, making it hard, if not impossible, to keep track of everything in one place. Lastly, where in the past, you would generally have to rely on the good faith of your overseas supplier to abide by the contractual obligations that you agreed upon. When using trade assurance, you know that we at Alibaba can and will get involved should any issues arise relating to your order. Okay, now to recap, trade assurance safeguards your orders, offering peace of mind in establishing new sourcing relationships. It supports secure payment, provides recourse when issues arise, and ensures your order is timely delivered. Additionally, for eligible products, you can access after-sales support as well, which include on-site maintenance, repair, and free replacement parts services, all at your doorstep. So, this is what we at Alibaba.com have developed to help customers mitigate some of the key risks associated with global trade. We actually just celebrated the eighth year anniversary of trade assurance just 2 months ago. Today, it is clear that it has protected numerous customers and online orders. But today, I hope you have gained an even more solid understanding of how you can utilize it to protect your order and build trust in your sourcing journey. Okay, moving on. The next Alibaba.com service I'm going to introduce addresses yet another major pain point that we often hear our customers, or in fact anyone who's engaged in global trade, often express a lot of frustration about. That is cross-border logistics. Logistics is an integral part of doing essentially any business, but it can be a very complex and sometimes time-consuming process, especially when it involves dealing with cross-border movement of goods and their accompanying regulatory requirements in terms of import-export. So it's also it's a highly volatile market as well, because as I'm sure many of you have experienced or at least seen in the past few years during and after the pandemic, the huge price swings in the international freight market. So how do we support our customers manage these uncertainties and find the most suitable logistics solutions for them? That is why we launched our Alibaba.com logistics services quite a few years ago, committed to delivering value for our customers through what we consider as smart logistics. Now, as a brief overview, Alibaba.com logistics is a comprehensive suite of services tailored to meet our customers' diverse needs, from small parcel deliveries to large cargo shipments across international borders. We have expanded our network, partnered with reputable carriers, freight forwarders, and other business partners, and harnessed our digital intelligence to offer reliable, efficient, and cost-effective solutions. What sets us apart from traditional providers is our digital and technological prowess. Alibaba.com Logistics leverages this expertise to deliver fast and reliable shipping experience, transparent online tracking, and worry-free shipping guarantees. Our achievements thus far speak volumes. Our logistics network currently ships to more than 220 countries and regions globally, includes over 26,000 global service routes, and serves more than 1.1 million buyers and delivers an annual volume of 4 million packages. While we are very proud of these milestones at Alibaba.com, we are committed to continuing to expand our logistics network and serving even more customers globally. Now, from a customer perspective, why choose Alibaba.com Logistics over traditional providers or any of your existing relationships? As I mentioned earlier, among the key reasons are cost effectiveness, efficiency, and traceability. First, on the cost side, our extensive network of logistics providers ensures that you have numerous cost-effective solutions or options at your fingertips. Using our platform, you can easily compare and find and compare different logistic quotes, saving your valuable time when compared with the old-fashioned approach of contacting suppliers offline and in a manual manner. Efficiency is further enhanced through our on-time delivery guarantee for ready-to-ship products on our website, which I'll delve into more in the next slide. But lastly, on traceability, our logistics service allows you to track your shipment at every step of the way on our platform, giving back to you the control and transparency of your shipping journey. Now, let's dive a bit deeper into some of the existing logistics programs and their immediate benefits. First, we offer the Delivered by Alibaba.com logistics service, which applies to a vast majority of our ready-to-ship products on Alibaba.com. They are clearly marked with our Alibaba.com logistics badge, and when you see that badge, you know that your shipment is backed by our logistics capability, and you have a fixed deliver by date when shipping to 169 countries or regions in the world. If any delays occur, you are eligible to receive a compensation. And also, as I mentioned earlier, overall, Alibaba.com logistics can now deliver to more than 220 countries and regions using a diverse range of shipping options, ranging from ocean, air, rail, to land transportation. You can also track your orders on our platform, which eliminates the need to check with your supplier about shipping progress. That provides you greater certainty and control in your order fulfillment and inventory management as well. Now, in terms of visibility, we've actually gone above and beyond with this TrackSmart tool. This is a shipment tracking tool that allows you to monitor your shipping progress with virtually any carrier, whether they are with Alibaba.com logistics or not. With TrackSmart, you can easily search for and manage multiple tracking numbers, receive real-time updates, and share tracking information with any relevant parties at your discretion. It also would help you mitigate the risk of any delays or disruptions through an exception management mechanism in which the system would alert you of any anticipated issues in your shipment in advance. Currently, TrackSmart supports the tracking of express packages, but we are continuing to work to roll out new functionality to expand that tracking to other modes of transportation in the near future. Now, our journey to assist customers with logistics needs does not stop there. That's why today I want to introduce to you our logistics marketplace tool, which we have rolled out on a limited scale recently, and will continue to expand its capability in the coming 6 to 12 months. This serves as, a marketplace tool that empowers our buyers to take logistics back into their own hands. You can search for and book logistics solutions on this platform from providers already verified by Alibaba.com. It offers both door-to-door services for smaller shipments and cost-effective port-to-port options for larger volumes. This service also allows you to fully customize your solutions, connect with providers, and access customer support 24/7 or online within one platform. Now, in conclusion, Alibaba.com is committed to simplifying global trade for businesses like yours. Our trade assurance program and logistics services are designed to provide you with the confidence, security, and efficiency you need in your cross-border sourcing transactions. Whether you are protecting your orders with trade assurance or streamlining your logistics operations using Alibaba.com logistics, we are here to support your growth and success in the global marketplace. Together, we can navigate the complexities of global trade with confidence. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to discussing how we can further support you off the stage. Thank you. Sorry, one last administrative note. At 5 o'clock in meeting room Lotus 7, we will host a discussion for anyone who's interested in Alibaba logistics services and also any other issues. Because in addition to what we have developed, it's more important for us to hear about your experience and your additional pain points so we can continue to work on that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ikun.
Thank you.
So what's next? It's time to recharge a little bit. We have a coffee and networking break. So where is it? Well, if you head straight out the back doors, walk towards the registration desk, and then hang a right. Go down that hallway, you'll find the Orchid Ballroom, and just there will be coffee and refreshments.
this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
You source for your business, and you've put in the effort. Now it's time to find your success on Alibaba.com. A leading V2 from over 200,000 suppliers in 5,900 categories across over 200 countries and regions. Alibaba.com comes in handy whether you're on PC or using the app, whether you're searching for products to resell or suppliers to manufacture your own. With third-party verified suppliers, you know what you see is what you get. Send out sourcing requests and get quotations from matching suppliers in as little as 3 hours. Chat with them wherever you are. Check them out, connect with them. Discover your next winning product with millions of video tips at your fingertips. Pay for your order with confidence, knowing that Alibaba.com supports multiple payment methods, encrypted and secure, so your data is safe with us. Track your shipment every step of the way, so logistical uncertainties won't get in your way. We know global trade can be unpredictable. Oops. That's why we provide purchase protection services across payment, shipping, and after sales, all powered by Trade Assurance. Alibaba.com is the place to go, whether you are a solo entrepreneur, a 4-person startup, a purchasing manager for a juggernaut, or a franchise owner. Join the other 40 million active buyers on Alibaba.com and source from millions of offerings in an easier, more secure way. Oh, and stay tuned for 2 of our biggest annual promotional events, every March to discover new trends, and every September to stock up for the holiday season.
Hello, my name is Noelle Davis, and I am the owner and founder of Paris Fit. I am excited to share with you my business journey. My story starts as I fulfilled my dream of becoming an archaeologist. After working for a year, I was in a serious car accident. During my recovery, doctors encouraged me to rebuild my core, and that's when my passion for fitness was born. The name Paris Fit has a special meaning to me, as my father would often bring me home presents from his work trip, especially from Paris. And the fonts always looked so beautiful. Even the gifts, they were always so amazing. That's when Paris, in my eyes, started to represent beauty. And that's why I named my brand Paris Fit. After becoming a certified personal trainer, I started to help people live better lifestyles, as well as help hundreds of people reach their fitness goals. In the past 2 years, the pandemic was a major hit to most businesses, including my very own. Not only did my physical location have to close for over a year and a half, but there were raised competition in the health and fitness industry, especially on social media. More and more people decided to exercise from home, but I chose to move my business in a different direction by producing.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum
It was
wage.
really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from
Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free. It felt like such a big mountain that I had to climb to see success. There's a lot of risk, especially in the financial position I was in. I was making minimum wage. It was about 10 years ago that I first learned of pickleball. It's a sport that pretty much anyone can play. Nice shot. I consider myself a pretty athletic person. I did professional dancing. There's like these unspoken rules like there are in dance. The more you play, you'll understand there's a rhythm and pace. And if you go against that rhythm, pickleball is actually very difficult. But if you understand the rhythm and go with the flow, it becomes a very fun game that you can be exceptional at. Back then, we thought of an idea. Why don't we create our own paddle, since pickleball is the fastest growing sport right now? Because we were actually pickleball players, we couldn't get by with just, hey, this looks like a nice paddle, but don't play with it, it's really bad. Who could make a paddle that didn't just look good, it actually played well? We got a few dozen prototypes from Alibaba.com. We played with them, we tested them, the manufacturer listened to our feedback and finally came up with a prototype of a great, authentic paddle that we could use every single day. And so that was a full process of idea to testing, to working with the manufacturer and getting a prototype, to sending our feedback, and then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world. There's always a moment and risk when you start something new that no one's going to try, no one's going to buy, and that's scary. My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited. He pulled out the paddle. Look at it. Can you believe it? This is amazing. That to me was a really cool moment, knowing that, like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this. We can actually build a pickleball company. And that is where the process really began. Internet business and pickleball, these things make up a lot of my life. It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free. Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Adrian Granville here. Today is super exciting day because we're going to be talking about creating an offer that converts emails into sales. Super excited to talk about it. Pickleball really started to become a lifestyle. People are having a blast playing pickleball, making friends, and using our paddles, and we're a small part in their journey.
In this new era that we are living in, all elements in logistics are being digitalized, connecting more people and changing more lives. Because of smart logistics, communities are more closely knit than before. Small businesses can operate more efficiently, and every transaction is more secure. We believe in the power of smart logistics. It means not only faster processes, but also better collaboration. It makes every trip shorter, every delivery more punctual. Smart logistics means precision. Algorithms, fine-tuning proficiency to enable help to reach the ones most in need faster. Expectations are better met. Smart logistics makes it possible for people to enjoy better lives, for well wishes to reach loved ones sooner. Smart logistics flows in our DNA, and we shepherd it toward a brighter tomorrow with every step.
In this digital age, we can easily order a cup of coffee with just a few clicks. So why can't international shipping be just as simple?
I know. Cello Square has the answer to that question. Log on to Cello Square, and with just a few clicks, you'll have 24/7 access to global logistics services, handled by 5,000 logistics specialists from 230 sites across 37 countries. Cello Square is a one-stop service where you can receive your quotations, manage your orders, and track your shipments in real time. How can the service offer all?
A truly streamlined digital forwarding service.
Should offer nothing less. We'll take care of the logistics so you can focus on your business and customers. Click on logistics. Cello Square.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly
We're back to talk to some of our sponsors here at two are y'all users, and we're going to talk to some services. So can you
launch and optimize the products that they're selling, typically on Amazon.
And why did you want to be a part of Co-Create?
So Co-Create, we've worked with Alibaba for a few years now. A lot of our students, a lot of people use our software on Amazon.
Awesome. Thank you.
to off Amazon traffic to 18 different things. And the objective is to make one-stop solution for marketplace sellers to come and be able to sell, rank, launch, and succeed on those marketplaces with only having to come to one place.
Amazing. And why did you want to be a part of Co-Create?
I mean, it's Alibaba, right? I started off in 2015 as an e-commerce seller myself.
Okay.
And as I was developing my own brands, I spent a lot of time on Alibaba. I started meeting suppliers on Alibaba, traveling to China myself, building those relationships that I found on Alibaba, and that's really what launched my e-commerce career and helped me, be one of the leaders of Carbon 6. It's Alibaba basically transformed the last 10 years of my life and my professional career. So of course, when they wanted to have an event, we wanted to show up, we wanted to support, and we wanted to learn as much as we can just to be part of this inaugural event.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you for being here. We're really excited to talk to you, and I hope you enjoy the next day that we have here.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Thanks
great.
for talking. All right, guys. So on to another sponsor here. Can you tell us what service you provide to Alibaba.com users?
Yeah, sure. So we're a e-commerce logistics company. Where our service is called Cello Square by Samsung SDS. We're a logistics company, so sellers are going to be sourcing via Alibaba, and then they can choose which freight forwarder to move their product from origin to destination. So we're a digital freight forwarder, smart logistics. So we really bring a lot of innovative tools to our platform to really give these e-commerce sellers what they want, which is data, even in their logistics, to make better decisions to streamline their business and improve efficiency.
Okay, amazing. And why did you want to be a part of Co-Create?
We felt that this would be a great show for us to leverage and get to meet e-commerce sellers who we built this platform for. And so we felt a lot of e-commerce sellers would see value in this show. So I was able to meet a great leader within Alibaba. We spoke about it and we felt that this was the right show for us, and we were happy and proud to be part of it in the first year.
Well, we're happy to have you. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference and tomorrow as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you. All right, we're going to go this way. We're going to talk to our... Okay. Okay, we're going to do another interview over here with our sponsor. Can I interrupt you really quick?
Yeah,
We're going to interview you again over here.
I'm glad to get redemption.
Yes.
That one was a little rough.
Okay, so we are here to interview one of our sponsors. Can you tell us what service you provide for Alibaba.com users?
Good? Oh, okay, so now I go. Wait, can we do, please? Okay, I'm ready.
You're good. What service do you provide for Alibaba.com users?
Yeah, so for people who are selling on Amazon specifically, we have a software tool called Data Dive, and what that product is going to do is it's going to help you validate new products, it's going to help you launch products, and it's going to help you optimize those products. So if you're going to things like trade shows, if you're trying to lock down suppliers and you're saying, hey, look, I've got a really good idea for a product, our software is going to help you determine what's the risk level and whether or not that's going to be a good and profitable product to sell on Amazon.
Okay, and why did you want to be a part of Co-Create 2023?
So Alibaba, when it comes to sourcing products, is the biggest and the best. This is the first conference that they're putting on in the US, and so we wanted to be a part of it. We are big partners with Alibaba. We've put on events in China with them. So when they told us they were putting on an event here, it was no question. We wanted to come and help out and be a part of this event.
That's amazing. We're happy to have you. Thank you again. Looking forward to the rest of the conference. Hope to see you around here tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
So thank you. Okay, we're going to head over to the other side and talk to some of our other sponsors. We're really excited over here. A lot has been going on. So many panelists. We have a lot of exciting things tomorrow that we're live streaming, so make sure you stay tuned. We have a special show from Damon John. I'm going to be giving him a tour, and he will also be speaking. So looking forward to that as well. Chime in, let us know in the comments what you're excited to see. I hope that everyone at home is learning a lot and getting all the information. We're here always to help, so please reach out if you have any questions. Drop a comment in the live stream. So we're heading over. See if anyone's behind me. Everyone's on coffee break right now, so we got some space. It's been really crowded here, which is amazing. We've had such a great turnout, and looking forward to tomorrow. So follow me this way to East West Bank, another one of our sponsors. Hello, how are you? Thank you for being here. I have a question. So what service do you provide to Alibaba.com users?
Well, actually, we are a partner with Alibaba. This is East West Bank. We are the second largest bank based in California. and we provide a full financial services, including business banking and also trade finance services.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so we are here to connect. We are here to meet people. We are here to see if we can be able to provide some opportunity here and solution to our attendees here.
That's great. And why did you want to be a part of Co-Create 2023?
Well, I think that it's good to connect based on the e-con system here, that we can be able to refer business to each other, get to know each other, and see what we can be able to help each other to grow and trying to achieve our business goal.
Amazing. It's always good to be face to face. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for
and look forward to seeing you around.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
East West Bank. Okay, so we're heading over to our last sponsor booth and we're excited. Everyone's really good energy here and that's what's keeping me going. I love the high energy. All right, so we're here. Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you? I'm
Great.
Kelly.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So can you tell me what service you provide for Alibaba.com users?
Okay, so in 2013, Alibaba had the vision to be able to do 24-hour shipment in China and then 72-hour shipment anywhere in the world. And that's where China came from. So we're the end-to-end shipping logistics solution to be able to get packages anywhere in the world, from your manufacturer all the way to your end customer.
Okay, there you go. And why did you want to be a part of Co-Create 2023?
Yeah, we were very excited. We're actually a gold level sponsor, and to have 1,500 Alibaba customers here, it's a great opportunity to talk about China and how we can help them here in the U.S. do what we've done all over the world.
That's amazing. Well, thank you for being here with all of us. We're really excited. It's so great to meet you and see you tomorrow. We'll be around. Thank you. Okay, so that's it from our sponsors. Look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for more live streams. And that's all. Have a good night.
Doesn't even know if he wants. He's that hungry. He was waiting. Oh, sorry. My name is Brandon Kavina. I am the owner of our business. I run it with my wife, Leali, and we own Nodnal Co. and Annie Boop Co. We started running our own business when my wife got pregnant with our first son and noticed a gap in the industry for premium quality baby bedding. So we began sourcing products on Alibaba.com.
He actually designed the first set. He just asked me, does this color look okay? I'm like, yeah, that's a perfect gender neutral color. Let's go with it.
Our other business is our party supply company. We both run both of the businesses from home, and we're home with our 2 boys every day. On Alibaba.com, we place orders anywhere from 1 to 4 times a month for both businesses. Trade assurance has been very helpful, and when we received an order of balloons that were the wrong size and color, with getting trade assurance involved.
Alibaba.com mediated it for us. They resolved it in our favor.
Trade assurance is by far the smoothest platform we've used, and it really creates a peace of mind just knowing that both the supplier and ourselves are protected for the whole transaction. To have our kids close to us all day long is something we never imagined we'd be able to do, so we love all the time with each other that we have.
I know that I have to keep going and growing into the future.
It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began. We thought of an idea, make our own paddles that didn't just look good, it actually played well.
Produced bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes.
A vinyl figure for my kids to create new characters based off of their imaginations.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
When I started reaching out to suppliers, I learned a lot.
I worked with the design and the engineering.
We got a few dozen prototypes. We played with them. We tested them. The manufacturer listened to our feedback.
They helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish.
And then finally getting the one. This is it. This is our product that's now ready for the world.
It was like Christmas. There's this thing that you designed, that you created, and it's here, it's real.
People started placing pre-orders.
My dad was the person that we actually shipped the first one to. I remember he was so excited.
There's a certain sense of joy when you see a kid's face light up when they play with these toys.
People see the vision and they are part of the vision. Being an entrepreneur
is the greatest job ever. It's a roller coaster being an entrepreneur.
Making minimum wage.
It was really tough, but it's important to trust your gut.
I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work. I know this is going to work.
And that's where our research began. Like, oh my gosh, we could actually do this.
And that was the moment. If no one else is going to do this, then I have to.
And that is where the process really began.
Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process.
We can actually source the products from Alibaba.com.
It was like lightning just struck.
People started placing pre-orders.
It's a business that I love so much, I would do it for free.
Hi, I'm Eva Jane Bunkley from Atlanta. I'm a makeup artist with over 28 years of experience, and I currently hold 5 patents and trademarks. I've won 2 Emmy Awards, and I've done makeup for celebrities such as basketball superstar Kobe Bryant and the iconic Cicely Tyson. While working on set, I identified an issue that slowed me down, and I sought to solve that problem. I kept losing track of my blending sponge. Years later, after I got beyond my own fears and doubts of my ability to solve the problem, the Makeup Bullet High-Def Cosmetic Finger Sponge was born. I decided I would continue my mission of making beauty easier, and Eva Jane Beauty, LLC was born. I chose Alibaba.com as my preferred platform for sourcing raw materials. It's more than just a platform for trading. A while back, when I was looking for raw materials for my face roller and massage stone on Alibaba.com, I came across a supplier whose products are sold worldwide. He had many experiences and gave me very useful sales tactics to sell my products in sets. What I also love about Alibaba.com is its customized feeds. It shows me what is currently trending and suggests some innovative products. Ordering samples to test for new additions to my product line is so easy. I applied for the Alibaba grant because Alibaba is a platform that I believe in and that I use a lot, and I've got some really amazing products because a lot of this grant money is going to go right back into expanding my line. I'm able to find contract manufacturers, sourcers, people that can help and assist me with their expertise, and it's a win-win. As we know, the beauty industry is heavily influenced by the speed of innovations and beauty trends, so sometimes it requires a very high level of personalization. For example, many of my clients are celebrities, and each person has unique needs, and sometimes has a different request. So maybe I only need a small amount of a particular product to be able to serve them to the best of my ability and satisfy their unique needs. It's crucial for me to find the right supplier with the right quantity and quality. What's pleasing to me about Alibaba.com is that many of the suppliers on the platform accept low order quantities. As an entrepreneur who is deeply involved in the beauty industry, I have been very devoted in creating my original products. Alibaba.com has been my trusted partner in this process.
Finding qualified and experienced suppliers online can be time and effort consuming, and often a bit overwhelming, especially when there are so many types of suppliers offering similar products and services. Introducing Alibaba.com Verified Suppliers, a verified, easier way for you to find and source efficiently and confidently from experienced suppliers. To qualify as a verified supplier, suppliers must have had their store displayed information and capabilities verified by independent, world-renowned third-party companies with inspection videos and downloadable reports, hold verified certificates, patents, test reports, and import and export qualifications, have years of experience in domestic and foreign trade, and offer great services and discounts with a proven track record on Alibaba.com. To help you quickly identify suitable suppliers for your sourcing needs, we have grouped the verified suppliers into 3 service-specific types: custom manufacturers, who provide dedicated production lines and custom design capabilities for high customization and specialization seekers. Multi-specialty suppliers, who offer low MOQ customization, end-to-end logistics solutions, and multi-category procurement for retail trend followers. Brand holders, who offer branded products and overseas distribution for brand dealers. All of them are industry experts with verified credentials and consistent product and service quality. You can find a verified supplier by searching for either products or manufacturers. Know what you want to source? Look for the Verified Suppliers filter when searching under products. Scroll down to find the supplier service type once you land on the product page, and check out the verification details from suppliers' company profiles. Got a product idea to build from scratch? All suppliers displayed under the manufacturer search are verified suppliers with factory inspection videos and reports, so that you can build new partnerships with greater peace of mind. With verified suppliers, sourcing online can be very easy, very certain, verified. Source from verified suppliers today.
My name is Darren Tang, and the name of my business is Life2. I am the sole owner and the sole employee. My business is based out of my parents' basement in Queens, New York. My business started when I started college. It was around the year 2019. I think Life2 really focuses on products for life, weddings, funerals, births, just kind of guest books for those occasions, and then adding a touch of personalization. I source everything on Alibaba.com. Like, everything starts from search. I also sell like a wedding Jenga tower set. It's like a wedding sign-in that people can use if they don't want to use a guest book. That one is like a logistical headache, and Alibaba's trade assurance has really helped on that. You would need someone that's a wood manufacturer. I added acrylic case, and then there's also a person doing markers. And then I learned the hard way, you need to have someone separate do the packing. You need like 3 or 4 different manufacturers to make 3 or 4 different things. Because you're using trade assurance, you never have to think about it, but you also know the fact that you're protected. So that really helped me put together this product with a bunch of different variables. I think that is one of the great reasons why I source on Alibaba.com. You know, I thought I had like the biggest problems in the world until I saw my parents like working in the restaurant, their physical job. Seeing that, I think that changed my values. And a big reason for that is because I want my parents to be able to have something that can sustain my whole family. That way they don't have to do the physical hard labor of being in the restaurant all day.
I was trying everything to reconnect with my own values of respecting nature. It was really tough. I grew up in Los Angeles by the ocean, and I've always had that connection, but along the way I kind of lost it a little bit. When I was in Peru, we went to Machu Picchu, and before the guide left us, he said, here in Peru, we believe that if we take care of Pachamama, who is Mother Earth, she'll take care of us. And that was the moment. I felt like I was being taken advantage of by my need to be more sustainable. A lot of companies at the time were just greenwashing. And so I just thought to myself, you know what? If no one else is going to do this, then I have to. When I was coming up with a company, I thought, we don't have to sacrifice our health to save the environment. There are over 1 billion plastic toothbrushes that are thrown away in the US every single year. And that's why I wanted to produce bamboo toothbrushes that also gave back to different causes. When I first started, I did not know where to begin. How do I create a bamboo toothbrush? One of the top search results was from Alibaba.com, and that's where I started. Finding the right supplier was the most important step in the process. The supplier that I did find, they helped coach me on the entire process from start to finish. The factory that we use is woman-owned, family-run. So for me, the relationship is so important. I think now more than ever, people associate themselves with brands that align with their values. The more I started talking about the mission, the values of the company and the product, that's when people started resonating a lot more. We have 6 causes: ocean conservation, save the bees, empowering women, LGBTQ plus equality, mental health, reform. We brought innovation through a sustainability concept. I'm hopeful that we do have a planet for our future generations. That's why we focus on every single.
Terry Tamminen. Now, Terry Tamminen is the CEO of a nonprofit blue economy innovation hub, Altasea, in the Port of Los Angeles. He was the secretary of the California Environmental Protection Agency and later chief sustainability policy officer to the governor of California, where Terry was the architect of many groundbreaking sustainability policies, including California's landmark Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006. He co-founded the R20 Regions of Climate Action, a public-private partnership working globally to deploy climate solutions at scale, and provides climate policy advice to the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation and the UN Green Climate Fund. An accomplished author, and The Guardian ranked Terry #1 in its top 50 people who can save the planet. So welcome to the stage, Terry Tamminen.
Terry on, Terry on, Terry on.
I don't know. Thank you so much. You know, I feel like I should be listening to all of you. I don't know if you've seen the exhibit hall back here, but every one of the businesses back there is a green business or talking about what part of sustainability is important to their product or service. So it's already something that everybody here is probably firmly entrenched in. So I'm excited to be here. And after my remarks, and I've brought some examples with me here to talk about, I look forward to speaking with every one of you that wants to learn more and find more ways to be more sustainable. But I wanted to tell you about an Australian tourist website that I came across with some rather surprising, frequently asked questions. My favorite question was, which way is north in Australia? The answer was, face south and turn 180 degrees. Well, I mention this because while it's funny, it exemplifies the problem that we're trying to deal with as we face the challenge of building a more sustainable world for the future. Too many people just don't understand the world and how to navigate the one that we live in today. And you can forgive them because even those of us that are engaged every day in sustainability policy, technology, and finance, even we can't always see the proverbial forest for the trees. We need new ways to measure, new ways to see what's been lost, but also what can be gained before we can all come together and create sustainable solutions for every community and every product or service. I want to thank Alibaba.com for inviting me here today. And by the way, just a brief digression, it was 2016 that Jack Ma invited me to speak at the board retreat of Alibaba in Hangzhou. And I made a big mistake, which I'm just going to tell you guys, never make this mistake. There was a lovely row like this of nice chairs, and I happened to be in the row right behind. And I was sitting right behind 7'6" Yao Ming, the basketball player. I couldn't see a thing that was going on stage, especially when he stood up. So never make the mistake of sitting behind Yao Ming. But again, I want to thank Alibaba.com because it's a great opportunity to meet with all of you in the room, but also everybody out there watching on the live stream all over the world. And that's the real message today. The world is shrinking. And thanks to platforms like Alibaba.com, we are connected to every business on earth and in turn, every consumer. And they are connected and influencing us. So let me share some lessons learned from my 4 decades to address these questions. And here's one example. In 2010, major cities in Brazil wanted to replace old streetlights with efficient new LEDs, but there were 3 obstacles. First, the LED streetlights were imported and subject to very high import duty, so that made them too expensive. Second, there were mixed results with LED streetlights back in those days, so city managers didn't trust this new technology. And third, there was no way to finance the cost of replacing 400,000 streetlights all at once in Rio de Janeiro alone, and millions more in the 5,600 other cities of Brazil. So working with the nonprofit R20 Regions of Climate Action, led by California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger and our China office director who's here today, Dr. Yufu Cheng. Thank you, Yufu. Stand up. That's it. Wave. If you want to know anything about R20 and its wonderful work, talk to him. We introduced manufacturers to the market by hosting technical seminars in Rio and Sao Paulo to arrange LED streetlight production in the country. And that would cut the cost of the new LED streetlights in half. We recruited the country's largest utility, Electrobras, to underwrite the quality specification of the lights, which was especially important in a country as humid and raining as Brazil. And then we crafted a $500 million special purpose finance vehicle for cities to borrow the money to replace the old inefficient streetlights with the new LEDs and save 70% of the energy, reducing 70% of the air pollution and greenhouse gases from power production, and of course, 70% of the cost of that electricity. Google co-founder Larry Page said, "Good ideas are always crazy until they're not." And LED manufacturers thought it was crazy to go into the Brazilian market. Cities thought it was crazy to replace perfectly good streetlights with more expensive ones. And investors thought it was crazy to finance something that couldn't possibly make any money, until we went there and showed them all how to do it. So that's the first lesson of sustainability's potential impact on business. If you see sustainability as a way to find new markets or improve your products and services that can increase your business, and if you collaborate with others, including unconventional partners like NGOs, you will prosper in our new economy. For instance, I'm now the CEO of Altasea in the Port of Los Angeles, and we're an innovation hub for the blue economy, finding new ways to sustainably source food and fuel and medicines and industrial materials from the ocean, harvesting the limitless renewable energy from waves and tides, producing green hydrogen from seawater that can then be used as a clean fuel in ships, in trucks, trains, and port equipment, and using underwater robots and sensors to learn more about the ecosystem that covers 2/3 of our planet. Yes, our future is not only green, it's also blue. And I invite you all to come and visit us and see how your company can innovate and be part of that blue economy. And that brings me to the second lesson for growing your business and gaining a competitive advantage in your field: thinking outside of your traditional supply chains and ways of measuring success. I wrote a book entitled Cracking the Carbon Code: The Keys to Sustainable Profits in the New Economy. And I referred to the new economy, I should say, that I referred to is the one in which we can no longer afford to pollute the planet or treat its natural resources as things to be consumed today, leaving nothing for tomorrow. New science and data, plus new laws and regulations, especially around our rapidly changing climate and the impacts of not acting sooner that we see in the news every day, are driving the evolution to more sustainable economies. But common sense and the bottom line are driving it even faster. In Cracking the Carbon Code, I explain how you can use and measure your carbon footprint and use it as a way to save money while also saving a planet. And before I give you another example of that, let me briefly remind you of how we measure carbon footprint in scopes. Scope 1 is measuring direct carbon pollution emissions that are controlled by a company, such as energy used in your factory or company-owned computer servers. And scope 2 are called indirect. Those are emissions that were generated on your behalf, such as burning fossil fuels to ship your product to market. Scope 3 emissions come from things that are more distant from your core business, such as employee airline travel. Now, an early example of cracking the carbon code to make business more environmentally friendly and profitable was the networking giant Cisco Systems. In 2005, John Chambers, the chairman of CEO of Cisco Systems, came to visit Governor Schwarzenegger and me, and he surprised us by saying that his company was already beginning to measure its carbon footprint many years before others were doing it. And as a company with no obvious smokestacks, he nevertheless measured Cisco's Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions based on electricity and fuel bills from leased and owned facilities. He cracked the carbon code by partnering with the Carbon Disclosure Project, which is a nonprofit organization that helped Cisco refine its data collection and reporting. I remember we were sitting around this massive oak conference table in the Reagan cabinet room in the state capitol in Sacramento. And Arnold looked at Chambers after he described all of this, and he said, "So why did you do that?" And Chambers said, well, as a high-tech company, he felt obliged to be ahead of the game, especially when we can use new information technology to do it. But best of all, Cisco saved over $1 million in the first year on energy costs by reducing its carbon footprint, something they might not have done had they not been measuring. By jumping into the measuring game early, Cisco realized that they could reduce carbon pollution and save money by retrofitting servers and buildings with more energy-efficient technology, like those streetlights in Brazil. The cost was repaid by the savings. And for Cisco, it inspired them to make more energy-efficient servers and networks that other companies wanted, giving them a competitive advantage when selling products or pricing their services against the competition. And taking responsibility for things like employee air travel and their Scope 3 measurements, for example, the knowledge that Cisco gained became motivation to leverage their own video conferencing technology, telepresence, to reduce employee air miles, which of course became very valuable during COVID, and thereby reduce both the cost and the carbon footprint, and again, to sell those services to other companies and increase Cisco's bottom line. But today, the most profitable companies are not just measuring carbon footprints. They're also measuring water and waste and how their businesses impact people. Environment, social, governance, or ESG, now goes well beyond just the carbon code. Mahatma Gandhi said, "The earth provides enough to satisfy everyone's need, but not everyone's greed." It's clear why we would focus on the environment, whether it's the examples that I gave or the fact that you want a sustainable, affordable, and abundant supply of raw materials for a long time for your product, for a long time to come. Less obvious are the benefits of also looking at the quality of your company's social and governance practices, but make no mistake, the benefits are just as real. And that brings me to the third example of how you can win the sustainability and profitability challenges. I was an advisor to Procter & Gamble when they started to measure their carbon, water, and waste footprints. Their scientists told them that clothes get just as clean in cold water washing as in hot water, and that if they could persuade the users of their Tide laundry detergent to switch from hot water washing to cold, the resulting carbon pollution reduction from not heating all that water would be more than all the emissions from manufacturing the product in the first place. In fact, it would be more greenhouse gas reduction than the emissions from all Procter & Gamble manufacturing combined. And that's funny, last night on television, I happened to notice an ad where they were promoting cold water use of Tide laundry detergent. So the company started to promote that fact, doing it again, to help consumers save money on their energy bills and help the planet too. But like Procter & Gamble, the whole Alibaba group can far exceed those goals by helping its users because Alibaba.com's digital platform, as you've heard in many of the sessions today, is home to 1.3 billion consumers and tens of millions of merchants. The entire Alibaba group has pledged to become carbon neutral by 2030. They've figured out how to crack the carbon code, and to decarbonize 1.5 gigatons of its ecosystem by 2035. And if you're not a carbon scientist, trust me, it's a lot. But of course, it's not just setting an example and asking its partners to follow its lead, because Alibaba.com has almost 7 million green, and now to add blue, sustainable products. And it can deliver practical resources and tools, as we've seen on this stage earlier today, to help your business become carbon neutral too, just like the big ones. And Procter & Gamble took advantage of social media to listen to its consumers, who could directly report their experience with products and what they liked or didn't like. I mean, it's abundantly clear, for example, that mothers wanted diapers and baby products that they knew had no toxins or artificial ingredients. They learned that people who live near factories, some of Procter & Gamble's, but also factories in the supply chain, wanted to improve air and water quality and reduce noise and traffic pollution. By listening to that feedback, P&G improved its ESG scorecard and grew many of its product lines far more than if they had let competitors do that first. But the key to finding ways to be more sustainable and profitable is to get started and never stop innovating. The American humorist Mark Twain said, "A person who holds a cat by the tail learns things he can learn in no other way." Sometimes you just have to try new things. For example, when I was an advisor to Walmart, when they realized that they too were on this sustainability journey, they realized that there were too many new products coming onto the market, probably from companies like yours, to fit on the shelf space in their stores. So they worked with Procter & Gamble, for example, to reduce the size of products like that Tide laundry detergent I mentioned. They realized that the liquid detergent was mostly water. P&G and Walmart were shipping millions of gallons of water from factories to stores to the cars of consumers, who then took the product home and put it in their washing machine, where the first thing that they did was put it in the laundry and add water. So by concentrating the product, removing the unnecessary water from the product, they could shrink the package by 2/3, and it would be just as effective when a capful of detergent was added to the laundry instead of a cupful, when that cup of old detergent was mostly water anyway. So Procter & Gamble saved money on the product and packaging and transportation, and Walmart got more space on its shelves for other products that consumers wanted, and they all lowered their carbon footprint. By thinking of the environment and the people using the product, everyone was a winner. So by now you get the idea that sustainability, indeed all three parts of E, S, and G, are good for people, planet, and profit. But there's an old saying that no good deed goes unpunished. And that's certainly true when it comes to things about sustainability. We've all heard companies accused of greenwashing, claiming their products are sustainable when in fact they're not, or not enough. And that's the real challenge here, having measuring, reporting, and verifying, or MRV, that is credible and persuasive. But here also is an opportunity. In many industries, there is still no objective standard for how to set goals for your sustainability journey. How good is good enough? You might report reducing emissions of water use or packaging, but is that 5% of what will be needed to still be in business 10 years from now, or 95%? In another example, in California, we set a target to have our energy use be carbon neutral by 2045. Today, we're about 30% on the way to that goal. But if we only add, let's say, another 1% per year, we'd only be halfway to the goal by 2045. We would fall short. So that makes it clear what level of effort would be needed every single year to hit the goal. It's much less clear in other parts of the economy or business, however. So what do you do? Well, I would start by setting goals for your business. And I must tell you that I learned a lot about this kind of thing from my good friend Arnold Schwarzenegger. So he told me that as a kid in Austria, he set the goal to be the youngest bodybuilding champion in history. His friends said he was crazy, that a scrawny kid from a tiny town in Austria could never achieve that. But by setting the goal and the date that he would have to accomplish it by, he could lay out every step, every day, every week, every month, and measure his progress until, as we all know, he became the youngest bodybuilder champion to win the world title and then went on to do it 7 more times. So don't let anyone tell you that you can't be the sustainability champion in your industry. In fact, you might be the world leader if those goals don't already exist in your industry. And then take steps to improve your sustainability every year that will get you to your goal by whatever reasonable deadline you set. Then establish a robust MRV program to report your customers and to the world how you're doing. Now, there's many consultants and standard setters out there that can help you on this journey, but I would recommend our host here today, Alibaba.com. It has tools that can be integrated with sustainability initiatives throughout your business with access to sustainable, ethically sourced suppliers and products, showcasing your sustainable products and values globally, and then even helping with supplier ESG principles and MRV services. On Alibaba.com, for example, sustainable products are certified with criteria like organic and pollution-free, biodegradable, recyclable, and low energy consumption. And there's no greenwashing because verified suppliers have to upload relevant certifications, which then undergo strict review to be listed as sustainable or green, or in the future, blue. Well, let me wrap up my time with you with one more great example of how business can do a lot more with a lot less. I was first asked to give sustainability advice to Walmart back in 2007 when they were just beginning to get started on their initiatives. I flew to Bentonville, Arkansas, and I handed everyone my very big, impressive, embossed business card. And the Walmart team handed me tiny, half-sized cards like this one. I was embarrassed. And I said, "You're asking me for advice about sustainability?" And the CEO, Lee Scott, very sheepishly looked around and he said, "We don't do it because it's sustainable. We do it because it's cheaper." And at that moment, I realized that many of the ways to achieve the goal of sustainable businesses were hiding in plain sight and could even save money, like the large and small business cards that were now laid out in front of me in that meeting. And once you look around, you'll find so many more ways to do more with less, hiding in plain sight. But who will be the first to say that I can do with a little less that my children will have a lot more? Who will be the first to say that my success will not only be measured by the number on the bottom of the balance sheet, but by the balance of clean air and water and healthy landscapes that I bequeath to my children? And who will be the first to answer the call to action that rang out across this land 6 decades ago when President Kennedy challenged us to ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country? If today is the day we all leave here committed to taking these actions, we will be making the most patriotic contribution to our nations, our businesses, and our communities that even President Kennedy and Mahatma Gandhi could have imagined. Thank you for what you're doing. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Terry. That was very informational and very inspiring. I especially love the Arnold accent that you dropped in there. Next up is a really exciting keynote as well. We promised to talk about trends, and this one is all about the trends in retail, the annual report. This keynote address will be by Brooke Williams, the managing director of UPS. Welcome to the stage, Brooke.
Good afternoon. Sound check. Am I good? So this is a really cool experience. This is one of my first experiences at a conference like this, and I'm really actually very jealous of all the exciting stories that I'm hearing in the crowd today. It sounds like partnering with Alibaba makes entrepreneurship easy, right? I know it's not. It certainly makes it sound that way, though. So today I want to share a little bit of insight on peak season trends, how not to only survive peak season, but how to thrive in peak season. So the importance of the holiday season, why is it so important? 19% on average of all retail revenues are earned in peak season. And even some customers, some retailers, it's significantly higher. I work with several companies who it's even up to 60, 70% of their annual revenues are realized during peak season. So in order to get that right, make sure that they're not only delivering during peak season, but retaining the customers for the long term is really going to dictate whether they're successful into the future or not. More than half of consumers say that if they have a bad experience in peak season, they won't shop with that retailer again. And 4 out of 5 consumers say that if they have a bad returns experience, they definitely won't shop with that retailer again. So the stakes are high, right? A lot of people do a lot of self-gifting during the holidays, myself included, right? We find a lot of really good deals. We buy ourselves gifts, right? They come to the door. They're a little bit late. That's okay for the most part. But I'll tell you, when you find that perfect gift for your mother-in-law, you probably ordered it a little bit later than you should have, and that doesn't arrive in time for the holiday gathering. That's a bad deal, right? That's a little bit different. So I want to talk a little bit about consumer buying behaviors. For the last 4 years, we've been asking consumers when they're going to purchase, why they're going to purchase. And for the most part, they're pretty true to what they say. So if you take notice, behind me here, we've got 2 peak buying times during the peak season. The first is mid-October. It's actually surrounded by Amazon's second Prime Day. The second is Cyber 5, as we like to call it. So it's Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Cyber Monday. Significant buying times for peak season, as I'm sure all of you that are selling direct consumer are well aware of. So a little bit of history. In 2020, represented by the pink line, this is the COVID era. Very similar trend line to past years. Not really a significant bump in October, but you can see significant buying in the Cyber 5. In 2021, the year of the supply chain, coming out of COVID, kind of, supply chains are backlogged, containers are still on the ocean and can't get into port. When they get into port, they can't get to the distribution centers to get to the end consumer. So if you think about it, consumers were buying. They had a Christmas list, they knew what they needed, and they needed to make sure that they get it in time for the holidays. So they were making purchases, not necessarily waiting for promotions. They just needed the product. Retailers love this. 2022 comes around, represented by the green line. You could see a trend here, and you can see that it's the lowest line on Cyber 5. So a little bit of a spike around Prime Day. But what happened is kind of a November game of chicken between the retailer and the consumer. Consumers, drastic inflation during that time. Consumers wanted promotions. They wanted to make sure that they were getting the best possible deal, and they weren't going to make a purchase until they got that deal. Retailers, going off of the prior season, weren't putting the deals out there, right? So you can see the lowest buying in a 4-year pattern during the Cyber 5, and the reason for that is because there were a lack of promotions. Retailers weren't hitting the consumer when they were ready to buy. So this year, this is what consumers are saying they're going to do for this year, and you can see, based on the orange line, 2 things happen, a little bit different this year. For the first time ever, consumers are saying that they are planning to make holiday purchases during the second Prime Day, right? The first peak season. They haven't done this before. They they see the promotions, they make the purchases, but they weren't planning on it. It just kind of happened. So this year, they're anticipating it, they're ready for it, they're ready for the sales, and they're going to be looking for the sales. This year, during the standard peak season, Cyber 5, consumers are saying they're going to make the vast majority of their purchases. They're expecting to buy more, and they're expecting to buy it during this time, and they're expecting significant promotions during this time. So if you're a retailer, two good things to know, right? Consumers are looking. They're looking in October. They're looking during Cyber 5. So how can you encourage your customers to order earlier in the season to take some of the pressure off of your own supply chain, your own distribution during the Cyber 5 time period? 5 things you can do. Number 1, always discounts, promotions, sales, discount your product, give them the promotions when they're looking. Number 1 reason consumers are going to buy earlier. The second thing is free shipping. Consumers love free shipping, and if it's not a standard practice in your business, it's a great way to encourage sales. You also have the ability with free shipping to extend your lead times. And what this means, what I mean by this is, say your typical shipping is $7 and 3 to 5 business days. That's what you're putting out there. You can offer free shipping. You have the ability to extend the lead time. Maybe it's 5 to 7 business days. Maybe it's 7 to 10 days. That gives you the ability to stretch out your distribution, put less pressure on your distribution channels and less pressure on your carrier, which we certainly appreciate. Rewards. The third thing is rewards points for future purchases. Reward your consumers for purchasing from you. Pretty simple. Well, I like to buy my kids a lot of stuff from one of the large sporting good retailers as opposed to going direct to some of the manufacturers because I get rewarded, I get points spent on future purchases. Half of consumers are saying that if you release holiday items sooner, they're going to buy them sooner. So think big ticket items, doorbusters, things like that. Consumers are ready to buy as early as October. And Amazon hasn't actually announced, I don't think so, they haven't announced their Prime Day yet, but it's usually right around the second week in October. And lastly, simplifying the returns process. Someone else mentioned this a little bit earlier, but returns are key. And actually, I think it's north of 50% of consumers generally check a return policy before even placing an order on a website. If you don't have a streamlined return policy and procedure, you could actually be losing sales as well. So UPS is ready. Peak season is our playoffs. It's our March Madness. It's what really matters. We spend all year long preparing for peak season. So some of the things that we're doing in order to ensure success during peak season, investing in automation. So reliable, consistent, 95% of our ground eligible packages, so not the mattress in a box, not the patio furniture, our regular ground packages are flowing through automated shipping facilities now. That's huge. We don't have to worry about sick days, call outs, no shows. And I think a real term now is barely making it Mondays, right? That affect production. So it's consistent, it's reliable, and we're continuously investing in our network to increase automation. Fuel consumption. So transportation company, right? Jet fuel, heating our buildings, diesel fuel. We're a huge consumer of fuel. We are doing our part to impact our carbon footprint in a positive way. We're investing in alternative fuel technology, and we actually have a goal to be completely carbon neutral by the year 2050. Route optimization. So this is last mile delivery. We have software called Orion. It's a route optimization software that we use when we dispatch our drivers. It's smart, it's agile. It's been around about as long as I've been at UPS, but it's able to make changes based on traffic patterns, delivery density, new neighborhoods. We're literally able to make changes on a daily basis to routes based on efficiencies and making sure that we're putting our drivers out there to be as efficient as possible. And this is the no left turn policy, as I'm sure all of you are probably heard at some point. Lastly, our aircraft. So we've purchased 54 aircraft over a 5-year period. Most of these are larger aircraft, and they are doing two things. They're adding to our fleet. They're also expanding our capacity within the US and globally. And actually, during peak season, we take some of our larger aircraft that service overseas routes. So maybe they're going back and forth to Asia on a daily basis. We inject them into our domestic air network to increase our capacity locally. And ironically enough, we have a competitor who has an air hub in Memphis. We take a 747 during peak season and we fly it back and forth to Memphis to serve that market. Significant amount of volume that we're injecting in that market. So if you're ever in Memphis in December, look for the brown tail and the sea of purple. Recommendations. So we heard earlier, Super September. What a great opportunity to take advantage of some promotions when you're probably already wanting to buy anyway, working with Alibaba.com. So source early, source now. Make sure you have the inventory to hit the consumers when they're looking for the deals. We are forecasting with some of our largest retailers now, usually around 120 or so retailers. We've already started the forecasting process with them. We understand on a daily basis what packages they're giving us, from which origin, what service, so that we can plan to make sure that our network is running efficiently. The second is get your promotions in front of your customers when they're looking for them. We kind of talked about this already, right? They're looking for promotions around Prime Day, and they're looking for promotions in Cyber 5. Don't wait. Make sure that they're aware that you're running promotions. Get emails to them early. Announce what your promotions are going to be. Get them excited to buy. Over communication is key. This is pretty simple. If you're not doing this already, you should be. You should be letting your consumers know when they're on your website, if they're placing an order, when is it going to get to their house? Let them know exactly what day. If it changes, let them know that too. When it ships, email them, text them. When it's out for delivery, send them a message. When it's been delivered, send them a message, and then take the opportunity to follow up the next day and ask them how that experience was. Experienced a problem, they won't hesitate to tell you, give you the opportunity to make it right. And if it went really well, it might tell you that too. Contingency planning. So problems happen, right? Nobody's perfect. We plan for certain things and different things happen all the time. At UPS, we have a control tower that we put up during peak season to work with our customers to make sure that we can take the volume that they have to put into the network to get to their customers when they have it. So an example would be, maybe we're working with one of our large retailers, and they tell us that on Tuesday, they're expecting to have 30,000 packages coming out of Atlanta that need to be picked up that day. That's what we plan on starting in August, right? We have the equipment, we have the drivers ready to pick it up. They call us Tuesday morning and say, hey, we have a situation. We have 70,000 packages coming out of Atlanta that need to be picked up today, right? So contact the control tower, get in touch with the necessary operators. We have to check on equipment. We have to check on driver availability, DOT hours. There's a lot of things that go into this, but our control tower formulates a plan so that we can get back to the customer and let them know exactly what we're able to do, when and how we're able to do it in order to meet the customer's needs and get the packages to the end consumer. So super proud to be partnered with Alibaba. Like I said, it sounds like they make business easy, and looking forward to a very bright peak season. Thank you.
right, and a great presentation from Brooke Williams of UPS. Thank you for the insights into consumer purchasing behavior and how businesses can best serve their customers. All right, up next, we have a panel, The Secret of Scaling Up to an 8-Figure Business. I'd like to invite onto the stage right now, Liran Hirschkorn, Aaron Cordovez, Marina Milgilko, and Melissa Long. Welcome to the stage.
I love you back.
Love you too.
Nice.
Thank you, everybody. Before we get started going right into the panel, would like all the panelists to introduce themselves. I'll start. My name is Liran Hirschkorn. I'm the CEO and founder of Incrementum Digital. We help brands scale their business on Amazon. Aaron?
Nice. There's a lot more intro, by the way, Liran.
What's that?
You have a lot more going on.
I do, but I want to get to the hard-hitting questions.
All right. Hello. What's up, everybody? I'm Aaron Cordovez. My primary business is Zulai Kitchen. So we founded our company. It's a physical goods company. We sell a lot of kitchenware, coffee machines, things of this nature, and it was all started on Alibaba.com. Okay, 2015. We sell in a lot of marketplaces all over the U.S. and around the world, and we also have software to help sellers, e-commerce sellers, Samurai Seller. That's our software name. We also buy e-commerce companies, particularly if you're sourcing products here domestically. Hit me up on LinkedIn, okay? So that's all.
Hi, my name is Marina. I'm a content creator on YouTube. I have over 16 million followers across. Wow, thank you. I am new to the e-commerce business. I've launched a product once, but I truly understand how important it is to have social media following to promote your product. So I'm here to talk about that.
Hi, everyone. My name is Melissa, and I started in e-commerce about 7 years ago and basically started in the consumable space. Have started multiple, beauty brands, supplement brands. We also have a couple of exits under the belt. So right now we operate a incubator for these brands where we scale and invest in e-commerce brands. And now, most recently, the most exciting project that I've been working on is opening up an escape room. So that's kind of left field, but it's something fun.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, so I kind of want to start a little bit, zooming out a little bit. One of the things that I believe in is that a business can only scale as far as the personal growth and development of the founder. What did you need to change about yourself? Aaron, you started selling on Amazon. I don't imagine your goal when you started was, I want to be top 100 Amazon seller, right? So what did you need to change about yourself, or what mindset did you need to develop in order to get to the point of building, 9-figure brand?
I think the big piece about selling online on e-commerce, getting into the space of building a brand, is setting goals that are achievable for yourself that you can do. And my goal originally was, I will be in a home run. I will have a fantastic time if I can make $500 in a month. If I can make $500 a month, I can pay for my kids' private school education to not put them in the public school system. That'll be a win, right? And what happens is you stack up wins. So when we got there, I said, wow, this is pretty amazing. Can we do like 1,000? Can we? And what happens is you take that win and you reinforce your own confidence in yourself and saying, if I can do it once, you can do it twice. If you do it twice, you can do it 3 times. And you just continue the discipline of doing the same things that got you there and not just rest and say like it's all over. And part of that, of course, is personal development, reading a lot of books and getting involved in growing yourself.
Do you have one book recommendation, if you had to give it, of what you would recommend for those that want to go beyond where they are today?
I think the one of the books for me, I mean, the one that stands out that I'm thinking about is called the 10X Rule, Grant Cardone. I mean, listen, the point is your goals got to be big. You know, you got to go big and attack at things strongly. I mean, there's plenty of books out there, right? That mainly you're going after someone who's done something that you want to do. So you have to pick a role model, right? There's people who have done business, who have done life and things that you want to do. Look at someone who has something that you want or is doing something you want to do and read whatever book they have. In today's day, anybody who's successful can write a book and they reach out to people directly. You know, we're in a digital age where we can reach people all over the world.
Marina?
Yeah, I would say understanding your superpower is the key, because when you start out with something, I started as a creator, I was editing myself, I was filming myself, everything was done by me, until I realized that it takes me 6 hours to edit a video and I could potentially delegate that. So now I have a team that does almost everything, because I understand that my superpower is to be in front of the camera, creating catchy scripts. That's it. I'm not a good editor. I'm not a good thumbnail designer. And I feel like everyone here who's running an e-commerce business has to be online, either with your own personal brand or at least like utilizing AI to create content for you or hiring someone. So I feel like you really have to come up with a list of things you love doing and things that you don't like doing. As the CEO, as an entrepreneur, you have to prioritize those things that you love, because this is where your energy sparkles. This is where you are at your best, because otherwise it becomes unbearable. And the book, the recommendation, the 4-Hour Workweek completely changed everything for me. I think it was in 2017. Delegating, batching tasks, just 1 day a week for calls, that's it. 2 days a week for filming, that's it. It kind of creates this mindset of, I'm planning this day to do this, this, and that, and nothing else.
But you work more than 4 hours a week now, right?
No.
I think the book is about mindset, right?
But I still have a healthy work-life balance. I can travel. I have 2 small kids, so it's not like I'm working 9 to 6 every day.
Right. And I think the book is more about shifting your mindset, right? To outsourcing, to not.
Exactly. Just, yeah.
I think a really great book, in my opinion, is Rocket Fuel. For those of you who are maybe struggling to do everything yourself, or
that's like an EOS book, right?
yes, it is. Yeah, it's a great book because it talks about how there's 2 different types of people in most successful businesses. So you have the visionaries of the world, and then you have the integrators, right? So the visionaries are the ones that are pushing things forward. They're the ones that are coming up with the ideas and they're leading the team. And then you have the integrator, who's the one who's very systematic. They do, a lot of the grunt work, and you have to understand which of those 2 categories you fall under, because that will help you operate at the most optimal level. And if you can find a partner that complements you, if you're a visionary and you find an integrator, you're unstoppable. And I think that a lot of people struggle with this journey of, entrepreneurship because it feels lonely. But if you can find someone to do it with, it's so much more rewarding. And this book really just nails it on the head.
Yeah, and to kind of piggyback on that, if you're not familiar, or if you are, highly recommend looking at EOS. Entrepreneur Operating System. There's a book called Traction, which is like the best-selling book on business operations, and that's the book written by the person who created EOS. We use it in our business, and it's been a game changer for us. We have an EOS coach, and I would say the success of our business has been having the right people and having myself, which is more of the visionary in the business, and having the right integrator in the business. And I totally agree with you. Once you find that, then you have like a combination that's kind of hard to stop. I guess we spoke a little bit about hiring, so let's talk a little bit about that. One, what was the first hire you made in your business? As people are thinking about scaling, would you say you should hire a high-level executive first? Should you hire, a virtual assistant that's a lower cost person? What was the first hire in your business? And for those that want to scale, what should they be, thinking about in terms of bringing somebody on and willing to, EOS term, letting go of the vine, right? Being able to kind of let go, even though the person's not going to do it, let's say, as good as you, maybe, but maybe let's talk a little bit about hiring. Who did you first hire? What do you recommend?
I love what Marina's. Oh,
Aaron, how many people work for you in your business?
we're almost at 100 now. Yeah.
Big team.
Yeah. So I love what Marina said is know what your superpower is and hire something else and hire those things that you're maybe not good at, or not even that you're not good at, but there's some tasks that if they're done really well or done just okay, it doesn't have a massive difference. Okay. And so for me, there's shipping labels, like, I don't know, e-commerce, like making shipping labels. It's, you just have to make a label and your stuff comes in to the fulfillment center and they get shipped out. Like, you don't need to spend your time necessarily doing that. You should know how it is, but that was the first person we hired. I'm from Venezuela and I wanted to give jobs and hire people out there. So I went and called people and I said, hey, you want to work for me? And we got a person and they did labels and they made shipments and they tracked shipments. Like, you, no matter how well you do that, you're not going to have a massive change in your business. So really take the tasks that are, let's call it $5 an hour, $10 an hour, $20 an hour task, whatever the task is in your business, assign it a value, right? Can you, if you were to get hired out to do this, how much would you be charged, right? So if you're developing a product line, if you're planning a marketing campaign, if you're doing a video, some influencers might get $10,000 for a video, $500,000 for a video. That's a big impact because it can reach a ton of people. No matter how good you are at shipping, making shipping labels, you will never get paid $50 an hour. It's not going to happen. So if you delineate what your tasks are in a day and stick to those ones that have high return for your business, right? Creating products, could be creating a campaign, hiring, things like that are high level. And if you're spending too much time, just doing kind of the work that won't put your business forward, that's what you need to hire out. So you spend more time on the other things.
Let's say you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, my first.
So you eagerly wanted to jump in.
I mean, technically, I feel like Amazon's the first company I hired because I literally 30% of my margin goes to them, basically, for housing all of our products. I mean, basically taking advantage of their infrastructure was huge for us. Obviously, we could have gone and launched on our own website right out of the gate, but I had no one to sell to, no email list. Like, I had no idea how to find customers. I didn't know how to run a single Facebook ad. Like, that was all very new to me. So basically, essentially, you're partnering with Amazon as a fulfillment center. They have the customer service handled. They do, they take the bulk of the work, especially when you're starting out. So I thought that was also very helpful. And I guess a legitimate, or the first hire was a customer service rep, actually. Once things started to get rolling, we started having people reaching out, asking, oh, where's my order? Or they had issues with it. At first it was me, it was myself. I was literally the one behind the computer screen. I actually changed my name for the emails. Like, I called myself Gabriella. So when I'm like signing off on these emails, I'm like, Gabriella, the customer happiness representative. That was me. So like the CEO was answering to all these customers, but I learned so much from actually doing that grunt work because you talk to the customer, right? You're going to figure out what's going on at the front lines. And then eventually you are going to want to offload that because at the end of the day, if you want to scale to 7, 8, 9 figures, you can't be answering all of those emails yourself anymore.
Right. And I guess the theme that I'm hearing is think about how much is your time worth an hour? Is it $50? Is it $100? Is it $1,000? And any tasks that do not achieve that for you, you should really be outsourcing. How have you, talking further about hiring, how have you sort of been able to let go, delegate? EOS has this term called delegate and elevate, right? Bring people up in your team, giving them responsibilities and also holding them accountable, right? Like what systems do you have in place? What should people be thinking about as they want to build out that team? And actually, one thing I'll add is, before making that first hire too, one of the things I think you should be doing is documenting everything that you're doing in the business, because that will create your standard operating procedures to be able to hand off to somebody else. So you should be documenting as much as possible, either with screenshot type videos or making notes, etc. There's tools out there to do that as well. But Marina?
Yeah. Talking about instructions, yes, this is like number one. Because normally if you start by yourself, and ideally the first hire, I would just do a personal assistant, just because if you're doing everything by yourself, you probably don't have all of the instructions in place. And then once you're ready to delegate something, I would just create a PDF checklist of things that need to be done, my tone of voice in emails, how we talk about our company, how we talk about this, this, and that. And then an interesting question is also when it comes to KPIs. I'm part of the group of creators who also have their own products, and we're just chatting about what do you guys track as a KPI for a YouTube channel? Do you track views? Do you track subscribers? They're like, no, leads and how they convert into sales. That's it. They don't care about whether the video gets 2 million views, 5 million views, because it doesn't mean that your target audience is watching. So prioritizing the right KPIs for you, because you can set all different kinds of KPIs, like how many emails we're getting, how they're converting, I don't know, how many opens you get, but focus on just one metric for every single person, because it just becomes unmanageable. When your team is growing, like tracking all of those KPIs, just make sure you prioritize one or two things.
Right. And another comment from me on hiring is, I feel proud that I have people that are smarter than me on my team. And, I think sometimes initially you might be, it's kind of scary to have people that are smarter than you in your business. Maybe they're going to want to learn the business, take over the business. There's all these, fears, especially within the Amazon world, because, those of us selling products here, right? Somebody could be on your team, and 2 months later, maybe they launch your product on Amazon. Did you have those fears at all? And because I'm sure teaching all your trade secrets.
That's why you grow a brand for your company and for yourself. So if they leave, they can take that away.
Right.
It stays with you.
Right. It's a good point. So the answer to that is build a really strong brand.
Honestly, my experience has been there's very, very few people who are going to want to take on that much work and really build a brand. It hasn't been a problem. For me, the hiring, the big difference, and it might sound very strange, but trusting people.
So strange.
It's weird. It's a strange concept. But like, here's your job. This is your KPI, your key performance indicator. How I know if you're doing your job, go do what you think is right. And trusting that person to actually do a job. Because nowadays there's so much like micromanagement, this, that. Guess what? You know how many mistakes I made in selling online? There was a deal and I posted about it on my social media. In a single day, I lost over $1 million.
You did?
I did.
What tell us that story?
It was a horrible example, but so we had been on just a ramp up. Every single year, launching products are all succeeding. Launching products are succeeding. And so in 2015, we just launched the first product. 2016, we had 4 products. Okay. Every year, it was like, 4 products, that's good. Let me do more. I'm going to do 1 every month. And I did 12 products. Then I said, let's do 5 every month, right? Let's do 60 products. And then let's do 1 every weekday. That was 250 products. And then I went crazy. Our company was just growing crazy. And I said, let's do 5 products every single day. Let's do 2,500 products in a year. And it was like, I was running people. I was like, you didn't do a product today. What's wrong with you? Like, go. And we were doing so many products. And it was crazy because there was a shift in the rules in e-commerce at that time when the products would send normally directly to the marketplace. And there was a change when we were launching our second batch of 500 products and said you can no longer ship it indirectly. So we had to put in this whole 3PL. And I was planning on those products to sell, to pay the suppliers. We got payment terms. There was a huge explosion. We liquidated literally over $1 million of products that was liquidated. We lost a ton of money. That happened in one day when I just said, this is what we're going to do. So how is it that I would go and hire somebody and tell them, hey, go work it out? If they make a mistake for $5,000, you're going to fire them? No, mistakes is part of learning. If someone makes a mistake the first time, hey, I made the same mistakes. I made bigger mistakes. But it's saying you can learn that position. You can make a mistake 1 time. Don't make it the second time. But letting the person go and try to figure out the job. And that's what a lot of people get upset on their own. When they have a job, they say, my boss won't let me do this. I can't do this. I have these ideas. This big corporation, I can't implement my ideas. No, let people try the ideas and see how it works out in their performance.
Gabriel? Gabriella?
What was the question? Sorry.
Oh, the customer service.
I called you by your customer service name.
The question was in hiring, how do you hire? Like, what are the tricks to actually hiring and building out a team?
And giving your team the kind of authority and power to, make decisions, to kind of let go, I guess.
You definitely want to incentivize the people that you work with. And I think that partnerships are so important, like not just about, your manufacturer, for example. I think that social currency is super important. It's almost more important than, actual currency. If you don't have the money to be able to start and grow a business, at least you might be able to pull some favors from people that you do have social currency with. So we actually had a relationship with one of our old manufacturers for one of our previous brands, and we decided we wanted to partner with them and really incentivize them by giving them equity in our company. So this was a unique way to position us as, front of the line. So if we ever needed anything, if we were running out of stock more quickly than we thought, or that we needed something done really quickly, they would prioritize us because it's also their business. So by partnering with our manufacturer was a unique way for us to structure, and give them almost input in our business. And then they would give us basically all the information like, okay, these are the next best-selling products, or we're going to be coming out with these new formulations, and we're the first people that they bring it to, so we can be first to market with them. So it's really, really cool to have that sort of relationship. But in terms of hiring and building the A team, your Avengers, well, it really just comes down to asking the right questions and then finding people who are resourceful and not going to be like, oh, you have to tell me what to do in order to move forward. And a lot of people, they like to be told what to do, but some people also operate in this realm where they love the creativity. They love the freedom to be able to grow with you. And, my first partner, like we grew together, we started a company together, we sold that and we exited it. And then now we have multiple companies together just because we work really well together and we both push each other to be the best possible version in order to make this happen.
Great. Talking about growth, how important has focus been in your business versus opportunity, or how do you decide on sort of separating between what's an opportunity versus a distraction? I'm sure that Marina, for example, right? You have a tremendous following, and probably you get hit up in a variety of fronts on, hey, let's do this business together. Let's do this business because people want to partner with you, I imagine, because you have a big audience. How do you decide opportunity versus waste of time and focus? And yeah, I'd like to hear from all of you. One of the key lines personally for me, somebody once told me, was focus will make you rich. And many times I've learned to say no to opportunity. And what I've learned about myself personally is sometimes you'll say yes out of fear because, hey, I'll go for this opportunity because like if the thing I'm doing now doesn't work out, then I'll have this, other thing. But it's always proven much better, especially in my agency when we've launched new services, etc. Sometimes they don't work out, and we come back to the fact that we should just stay focused. So I want to hear from you. You must get, DMs and lots of people coming your way. How do you decide what projects to take on, what not to take on?
Yeah, I think it's the hardest actually to stay focused, especially even with content, right? Because I have 3 YouTube channels, like a normal creator would have 1, because there's so much happening in the world. I feel like.
By the way, what are those channels if people want to follow?
Yeah, Silicon Valley Girl, Lingua Marina is another one, is a language learning channel, and I have a language learning company behind that channel. And then Marina Mogilko is just a vlogging channel. So the problem is content, products, AI, like trends are constantly changing. And sometimes there are gaps that you really like, gaps in the algorithm. For example, shorts came around in 2020 and you could produce mediocre content and it will be pushed to millions of people. I really wanted to be there. So all my focus went into this new opportunity. But at the same time, shall I do a podcast? Shall I do this, and that? So I decided that, I have 2 small kids. I really want to spend time with them. So every time I look at a project, I ask myself, will I be there 100%? Or will it be like, oh, I will ask my team to take care of this and I will ask them to, simplify the process. No, I have to be there 100%. Like this conference, I said yes because I'm super excited about the future of e-commerce and I really want to start my own brand. So it was like 100% yes. But if it's something that is like, it's so important for everyone. And I feel like and it's different for everyone, but I felt like before I reached like $20,000 a month as income as a creator, I would say yes to everything because this is your exploration phase. You don't know where your superpower is. You want to try different things. And then 20K to say 50K, this is where you're learning to say no. Like this is where you transition. And after that, it's all about no's because now you're like getting to the top and you have to focus. You have to stay focused.
Right. I feel like there's a lot of good rules in what you said that you can apply to many areas of your life and business. One thing is you said if it's not what did you say? If it's not like a super excited yes, right? So 100% yes. So I heard this thing like if it's not a hell yes, it's a no, right? And that applies for me for hiring, right? If I interview someone and they're okay, you're not sure, right? Like if it's not a hell yes, probably don't want to proceed. So it usually does not end up working out in that case. Taking on a project, if it's not a hell yes, it's a no. But another thing you said reminds me of another thing that I learned that people say this. You said $20,000, but people say in your 20s, maybe in your 30s, you should say yes to a lot of things. But as you get into your 40s, 50s, etc., you should probably be saying no to almost everything, right? Because hopefully you have more of a focus at that point. Anyone else want to add?
Yeah. So. I'm really bad at this.
You probably get hit up, and you also acquire brands, right? So you probably get hit up for brands to acquire, and that's also a shiny object.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I say yes to almost everything. I love saying yes. I love taking on projects. I love partnerships. I love products. I'm out there, and I'm like, I want to source half of the products in that showroom over there. I'm at the store, and I'm at the mall, and all I'm looking at is products I want to source.
But do you have someone in your company that says, Aaron, not a good move that you listen to?
That's my wife.
There we go.
Okay. Whatever she says no to very emphatically, then I generally drop. But I basically try to pursue everything. If it gets me excited, then I want to do it. Products get me excited, services, everything. So I think the things that people say yes to, because this conversation, most people think, what are the business things I'm going to say yes and no to? But I challenge people to say, maybe you can say no to this binge watching of a TV show, and you can say yes to do business opportunities and have fun. I have a lot more fun, depends on the TV show. But sourcing a product and putting a launch, than sitting down and doing like mindless activity.
Right.
And so I think that the shift can be, it's not a 40-hour work week, and there's not a 4-hour work week. If you make work fun, if you do something you're passionate about, right? If you're launching a health product thing, if you're writing books for children that you're passionate about, you'll do that day in and day out, all day long. So I think say yes to things you get excited about. Happens I get excited about a lot of things, so I say yes to a lot of stuff, and then my wife tells me no.
Right, and I mean, it goes back to your what you shared about the integrator visionary, right? Because you obviously are visionary. Based on what you just said, right? You say yes, you get excited about ideas, you probably have ideas, but then you need that person in your business that's going to keep you focused. My COO, who's somewhere in this room, when I tell him like, hey, I want to do this, and he might say, hey, like, here's why we shouldn't, or he might say, yes, but I need 3 weeks to put in the right systems so that we don't blow up the company because you want to do this. And you have to have both of those things. I think pressing on the gas and also the right person who will slow you down a little bit, or you be the person who slows down and puts the right systems in place to implement something. I want to talk a little bit about AI. How have you used AI in your business, or if you have, to scale or technology? And do you see AI as a threat or opportunity? And for example, talking about content, right? easier to create content now. There's video tools coming out where you can have not even you, the one doing the videos.
It's crazy.
Are you taking advantage of AI? Is AI a threat? How do you, and for those sitting in the room, how should they be thinking about, maybe using AI for content or in other ways?
Yeah, there are amazing tools out there now. So one of the tools that we use almost on a daily basis is a tool that lets you generate your thumbnails. So you don't have to take any more
What's the name of that
pictures.
tool?
That's a great question. I have a team behind that who does it. I think it's Perfluence, something like that.
Perfluence?
Yeah. So basically, you give a photo to AI and tell AI what to do with your photo. Like place Marina in a nice apartment, surround her with balloons because we're doing a video. She's celebrating 8 million followers, and it would do a very nice thumbnail. Another thing, scripting. AI can generate it. Just be careful. ChatGPT is not the best tool. There is Perplexity AI that is a good one.
Which tool?
Perplexity AI.
Perplexity?
Yeah, it's good for doing research because it lists all the sources. ChatGPT will just throw information at you, and then it might not be 100% true. But Perplexity AI will give you all the sources that it's using. Descript is another cool app that clones your voice. So all of the podcasts, just imagine, the script can be generated by Perplexity, read by Descript, and an AI-generated thumbnail. You don't have to be there. Like my goal is to clone myself. And in 2 years, I will be the producer of my own content. I will tell my AI version what to talk about.
Right.
And I feel like
sounds
that's
funny now, but
this is where I feel that like this is where it's all headed. Also, we were able, in my educational company, we were able to hire people who speak intermediate English to do sales and customer support because they can use ChatGPT to check everything. And you pay they cost like $10 an hour. So for some repeated jobs, it really makes sense to just outsource that.
I'll share, those are all great tips. I'll share a few things we're doing in my company utilizing AI. One, we use a tool called Meet Cody. It allows us to upload all of our standard operating procedures into it. And then our team, we have about 75 people on our team. Our team can actually, instead of trying to find something in an SOP, they actually go in and search Cody and they ask it questions and just interacts with our SOP. So it's all our data. They use that. We also utilize Claude, which is in Slack, which is like a ChatGPT, but you can use it right within Slack for communication. We also have a team overseas. It's very helpful. We have a sentiment checker. So in our company, our clients are with us in like a Slack channel, and we can have ChatGPT read all the client-only communication and give us a sentiment score monthly. So if the client's using certain language, I have concerns, certain things, so we get a score, and it can help us potentially find issues within the channels. I also have ChatGPT reading every single one of my emails every half hour, and then it categorizes them into tabs, into labels in Gmail with action, read, waiting for, meetings. I have an assistant also who kind of verifies that, so everything goes into also for review, but it saves her a lot of time in categorizing my emails. And you could do a lot of this with tools like ChatGPT, and then using something like Zapier or make.com and integrate kind of a few tools together and have it work. And it's super cheap. We pay for the API, and it could be pennies to read my email. So how about Aaron, Melissa, utilizing any AI in the business?
We use AI pretty much almost every day in our business now. It's essentially cutting back all the fluff and all the tedious work. So we actually use it a lot for copywriting, especially in the Amazon world. You're familiar that the name of the game is SEO, indexing for the right keywords. So we can use tools like, I know Brandon Young is here, we use Data Dive to find out which keywords to target. We'll basically copy and paste all of those keywords into ChatGPT and ask it to write me a product description or bullet points and integrate these keywords throughout. And it does about I'd say 80-90% of the work, and then obviously you have to go in and you can comb through it, but you can also, make it funny. You can give it a voice. Before, when we first started out, we actually hired a comedian to write all of our stuff. So we thought that that was, an interesting way to give your brand a voice, where we actually paid someone who is actually funny, because I'm not funny. I was like, I can't do stand-up. There's no way that
You
I
don't
can.
say.
Well, I mean, that's why you hire the people that are good at the things that you're not good at. So when I basically found this comedian, and we noticed that overnight we were seeing, a lot more opens. They were, basically a lot of clickbait, that type of thing. So sort of related to creating content for you when it comes to e-commerce, we have to split test a lot of that stuff as well. And by using ChatGPT, now I can ask it to write me 30 headlines for an email to send out to my audience and make it, fun and make it.
Can you ask it to sound like a comedian, like ChatGPT, but sound like a comedian?
Exactly, yeah. Or you can give it a voice. You can say, oh, can you write me a caption that sounds like Crystalia? Or you can actually name famous comedians and it'll write it in their voice, which is crazy.
It's amazing.
I feel like I'm getting old. AI is too much for me.
Much?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I literally don't use AI for anything, but some people on my team do. I've done tests, for example, hey, write me for this marketplace title, write me a title. And I've had people come and show me, hey, look at this. And I look at it and I go, this title's terrible. And you asked another question, is AI a threat? Anybody who's seen Mission Impossible, the answer is yes. I mean, listen, I don't.
I can say to ChatGPT, hey, look through these Zule products and make them better, or right, potentially. Do you see that as a threat, or is your product development team using things like Midjourney, AI to come up with designs?
The images are amazing. I have seen some editing with images. It turns out very, very good. And I think that's probably the one that's the most robust, because in image editing, there's a lot of tedious work. And in the copywriting, I haven't seen it to be good enough for me, right, for my standards. But at the same time, when we have a bulk of so many products, either way, it's a person doing it and they may not be trained good enough. So I don't use it personally, the truth is, but there are some people on my team that figure out different things. I'm interested. Did you actually publish a podcast of the AI version of yourself?
We did bits. So for example, if I do a brand deal and the brand comes back and says, oh, we want to change the messaging and I'm traveling, so my team will just use my AI generated voice to create a voiceover of the things they wanted me to say. And it sounds 95% like me.
I mean, I think that's part of the threat. I know it's funny, it's not talking about AI threat thing, but the truth is there's a lot of impersonation and there's a lot of things that can happen in the future where Liron told his employee there was yelling at him in the bathroom or something, and then someone made that up, right? So I think the threat is in people thinking it's real when it's not, and I do think that is coming. And in media and editing, there's so much of that already, and I think we'll be seeing a lot of that.
I think we'll see both legislation and tools that will allow you to authenticate,
verify.
Verify. The founder of OpenAI just came out with something called WorldCoin, which is a digital cryptocurrency to be able to verify your identity for being you.
And AI is going to solve that. And AI will authenticate however they do it. In the end, all of these authentication and proving can also be hacked. There can't, anyway, I think there's going to be a point where you can't just say it was verified or not by some system, because at the end of the day, that system can be hacked as well. I'm a programmer by trade. I did programming before I got into e-commerce, and anything can be hacked.
Imagine telling ChatGPT to create a list of best-selling products, A/B test ads, or Facebook ads, Amazon ads, what's selling best. Order that product from Alibaba and just run the whole business for you.
Yeah,
and it does
we're all dead. We're all gone. We have no business.
There's actually a guy on Twitter. You can probably find the Twitter thread who said to AI. Said to ChatGPT, I am your assistant, you're the CEO, I have $100 to start a business. And ChatGPT recommended a print on demand, built a website. And I think now the guy's raising money because he had so much success with it. And he did this publicly on X now. And now it's actually a legitimate business. And I actually want to jump into that. Probably people sitting here, they have physical product stores or selling in e-commerce, and they want to build an audience. Where would you start today if you want to get a following? There's all these different channels, right? TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, X, Facebook, LinkedIn. Where would you start if you have a product and you want to build an audience? And what do you think the biggest mistakes people who are making in terms of their content? In my mind, I think the biggest mistake is if you have a product brand, you just talk about your product instead of like trying to find an audience for something, and then how your product can sort of be weaved in along the way. But where would you start today? Like, let's say you had a kitchen brand, you wanted to build an audience. What would you do tomorrow as soon as you got whatever, next week?
Absolutely. So short videos. The algorithm is still there is still more demand than supply. So it's very easy to go viral with short videos. And I know a lot of creators who just started 3 weeks ago and they already have 10,000 subscribers just because they've been posting every day.
YouTube Shorts?
YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels. The format is slightly different, but what we see is that the same video performs on every platform. And what's really important, yes, think about your audience versus thinking about yourself. So for example, you're featuring a product. I was making this short video. So we have this language learning app. And instead of just doing like a video, let's review this app, what's inside, I made a video, 5 language learning habits for non-native English speakers. And I was just showing my day. Hey, I'm a non-native speaker, and these are the top 5 things I prefer to do every single day to work on my accent. 1, 2, 3. All of those things featured the app. And we got 5,000 new users. So this is how it works. You focus on your audience's problems versus focusing on just, let's review the product, it's amazing. And then be slightly controversial. Like there has to be something. Like I did this video about what kids eat at schools in the US. And I could do like, let's look at a typical meal.
So what was your
in an American
thumbnail or title?
Calling Americans fat.
So there are no thumbnails on shorts.
No thumbs
but
up.
I was complaining because I come from a country where we really care about healthy food. And I did a tour of American school and it was like burgers and fries.
Right.
So my video was called What's Wrong with American Schools? And I was like, let me tell you, this was my first tour. I come from a foreign country, blah, blah, blah. It was like 10 million views. So I could have called it in a different way, like, oh, let's tour an American school. Boring. So it has to be controversial. There has to be something where some people would disagree and tell me like, hey, burgers are great. And some people would be like, oh yeah, I
agree.
So
what was your hook?
What's wrong with American schools?
Oh, what's wrong with American schools?
So think about this hook. It's gonna create this mode around your video for the first 3 seconds. They're really important.
Let's talk a little bit about tools and tech, and obviously we're here at Alibaba conference. How have you leveraged, let's say, technology in terms of sourcing, looking at products? Aaron?
I mean, people, there's this, I think a bit of a lie, a rumor that is spread sometimes that Alibaba is like for the small newbies, right? And I will tell you that at the size we're at now, we are on Alibaba.com every single day. We are there looking at products, looking at trends, because realize even if you have a great factory for a product, the way that the sourcing works is that a factory is good at a certain thing. The factory has their own superpower. There's a factory and they might be good just at making TVs. And unless you're going to only sell TVs, you will need to find another factory. And the way to find the factory, I'm sorry, but like these things, most of them are not made here in the US. If you're doing hard goods, like this furniture, if you're doing something, a hard good, the majority of it is made somewhere else.
Right.
And so on Alibaba.com, we go there every single day. We have various, not just one person, but various people who are looking in on trends, looking on what's big on the marketplaces, what's big on social media, what's coming big on wherever it is. And we're planning ahead and saying, hey, how can we make our product better? And sometimes you can be working with a factory and you're going to need to find a different one. And you have massive, huge, there was this Verified Pro program. They have, and I was talking to Alibaba and they were saying when they do a verified check for the suppliers, that is a factory you're working with. Now realize that a factory you're working with, it means they produce certain products, but they're not going to produce everything. So we work with probably, I want to say, over 75 different factories, and the vast majority of them we have found on Alibaba. So, I mean, how do we use it? We connect with suppliers and find people who make products. And those guys are startups too. So the way we look at startups is like, oh, Silicon Valley, like the TV shows and this.
Silicon Valley girl.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's like the stereotypes, but realistically, they're startups here, and just how I have a startup, the factory can be a startup, and they can create and patented a new technology for some microphone that does some sort of, I don't know, it does some echoing or some vibration. I have no idea. But that factory can be just popping up, and you can connect with them, and the way that you connect with them is through Alibaba. So I think that if you're going to be on the pulse of e-commerce, you need to be on there frequently.
Yeah, I personally I've used Alibaba since 2015. One of the things I found Alibaba really helped me with was, number one, speed, because I would go on usually at night. I live on the East Coast, New York. I would go on at like 9, 10 o'clock at night, and it's morning in China, and I'll be able to literally chat with the suppliers right there, talk to them, negotiate. By the way, my trick was I was not the owner, I was the buyer. When I wanted to negotiate, they would give me a price. I would say, well, board didn't approve that price, so I apologize. That's a little hack on negotiating. Appearing bigger, it's good. And also I would always ask for pricing on, okay, what's the minimum order, but also what's the container size for my second order. I would get kind of the future price, and I could think about my margins on my first order may be less because I'm ordering less, but what are my margins going to be when I can place a container type order? So some tips, but yeah, I would go on at night and chat with multiple suppliers really quick. And then I saw a lot of the announcements today on image search and the ability to view the factory, and a lot of updates obviously since then.
One big tip in requesting quotes is you get multiple people, chat with a lot of suppliers.
Right. Yeah.
Our first product we sourced, we got quotes and we got samples from maybe 9 different factories for one product. And we tested, and we had quotes from $5.60 down to $2.50 for the same product. I mean, more than double. And I said, well, I want the best quality. So I'm going to order the sample for the $5.50 or whatever. And so I got all those in, and we did a blind test. And I really recommend this for anybody who's doing a physical products brand. Like, don't look at the supplier name, name it A, B, C, or D or something. Have someone else do it.
You can have a company in China consolidate and check samples for you also.
I wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't?
No.
Why? Well, because to check it first before they send it to you.
Yeah, before they ship it to you. Yeah. At the end of the day, your job is a simple one. You're fully responsible for the product that the customer gets. That is my service to my customer. I need to make sure that what they're going to get is fantastic. And there's no company who's going to do it better than me because it's my company.
Do you inspect every order still from old suppliers, or if you?
Yes.
Yes.
That is a hardbound rule. I heard a story of a guy who had been selling product into Walmart for 20 years, and he stopped checking inspections, I don't know, on year 18. And there was one shipment that went in, and every item was broken. And Walmart dropped the entire business and never gave him another chance.
Wow.
So you're talking about like a factory, no factory is perfect, right? And you can find inspection companies, but at the end of the day, your product, you check at least the sample and you see which one's best. So back to finishing this, I checked all of them. I did the blind test. The number one product happened to also be the cheapest. The very best product, blind tested, was the cheapest one as well. And the one that was like $5.50, it was actually like a trading company, and they were just marking it up, and it was a bad product. So at the end of the day, you have to test it, and then you do the inspections for every shipment. Never drop the inspections, always do them. It gives pressure on them, and generally make your product good and make it stand out, and pick a great factory at a great price. And you can't negotiate price if you don't have multiple offers. Anyway.
Melissa?
I actually have a similar story where we waived inspection because we'd been working with this, supplier for a very long time, and we had this vitamin C serum, and basically with the droppers, it's a glass pipette and it's a certain length. However, the ones that they had sent us were about 3 millimeters too long, and it doesn't seem like a lot. Like 3 millimeters seems like small size, but the dropper, it was actually touching the bottle, like the bottom of the bottle, and in transit, because UPS drivers, Amazon delivery drivers, they just throw your package, they don't care, and then it lands on the customer's porch, and then basically it was just enough friction to shatter the pipette. So this was a huge liability because people were cutting themselves. Like, we had a couple of complaints, and as soon as we got like the first 3 complaints, we were like, this is bad, we have to recall all of that. So we recalled all of it. It was a huge loss. And then we basically went back to our manufacturer or supplier for those pipettes and said, hey, like, this is a problem. What are we going to do about it? And they said, oh, we'll just send you, more pipettes. So we thought they were going to just send us more pipettes. They literally just sent us like the glass part of it. So we had like 10,000 pipettes that had way too long of stems, and we had to go in and replace all of them individually, hand by hand. So I'm in my living room with my fiance. We're like hand replacing all of these, and like you're basically just in the grind. You have to get it done, or it's a waste, really.
So we're about out of time. I want to go lightning round. 1 tip, scaling, 10, 15 seconds each one on scaling business as we head off. Do you have anything? Anyone?
Okay, so just challenge yourself. Anything that you think you maybe can't do, you probably can do. You are underestimating yourself this minute. For sure, guaranteed, every single one of you in this room, including myself and everybody here on stage, we are doing far less than we are capable of. Okay, we were brought here by a higher power. Whatever you think, whatever you believe in, you have more inside of yourself than you think. Don't sell yourself short, and dream bigger and shoot bigger. Go way bigger than you think, because you may just make it.
Very good. I'll share mine, and it's kind of similar. My thing is that before you go to your next level, I think at every single level, you're going to be challenged along the way, and you're going to have to run into brick walls. And similarly, the universe is testing you like playing Mario, right? And at the end of each one of those levels, you have the big bad guy, right? And in order for you to get to your next level, you have to fight that bad guy. You're going to lose multiple times. It's really about, can you get back up? Can you overcome? Believing in yourself, and understanding actually that that's just how things work. You're gonna have challenges, but that's the test before you get to your next level.
Start sharing what you've learned. Start talking about yourself with the world, because how else would people know about you? This is my #1 advice.
Melissa?
Get scrappy. I mean, you're going to have to do the same things that you were doing day one as you are doing when you're a 7-8 figure business. I mean, I went to a conference, and he's Charlie Rocket, massive speaker, and he was handing out flyers to get people to see him, even though he's this big brand name, like everyone knows who he is. He was personally still doing the grind work and really just showing how much he cares and how much he's passionate about what he's doing, that he's still going to be doing it no matter what. So get scrappy in your marketing, be resourceful. And also, quick tip for you guys, if you run like a quick social media giveaway, it's a good way to get traction on a post. Then change the caption on that. And then what you're going to do is run ads to that. You already have engagement on it, and that's going to convert a lot better than a post from scratch.
Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. You rock. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Go Alibaba, go Las Vegas. Let's go.
A hype man on the stage. Thank you guys. So up next is our last panel of the day, but we saved a really good one for last. This panel is titled Consumer Goods in the Digital Age: How Technology and Omnichannel Strategies Are Reshaping Global Sourcing. And it will be led by the excellent Mattia Emilio. 5 panelists will come on stage now. Please enjoy.
Be careful. Yeah. Hold hands. Screens look great. Yeah.
So he said the pictures might not be in the sequence that we go, but you're still going first.
Right.
I said buonasera because I'm Italian. As Ra mentioned, now I'm the director of business development for Alibaba.com. So Ra has done an amazing job today, and I think that all of you agree with me. So this is the last session. So I would like to ask Ra to come back on stage, and I would like you to give him a round of applause because he has been an amazing MC today. Ra. Is he coming out? So it's not coming out. Okay, well, he didn't want to come out. Oh, yes, he's coming out. So, Ra, congrats again for this amazing, you've done an amazing job today. So we are about to deep dive into the future of omnichannel strategies in beauty, food and beverage, and fashion. We have put together an amazing list of panelists, and I will introduce them during the panel discussion because they have amazing presentations, and also they will have presentations. So you will better understand what technologies are changing and reshaping the different channels that all of you are using to sell and source products all over the world. So let's start with Frank. Frank, you are the CEO of the Cosmetology Chicago Association and the CEO of America's Beauty Show. The Cosmetology Chicago Association was founded in 1912. So congrats.
Thank you.
And the America's Beauty Show, and the America Beauty Show just celebrated 100 years.
Yep.
As you know, I work for, so congrats. Every year, the America's Beauty Show puts together an amazing trade shows with more than 200 exhibitors from US, Canada, and Mexico, and also Italy. Mm-hmm. And you have more than 20,000 attendees that every year come to Chicago to discover what's next and what's trendy in the beauty industry. But I'm quite familiar with the beauty industry because I was the global marketing director for also one trade show that celebrated recently 50 years. That is a global trade show in the beauty industry. So, Frank, the first question for you will be what technology are you foreseeing that are changing the beauty industry today? And I will add also how this technology are also changing the way that your exhibitors are presenting products during the America's Beauty Show.
Great. Well, first off, thank you so much it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here on this panel of such accomplished executives, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to speak with each and every one of you. So the direct answer to your question is that in America's Beauty Show, we really have a unique perspective on the beauty industry. And as Matea said, we have been around since 1912. We serve the professional beauty community. And it's really a unique perspective because we see it from both the beauty professional side as well as from the brand side. And as we look forward and we say, okay, what are the trends that we're seeing? How is technology going to impact the beauty space, the beauty industry itself? And there are really 6 trends that we see. And you can see these up here, but I'm going to focus only on one of the trends, and that's digital marketing and e-commerce, because that is probably the one that is most actionable. And I can share with you some key insights that we've experienced and we see within the beauty space and how you can apply it. I will say this, the beauty space is alive and well. So if there are any entrepreneurs out there that are interested in the beauty space, go for it. But you have to go for it knowing some key things. And one of the key things I'll share with you today is simply this. Start the right conversation and tell the right story. Start the right conversation and tell the right story. And you're going to ask yourself, well, how does that have to do with, what does it have to do with technology? It has everything to do with technology. And we'll go through that. So let's talk a little bit about America's Beauty Show, and most importantly, about beauty professionals and what we see, because their behavior is insight into what you need to be doing and how you need to be thinking about technology within the beauty space. So here's some key behaviors. You know, what we've seen over the years, again, from our vantage point, as a trade association, we look at our attendees, and our attendees purchase, on average, 10 times more than the average consumer in the beauty space. So if you're thinking about getting into the beauty space, think about the professional channel itself. They purchase 10 times more products than the average beauty consumer. The other key thing about our community is they're so passionate about beauty. These are folks that have studied beauty. They've studied the service side and they've studied the product side. So if you're looking for feedback and insight about your products, these are qualified folks to get feedback from. So how does this translate? You know, and what are some key lessons that we can learn from it? So go back to this simple framework of start the right conversation, tell the right story. Over the years, you know, we had to pivot just like everyone else. And we talk about technology, we talk about digital marketing and e-commerce. And at Cosmetologist Chicago, we had to make a tremendous pivot. So we've invested significantly in our digital marketing efforts. And I'll just give you some key numbers here and a key lesson learned. You know, every year we send out over 7 million emails. Every year we have over 12 million digital social impressions out there. We leverage geofencing and do very targeted ad campaigns. In addition to all this digital work, we also do some good old-fashioned direct mail. But every year we survey our attendees and we ask them, how did you learn about America's Beauty Show? And here's what they respond. They respond by saying, I heard about the show from a colleague. I heard about the show through a conversation. Through a conversation. Despite all this digital marketing effort, how they heard about the show was through a conversation. So what I'm going to share with you is this. Start the right conversation, tell the right story. The point of convergence is the mobile phone. And we've seen this time and time again. So as you're thinking about your digital strategy, as you're thinking about technology, think about how you're going to start the conversation about your brand on the mobile phone. So here's what it looks like. In our space, here's what it looks like, and here's a path that I'll share with you on the customer journey that you may want to consider. Because for us, we've been working very hard to optimize the customer journey to make sure that it's most efficient. And it looks like this. We talk about tell the right story, or start the right conversation, tell the right story. Well, how do you start the right conversation? Here's a key distinction. Know the difference between a spokesperson and a conversation. Know the difference between a spokesperson and a conversation. A spokesperson is someone that you hire to speak about your brand. And I'll have to share this with you. That's like my generation. That's older, okay? What you want are conversations. And what's different is this. There are conversations that are happening on social media right now that you just want to weave your way into and become a part of. It's not that they're spokespeople about your brand. You're just weaving into their conversation. So for us, what we noticed and what we really started to reevaluate our customer journey is that TikTok is where you go to start the conversation about your brand. And this is what it looks like for us. Up on the screen, what you'll see is Bailey Lavender. She's a TikTok influencer. She has a community of over 1 million followers. She's great. And watch what she's doing and watch how she talks about America's Beauty Show. This is not a spokesperson. This is a conversation.
Center. Where is a safe hotel in Rosemont, Illinois? Like, I have no idea where that is and what's safe around there and like what is good and good reviews and like walking distance.
What's Bailey doing? She's putting on her makeup. Her followers, her community are with her every day. And this is her time that she's putting on her makeup and she's having her conversation with her community. We, America's Beauty Show, got weaved into that conversation. And this is subtle. This is subtle. If you don't catch it, I'm just going to challenge you to think about it and think about where conversations are happening on social that you want to be a part of. Think about the friend group when you were younger and you walked up and you tried to work your way into the conversation. Or you overheard another group talking about you during a conversation. How are they talking about you? It's that human nature that you're trying to start in a digital format. And what we're suggesting here, based on our findings, after spending millions of dollars doing digital marketing, is that you leverage your digital marketing to start the right conversation and tell the right story. And the customer journey that I would share with you in this space is you start with TikTok, start the conversation there. When people visit your site, your website, capture their email address so that you can tell the right story through email, and then also leverage that email address to provide targeted ads through Facebook and Instagram and lookalike audiences through Facebook and Instagram, because the conversion happens in those channels. It's a progression, it's a journey. Technology is impacting the beauty industry in every aspect. And there's 6 trends that we see, but the one trend that I wanted to share with you today and everyone is this trend of digital marketing and e-commerce. And my recommendation to each and every one of you, based on our experience, is start the right conversation and tell the right story.
Thanks, Frank.
You bet.
And this is what we are doing also right now. You are presenting, and when I try to explain how this panel discussion was going to be, these speakers were not so confident on having the slides, but I think using digital assets can really engage the audience. So, Robin Ruskin. Robin, you are a friend, and we celebrate almost 10 years of friendship, and you have been a mentor of mine. You've been a friend and a mentor. I want to tell you why, because in 2015, I was looking on new partnerships because I was in charge of marketing and partnership, like here in Alibaba. And I saw the CES in Las Vegas, the Consumer Electronics Show, was organizing an amazing conference on beauty tech. And I said, but who is organizing this? And living in digital times was behind this amazing conference. And Robin sold Living in Digital Time to CES just before the pandemic. She came to my show for many years, and we have organized so many panel discussions inviting all the beauty tech companies out there. And you have received recently from the CTA, from the Consumer Technology Association, go ahead with the slides, the Life Achievement Award. So congratulations again. And
Thank you.
Robin, you have been a veteran also of the beauty industry and the technology industry. So what's now boiling for the beauty industry and technology?
Well, first I have to thank you for inviting me. I'm no newcomer to this game for sure, but seeing the energy in this room and the entrepreneurship and the innovation is just fantastic. And I hope the things that I point out are transferable to whether you're making pickleball outfits or golf clubs or chocolates. So I have 7 things. Don't bother writing them down. I have a QR code at the end of this presentation that you can download the whole thing. I'm so glad Frank didn't go through all his points so I can pick up the other 6. So I'll just jump in to this try before you buy, and I'll try and give you specific examples. Try before you buy. You all get returns. Customers are angry that they have to return something. It's a big pain in the neck. But what do you want to know? Is this dress the right color for me? Is this furniture going to look good in my living room? And this is all a combination of AI and AR. I just happened to point out Mimoni. LVMH uses them, Estee Lauder uses them, L'Oreal uses them. They're used for Luxottica, for glasses. It's on your mobile device, not quite as well as at retail in terms of resolution, but you can take a picture of yourself and dress yourself up in a dress and see if that is really what you want to buy. And it's really powerful. It's going to get better and better. On the other side, I've got ZozoMat. Zozo makes a whole suite of virtual try-on things. But this one is shoes. Shoes are a nuisance. And we're right here in Vegas with Zappos. They know the return rates they get. Everybody buys 40 pairs of shoes and returns 39. So these guys send you a mat. And basically, if you have a funny toe or a high arch, they will be able to create a 3D replica of your foot. It's in stores as well as for consumers, and be able to customize and personalize. So this try before you buy is huge. Why am I not moving? There we go. Contactless and friction. So another big problem, every consumer loves frictionless. They want to get out of somewhere quickly, but they also want privacy and protection that their card or the payment method isn't being scanned. There's a company called Wink that I'll point out. Your mobile device is unique to you. It's almost like biologically a part of you. So now when you mix that with voice, which they do, and facial scan, and how your finger tilts across screens, you are more scam-free and verified as a buyer. So you'll see, I used Wink as an example, but you'll see a lot of those. For checkouts, and I love this one, if you've ever been to a line like here in Las Vegas and all you want is a cup of coffee, so Mashgin uses AR and computer recognition, so I can go to a stadium, I can buy a bagel, a pretzel, a French fry, 2 Cokes, and a beer, put it on one tray, and check out immediately. With one price, it can scan multiple objects. So you're going to start to see those things at retail as well. Let me move on to express checkout. And the next thing I want to show you, you will be people's friends if you can be predictive as well as analytic. Everybody knows they're being recommended a product, but watch this small video from YouTube, from UCAM, Perfect Core, and the way that they analyze skin and then recommend products, because this is going to be so important. And actually, medical and beauty are emerging already. So let me play a little bit of this.
As you can see, the program captures all the texture mappings of my skin, then generates a skin health and skin score. The numbers on the bottom can be selected individually to see each of the attributes of your skin. For example, spots, wrinkles, texture, and dark circles. Natural lighting is essential to getting a great skincare reading. You'll also see on the bottom a list of products that are recommended to target these specific concerns. Treatments for spots, wrinkles.
I'll stop it there, but you get the idea. This is prescriptive. This is personalized for you and your skin. Vegas changes everything, we know. You get the dark circles more than ever. But
Powered
the next,
by artificial intelligence.
and here's another
Perso
one
creates
that's
skincare,
prescriptive
liquid
in a
lipstick,
different
and
way.
foundation just for you on
It's from
demand.
L'Oreal.
Plus, it
Take
gets
a look.
smarter over time. How does it work? In the app, Perso leverages L'Oreal's Modiface technology to evaluate your skin. Then it assesses important environmental factors like pollution, air quality, and humidity. Perso even considers your top skincare concerns and priorities. Next, it engages its patented 3 cartridge system, using advanced robotics to dispense the perfect formula for you.
So they've actually built a product that dispenses a formula based on cartridges in the product for your skin. And they're also looking at variables in the atmosphere. So you can have not just an app to sell your product, but actually have a product itself. And it has some AI in it, so it will learn about lighting. It will learn if you can tell it if you're going out in the evening, you may want more foundation. So this is what's happening in technology now. Somebody else is going to talk about the metaverse, so I'll just deal with it very briefly. It's become a bit of like a dirty word. People don't use it as much because it had some early failures. It's there. The top luxury brands are using it. Ralph Lauren, Tommy Hilfiger, and in different ways. Some are actually making more money selling you digital goods for your avatars than going out and buying something real. Others, like Tommy Hilfiger, will let you go buy an NFT in the universe for their fall collection, and then you can go back and redeem the NFT for real merchandise. They're using it for loyalty rewards. Don't discount the metaverse. Look at Roblox as a great example. Forever 21 is there. Gucci's there. And look at Fortnite, how much they've monetized it. But I will pass and let that one, there's Fortnite, just to give you an idea. You just heard about influencers from my good friend Frank here. Really, community. The difference between my generation and yours is you are content overloaded and community starved. And if you can create communities around your product, and I do this all the time, I reach out to people, say, do you like my newsletter? Can I ask you why? Don't be afraid to reach out to the influencers and tap into their know-how. They are your best. And yes, they deserve to get paid, but they don't cost what Reese Witherspoon would cost, right? So social commerce links. And then I finally want to end with synthetic humans. Using real actors and live cameras and video shoots are very expensive. We will start to use and see synthetic humans. The trick is, watch, they don't breathe. But I'll show you, this is Synthesia. There are a number of products like this that can cut your production time down. Great for tutorials. And you can see.
Hello, everyone, and welcome.
See, she's
I'm
not
your
breathing.
host for today, speaking on behalf of
But
Fresh
she will.
Fizz, the leading brand in thirst-quenching soft drinks. We're diving into the vibrant world of omni-channel retail, exploring how we can optimize customer journeys. Let's get started. Step 1 is to understand our customers' behavior.
So I won't take you through this whole video again, but you should definitely watch it because she takes you through a retail example of a synthetic human, from customer analysis to post-analysis, and the company is Synthesia. There's also, if you go to my website there's DID, there's so many products that are creating synthetic humans that look really good. And so if you do, we used to pay a guy to come in and do the same thing every day, to just say, this is the website and this is how you get around and here are the rules of engagement. We don't have to do that anymore, and we don't have to waste anybody's time. We offloaded that to synthetic humans. So hopefully that's a really quick look at some of the technologies, both physical and virtual, online and offline, that you will start to see. And with that,
you can pass
I hope you use our resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. So in this panel, we are understanding how technology is changing the different omnichannels. And Peter is using Alibaba.com. So I would like to introduce him with a video that our amazing marketing team shot just 3 weeks ago at your factory. So if you can click, there is a video for all of you.
My name is Peter Crabtree, and I'm the CEO and visionary for Crabtree Brands, which is a group of food and beverage companies based in Portsmouth, Washington. So when you first enter to the right, you find Chocmo, Chocolatier, and Cafe. So that's really where we do all of our different chocolate production, all the way from bean to bar. We do between $5 and $10 million annually in sales. We do lots of local business and lots of business that we ship throughout the state and throughout the country. I used to only source knickknacks or anything that wasn't very essential to our business through Alibaba.com. So as Alibaba.com added the trade assurance program, that was really what led me to consider that as a more legitimate source for more important things for my business. 100% of our orders that we do on Alibaba.com are protected through trade assurance. I actually only buy from suppliers that participate in the trade assurance program. So that's really where Alibaba.com has helped. I've been able to connect with more custom manufacturers and able to get them the product that we actually want as opposed to having to settle for something that was close. I would definitely recommend that all Alibaba.com buyers use trade assurance, and it really builds confidence, especially for first-time customers. It's the #1 thing that's made me feel more confident in buying products.
So what an amazing video. Congrats again to our marketing team and congratulations, Peter. So next, what's cooking in terms of trends in the food and beverage industry?
So we're really focused on a few things around that. So my thing here. So yeah, so trends that we're following in particular right now. The biggest one for us, and that's most essential to our story overall, is traceability. So we work really hard to make sure that we know where all of our ingredients come from, where all of the components of a various package are going to come from, and are able to really tell that story throughout the thing. Other ones are, I can't quite read my small, what did I put on here? Sustainability is definitely important. It's a word that I think is misused and misunderstood a lot by many consumers, but it's something that it's essential to the kind of brand story and being important to more and more customers all the time.
Social purpose.
Social purpose. Thank you. Yeah. So consumers really like things that have a social purpose. So if something you're doing has a social purpose, has something that matters, I think it's really important to do that, and that takes us into story. So does your product have a story? All the way down to the halibut on our plate at the restaurant we get off my cousin's boat. So I can tell you the exact person that caught it, where it was caught, what day they caught it, all the bits, and that makes a big difference. So traceability. I put some various stuff on this screen that you can read, but I'll just talk about what that really means. What that really means inside of our company. So to us, that has to do with where are we sourcing products. So in 2018, we started a meat company called Neighbors Meats. That then is the vessel through which that we bring in all of the proteins that we serve on our menu at the restaurant. So we work with suppliers directly. We have our own farm where we raise our own beef cattle for the restaurant, and that comes in through that. We have a pork farmer that raises pigs for us. We take 100% of their production, so we know exactly what the pigs are, what the breeding is of the pigs, all the bits. The photo that's there on the screen is actually from our neighboring farm, where we get a large amount of our produce for the restaurant. So that's some of their produce that we bring in for that. And then really being able to know where something comes from, being able to tell that story to the customer and be able to provide that connection. Because I think that's the most important thing that for us that consumers are really looking for, is they want to be connected. They want to know the story, and they want to be able to do that. Sustainable. So sustainability, as I mentioned, is I think somewhat misused and misunderstood. It's a word that gets tossed around a lot. but what does it really mean? So to us, it means being able to A, do no harm to start with. That's your very baseline. How can you be less awful? And then from there, what can you do to actually use a product to make a positive change? So we look at that throughout our entire value chain, and that's part of why we've continued to integrate more of the value chain into our business rather than outsourcing everything. We try to partner with or acquire the businesses that are doing the things that we need for our company, so that we can have control over that value chain, and we can control how that's all operating and do that in a method that is not just being less awful, but actually trying to make positive changes and working towards actually being regenerative as opposed to merely sustainable.
Yeah, also in Alibaba, you can search products, ingredients based on certification, what kind of certification they have. So it's very easy. So if you're looking for an organic product, a cruelty-free product, you can just browse, and there is a filter, and you can filter all the products, ingredients based on the different certification that these products have.
Yeah. And then on sustainability, we've really found that for some things, consumers are willing to pay whatever the extra is to have that be, all of our to-go containers for the restaurant, for instance, are all compostable. And people don't mind that we've added an upcharge for that because they're willing to pay for that. And other products, they're just going to expect that you're going to do those things because that's become an industry standard. So knowing where that line is and what things you can pass that cost along to the consumer on, and what things you just have to eat, I think is important too. Social purpose. So if you're going to launch a product that has a social purpose, I think it's really important that you have that be a real thing. So for instance, we do a box of chocolates, for instance, it's a 12-piece box of chocolates. $3 from every one of those boxes sold goes to our local food bank, and they're really a lot more than a food bank, but it goes to our local food bank to help with their kids' services that they provide to the community. So we're very upfront about that product. Not only does it do all the other things that are important to us in our company, but a specific dollar amount from every single one of those purchases goes to solving that social purpose and making that positive change that we want to do. So that's something that I think is we're seeing it more and more out there in the world, and it's another thing that gets people not only excited about your brand, but it gives me more meaning for what we're actually doing, and I get to feel like we're actually trying to not just do no harm, but solve things and use the for-profit business that we run to actually achieve the goals and the changes that we want to see in the world.
Okay, Peter, we don't have any more time left to discuss about the other trends, but as we mentioned, the presentation will be available. So thanks a lot. These are trends that are really shaping your strategy to go to the market. So thanks a lot, and thanks also to be one of our ambassadors here at Alibaba.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, let's go from beauty. We discussed about food and beverage, and now we are going into fashion. And I'm very pleased to introduce you Alex Elander. He is the Global Supplier Relationship Consultant for Fashion Mingo, but he's also a professor at Parsons. He's a professor at FIT. We were discussing about possible future collaborations in the future. So how technology is changing the fashion industry. And I know the Fashion Mingle organized. If you don't know Fashion Mingle, go and check who they are. They are the LinkedIn of fashion. If you want to know who's who in the fashion industry, you can refer to Fashion Mingle. They have thousands of companies in their directory. So tell us more.
Well, thank you for having me. And I have to say that I love the co-create theme for this event, because I feel at Fashion Mingle, we're all about co-creating. We've been co-creating since we incorporated. We're a global platform of fashion professionals that provide services and resources to build your business as well as your career. So thank you. So the fashion show and how we communicate, I'm glad that Frank and Robin both mentioned storytelling, because that really is what a fashion show is about. It's a cohesive narrative that brings out the ability for brands to talk about their inspirations, their values, and their design collections, of course, and taking that narrative across channels such as their websites, social media, and their retail stores. The second component of that is the visual aspect of it, and technology has really enhanced the ability to take content, cut it up, again, disperse it across social media channels, websites, and in-store displays, so that there's a consistency on that message from the inception all the way through presentation. It's a showcase, right? If you think about brands like Ralph Lauren, Ralph has been telling the same story for 50 years. You know it when you see it, you're familiar with it. He brings you into his world. You're aspirationally there. If you're not a buyer of Ralph, you aspirationally can live in that world. He is leveraging technology, as are some of his counterparts. Robin mentioned Tommy Hilfiger, for example, leveraging technology in that way as well. So the future of fashion really exists in the digital space, and that is leveraging technology such as live streaming. Never before have brands been able to access more and more users, more and more eyeballs than they have today through digital, through things like live stream. It's a way for engagement with customers. The fashion show as a standalone from a historical perspective, was very highly curated, right? You weren't invited to those fashion shows unless you were part of the industry. You weren't able to attend unless you were an editor of a magazine. And now, today's fashion shows, you're just as likely to see influencers sitting in the front row as you are editors of magazines or trade people. And instantaneously, through channels such as live stream and digital displays, you can participate in those fashion shows. I have two examples of that. One is Rihanna and her association with Fenty and her Savage brand. You may be familiar that she partnered with Amazon. And that really reads part fashion show, part music video, part movie. It's a high level production event that's broadcast by Amazon. It's downloadable, it's reloadable. There's billions of people have seen her shows over the last several years. And more importantly, it captures data on an audience, which again is the power of digital. So audience members can participate, they can comment on that show, and in some cases, they can purchase content right away. So again, the old show, you'd have to wait 6-9 months for delivery of the product into your retail stores. And today, there's an immediacy to that. The other one is Pharrell Williams, most recently creative director for LV, had his first fashion show in Paris in November. Again, leveraged a lot of technology to put that show on and was seen by millions of people. That's not something that would have existed. But most importantly, there's a cohesiveness on his storytelling, there's a cohesiveness on Rihanna's storytelling, and there's a cohesiveness on Ralph's storytelling, all different ways to approach the fashion show, but all accomplishing the same goal. That narrative is consistent and threads through every single channel that they employ.
Go ahead. Thanks.
I won't play the whole thing for purposes of time, but you get the message. This is a high production value over in Paris last November. And that brings us to the metaverse, which, as Robin said, is not a dirty word, but it is an important word because it's new. It's a new day. And the great thing about fashion, not only do we have a reason to purchase something new all the time, and the brands are always pushing us to do something that we didn't even think of before, right? And aspirationally we want. But the metaverse is really leading the way for fashion brands to think differently. And those aren't just new brands. Traditional brands such as Tommy Hilfiger, such as Ralph Lauren, are figuring ways to leverage the metaverse. The gaming industry has already been there. So in this case, you have Ralph Lauren ideating a home to showcase furniture that you can walk through and take a look at and hopefully purchase, right? So a very storied brand leveraging technology, brand new technology.
And when the sun comes up and I close my eyes, I try to find the face I saw the other night.
For you gamers, you would recognize Fortnite and a partnership with Polo. And here's a cool combination where Fortnite and Polo got together, designed product for the game, and then made certain items available. So the boots that you saw in that clip were made available for sale, sold out immediately. You have companies or brands like Carolina Herrera, who made a dress, made the digital version of that dress, and the digital dress sold for 4x more than the actual physical garment. So you can see a world where, as you're dressing your avatars, and because I educate students at some of the top universities for fashion in this country, I can tell you right now there's classes for digital designers. Those designers are only intending to design in the digital world. So, I mean, who doesn't want to look fabulous as an avatar wearing your Balenciaga or your LVs, right? And people are paying for that. And they're paying a lot of good money, and there's even a secondary exchange for that. So sell your digital clothes. You're tired of wearing it, sell it. Some of our members are already there on Fashion Mingle. For those of you that are not in fashion but are always bringing together ideas, scraps of ideas, there's a digital mood board here on Make the Dot where you can digitally cut and clip imagery off of the web, create your visual boards, and then utilize those boards in communicating with suppliers if you so choose. Meta Burnett is fusing both the physical and the digital as Phygital. So you can take 3D renderings, bring them to life, bring them into a fashion show, and actually create product from that and NFTs. Again, mixing the virtual with digital with physical. I could see a day maybe where Alibaba takes some of its suppliers and hosts a live stream event for fashion for an audience, a global audience of buyers, and connects buyers and sellers in a way that doesn't exist today, maybe even making the sellers the brand.
Thanks, Alex.
You're welcome.
It was a very interesting presentation, and I think you got to the point where technology is also reshaping this channel. Paris, you are the last one. Mintel, many of you probably know, Mintel is a global leader in market intelligence. Paris Hogan is the director of consulting and Mintel here in the USA. And for you, I have a question. What are the consumer trends we should be watching like today?
Yeah. So as you know, kind of everyone up here talked about, we talked about fashion, we talked about the digital experience, chocolate, and all those things that they have in common are consumers. And we can never forget about consumers. And at Mintel, we are experts in what consumers want and why. And just a little bit about Mintel, we are experts in research, strategy, data, and we actually have a consumer panel base that we talk to thousands of consumers each and every day about their lifestyles, behaviors, wants, wish fors, preferences, along with across 86 global markets, we have shoppers who go into the stores and search and track each and every new product that hits the shelves. So we know consumers, we know what they want, and we know why. And in order to understand that, we need to understand the retail landscape. And the retail landscape of today is complex. Consumers are so overwhelmed, tired and overwhelmed. I'm sure nothing that you can relate to, but They're tired, they're overwhelmed. They have so many different choices in front of them, even just seeing all of the different digital and online options that we've talked through today. They have so much data and research at their fingertips, and they're looking for brands to cut through the clutter and cut through the noise. They want those shortcuts in order to get there. And so what do they want? They want simplicity. And so if we think about the retail landscape, it used to be that consumers would go into a brick and mortar store. They'd see a shelf set, and it was a lot easier to make these different choices. Now consumers start online, research brands and products as much as possible. They price compare, they look at reviews. And this can be really difficult. There's so much in front of them, and they need brands to simplify this process. They're looking for brands to seamlessly integrate into their lives. They're looking for brands, most importantly, to take away the hurdles and challenges instead of adding to them. Thinking about some brand examples who really did lean into the simplify strategy. I'm not going to go through all of these examples, but one that was actually talked about earlier today is Etsy. So Etsy released a virtual app that you can take photos of products in real life, and it'll bring up a search engine into being able to find those on Etsy. So being able to kind of shop in real time and simplify that process. And if we're thinking about the brand ecosystem, the product is the souvenir. So people are looking to collect products. They're looking to buy products to add to their sense of self-identity, self-expression. And if the product is the souvenir, that means that the brand is the experience. And consumers crave experiences. They want to feel joy. They want to feel escapism. They want to feel nostalgia by buying your product. And so they look to the brands to create these experiences. So consumers want to be sustainable, so they buy sustainable products. They want to feel nostalgia, so they buy nostalgic products. They want people to think that they live a healthy lifestyle and lean into health and wellness, so they buy products that represent this. And so it's really on the onus of the brand to create these types of experiences. And not only are consumers looking for experiences as a whole, but they're looking for authenticity throughout their experiences. Consumers no longer just shop organic at the supermarket. They look for organic content and authentic content from the brands and experiences that they buy each and every day. And so this means partnering with authentic influencers and creating that authentic and organic content. We're seeing a trend towards a lot of brands ditching the big maximalist campaigns and leaning into the small, niche, and natural. So who you partner with makes a really big difference. Some examples of brands who have done a great job to fuel this sense of self-identity and expression. I'm going to highlight Kirkland and Dunkin' Donuts. So venturing into categories that are a little bit unexpected. So they obviously don't specialize in the apparel category, but they are now these emblems of style, especially for Gen Z consumers who are able to buy these products and really live that brand experience. So constantly think about how can you engage consumers in new ways through new categories. Who knew that it would be cool to buy your groceries at the same place that you buy your clothing, but Gen Z has really showed us that that is on trend. And so it's also important to think about that influencer strategy. And a great example of this is the Prime sports and energy drink brand, who not only went after an untapped segment of kind of teenagers, but also leaning into a little bit of a niche sport of boxing. So they partnered with Logan Paul, and the products were so successful, stores across the US could not keep them stocked. And the brand has proved really successful through this partnership. So it's really important to know your audience, know where your audience is, and be able to create that kind of partnership. And so throughout this, you can kind of see the purchase journey is evolving, and consumers are expecting you to meet them where they are. And where consumers are, and where I'd say 75% of this room is on their smartphone. And so meeting them where they are and thinking about these new social frontiers we're entering, such as social media. We've talked a lot about TikTok and other platforms, Instagram. Knowing where your consumers are and meeting them there is really important, because what consumers want is engagement. They want interactive experiences. They want engaging experiences throughout every part of the purchase journey, and they're expecting brands to meet them there. At Mintel, we talk a lot about social selling, and we've seen a trend towards that social selling could be the #1 commerce platform in the next 5 to 10 years. And so if you're not thinking about social media, you need to start. And when it comes to social media as a whole, you really can't cut corners. You need to know who your audience is. You need to know which social channels they're on and appeal to them through an authentic tone of voice. Make sure that you're really meeting their needs. Just some brands who have done this really well, thinking about engaging those consumers and bringing them into the content. The brands Depop and Havaiana have really shown that leaning into these consumer trends and staying attuned to them will help build that brand. So Depop is a vintage secondhand clothing seller, and they leaned into the FOMO, fear of missing out trend, by reframing secondhand clothes as one-of-a-kind experiences that no one else can get. And they touted this on social media. The brand Havaiana does a great job of showing real-life products through their content. And so every time a consumer posts about their brand, they repost that to show you what it would be like to wear their products in the real world. So just making sure that you're really engaging consumers at every single touch point. And you do want to better meet consumer needs. You want to simplify the process, you want to create authentic experiences, and you want to engage at every touch point.
So thanks a lot, Paris.
Yeah.
So at Alibaba.com, we strongly believe that a brand should follow an omnichannel strategy. That's why we organized this panel tonight as the last session of today. So we have a trade show, retailers, we heard about consumers, fashion shows, and how also your brand should follow and stay updated on the latest technology that are reshaping and updating these channels. And that's why my team is creating partnerships with different trade shows, associations, research agencies to support your brands that are selling or sourcing on Alibaba.com to go global and to make your business easy everywhere in the world. So thanks a lot for this panel. Thank all of you for staying up till 6 p.m. with us.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Ra, I'll give it back to you for the final closure.
We started to wake up. Thank you.
Want your water, Peter?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Frank.
Oh.
Okay,
Dragon.
I'm Dragon.
Let's try it, Frank.
Thank you.
He's waiting for
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
First step's not the code.
Last panel of the day, right?
Okay.
You want to just...
Here's the clicker.
Thank you for spending a really inspiring day with us. We hope you learned a lot. The highlights are on our social channels at Alibaba.com_official on Instagram. You'll find it all. We hope you'll come back tomorrow. We have a great agenda tomorrow. We'll start at 9 a.m. There'll be a brand new awesome host named Brett Ducker, and we will take you through the digitalization of the supply chain. We'll also have a special guest late in the morning, Damon John. So don't miss it. We will see you back here tomorrow at 9. Please share your photos on social, on Instagram, #CoCreate2023. All right? Thank you all for a great day.